Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Ben 10. Start from hacking the Omnitrix. Part 1. In the dim forest, there was a crater caused by an impact. Above the crater sat an incredibly tiny figure. It was none other than a small Galvan. His hands were busy fiddling with the pattern on his body. The Omnitrix has been successfully cracked. Lowest level permissions unlocked. Permissions granted. Unlimited transformation duration. Permissions granted. Unlimited cooldown time. Permissions granted. Unlimited alien form switching. The Galvan's face was filled with joy as he stopped fiddling with the pattern of the Omnitrix on his body. After all my hard work, I've finally cracked the Omnitrix. Even though it's only the lowest level permission. He, Xiao Chen, was a transmigrator who had traveled to the world of Ben 10. His identity was that of an ethnic Chinese orphan, but because he was a distant relative of Max, he had been adopted by him. Because he knew the plot well, combined with the news he had seen over the years, he knew deeply how dangerous this world was. Therefore, at the age of 10, Xiao Chen participated in the original plot and successfully obtained the Omnitrix. He immediately transformed into a Galvan and cracked the Omnitrix to obtain primary permissions. The next step is intermediate permissions. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and continued to fiddle with the pattern of the Omnitrix with both hands. The Omnitrix, however, emitted a cold voice, carrying a warning. Warning. The user has just come into contact with the Omnitrix, and the genes have not yet fully adapted. It may be unable to withstand more powerful genetic forces. It's the Omnitrix's protection mechanism. Xiao Chen realized. The Omnitrix's protection mechanism was designed to protect the host from being contaminated by DNA. Xiao Chen had cracked the primary permissions, which had already pushed the protection mechanism to its limit. Further cracking would lead to dangerous risk management protocols. Isn't primary permission enough for me to use? This is unlimited transformation, something I dreamed of when I was a kid. Xiao Chen lowered his hands, the corners of his mouth curling up. Besides, as long as I adapt more to the aliens, sooner or later, I'll be able to crack the entire Omnitrix. Next, he was going to grind proficiency like farming experience points, using various villains. Then, he would develop his own golden finger and continue to crack the Omnitrix. Ding! The Omnitrix wearer has been detected. Above the bushes, an octopus-like, spherical robot flew directly over Xiao Chen's head. Its pupil scanned Xiao Chen, emitting a cold voice. This scene was directly transmitted by its signal device to a spaceship in the Milky Way galaxy. Inside the spaceship's hull, a tentacle-headed figure with a dilapidated body looked at the Galvan on the screen and smiled with relief. Ha ha ha, an idiot Earthling messing around with the Omnitrix, and he actually turned into the weakest Galvan. Just grab him and bring him back. The mission is over. We won. The hall was instantly filled with joy, and the mechanical freaks looked at each other and smiled. Whoosh! Under the command, the small robot flew slowly in front of Xiao Chen. It extended a tentacle, gently reaching for Xiao Chen. Seeing this, Xiao Chen just said with ease, "Switch to Petroscipion, from now on, just call it Diamond Head." Whoosh! Dazzling light bloomed from his body, and the small robot's tentacle happened to land on him. Galvan, can't pull. The small robot's tentacle exerted force, but it couldn't budge him no matter what. Because it's Diamond Head, freak. The light suddenly dissipated, and a tall, muscular man covered in green crystals extended a heavy fist, blasting it onto the small robot's head. Bang! The small robot's head instantly shattered, emitting countless arcs of electricity, as if blood were splattering. The shattering of its head also caused the image to become unstable. Inside the spaceship, everyone was exceptionally quiet, watching Diamond Head on the screen in terrified silence. What did that brat do to the Omnitrix? Vilgax widened his blood-red eyes, almost speechless with anger. The Omnitrix, how is it listening to him so well? It didn't even listen to the overlord of the Milky Way galaxy. Now, get lost. Diamond Head flicked his large hand, throwing the dazed small robot away. The small robot flew a short distance away, wobbling as it tried to flee the area. The Earth brat let my robot go. Vilgax's expression was puzzled as he speculated. Could this be a gesture of goodwill? Whoosh! A diamond-throwing knife flew from Diamond Head's hand, piercing explosively into the small robot's skull. The small robot's body trembled, and it immediately sped up its escape. Run slowly. I'm going to use you to practice my aiming skills. Diamond Head had a wicked grin on his face as his arms condensed one diamond-throwing knife after another. He pursued the small robot relentlessly, throwing diamond knives wildly all the way. The small robot dodged desperately. At first, it could evade them, but as time passed, Diamond Head's aiming ability gradually improved, to the point where he could hit a target with every shot. Before long, the small robot was covered in diamond spikes, turning directly into a hedgehog. I can hit every shot within dozens of meters now. These alien talents aren't bad at all. Diamond Head looked at this scene with satisfaction and smiled. In this way, the aiming ability of all his aliens could be enhanced. This was also something he had thought of when he transformed into gray matter. Besides cracking the Omnitrix, he also had to consciously use various aliens to train his own skills, thereby achieving enhancement for all of them. He was going to become the strongest wearer of the Omnitrix. Also, you can go die now. Diamond Head flicked his hand casually, and the condensed diamond-throwing knife landed firmly on the small robot 30 meters away. The small robot began to smoke completely, fell hard to the ground, and exploded. Done. Diamond Head clapped his hands and then said directly, "The Omnitrix, help me switch to, from now on, just call it XLR8. He would go back to the campsite to take a look first. Whoosh! A figure instantly streaked through the woods, rushing toward the location of the campsite. Meanwhile, in the spaceship, all the mechanical freaks watched Vilgax, not daring to breathe. Vilgax had suffered a Waterloo-like defeat. Not only did he trample on my military robot like that, but he also used it for practice. Vilgax took a deep breath and said coldly, "Dispatch 5 small robots and 2 large robots, descend directly onto that area, and wipe out everyone there." He was going to flatten that area. To extinguish his rage. Yes, Lord Vilgax. All the mechanical freaks nodded in fear and trembling, heading to the armory one after another. Before long, the spaceship launched a large number of robots toward Earth. "No matter who you are, I will make a bunch of people be buried with you," Vilgax said furiously. At the campsite, Max, who looked bulky but was unusually agile, looked helplessly at the 2 children not far away. "Ben, Gwen, at least say something." PFF'd. "No way." The brown-haired boy, Ben Tennyson, looked disdainful as he focused intently on the game console in his hands. "Grandpa, I'm afraid talking to him will lower my IQ." The girl with short orange hair and emerald eyes, Gwen Tennyson, said confidently while scrolling through articles on her computer. "Sigh, you two really are. Wait, where is Xiao Chen?" Max shook his head and looked around, but he couldn't see Xiao Chen anywhere. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Maybe he went to the bathroom. Ben Tennyson put down his game console and guessed. Gwen Tennyson shook her head, looking puzzled. "There's a bathroom in the rust bucket, so there's no need for that." They had very little contact with Xiao Chen, so naturally, they couldn't guess what he was doing. They were still quite unfamiliar with each other. "I know Xiao Chen's personality, he isn't the type of child to wander off. We must find him," Max said with a serious expression, making a prompt decision. Swish! A blurred shadow streaked across the bushes to the side, moving in an instant to stand before Max, carrying a gust of wind. This is an alien. Max was dumbfounded. Ben Tennyson was so excited he dropped his game console, and Gwen Tennyson almost screamed. That blurred shadow was none other than a slender alien with wheels on its feet. XLR8 revealed a smile and snapped his fingers. "Omnitrix, deactivate transformation." Whoosh! As the light flashed and vanished, Xiao Chen's figure walked out from within the light, looking at the 3 stunned people, Grandpa, and everyone. "I'm here to explain everything to you." As he spoke, he slowly raised the Omnitrix on his wrist. A moment later. "That's about it." Xiao Chen shook the Omnitrix in his hand. "I hacked the alien technology I found and also crushed the mechanical freaks that came for it." "Cool. At this moment, Ben Tennyson, who had previously looked indifferent, reached out with great enthusiasm and hooked his arm around Xiao Chen's shoulder. Hey, Xiao Chen, let's be buddies. Come on. Having a brother who can turn into an alien is super cool. Xiao Chen straightened his expression and emphasized, sure, but I have to be your big brother. Brother Xiao Chen. When you turn into an alien later, take me to see these so-called mechanical freaks. Ben Tennyson looked eager and immediately called him brother smoothly. I heard from Grandpa that you're very smart. Did you use your knowledge to hack the alien technology? Gwen Tennyson already had a fangirl look, staring at Xiao Chen with glowing eyes. Xiao Chen paused for a moment and smiled slightly. That's right, I often read papers from Truth Award winners. Brother Xiao Chen, please, could you help me with my schoolwork in the future? Gwen Tennyson called him brother with extreme smoothness, her face filled with admiration. Xiao Chen nodded and said with a smile, sure, that's all fine. He had directly gained the absolute admiration of the two 10-year-old children. This was fine, too. If he really had to act like those transmigrators and build relationships with 10-year-olds, it would be really hard to fit in. This grandson of mine is still a bit too astonishing. Max wiped a cold sweat from his forehead, unable to keep a straight face. He couldn't fathom how Xiao Chen had done it. He had actually hacked the legendary Omnitrix. Even Azimuth wouldn't dare believe this, would he? Whoosh! Whoosh! A series of piercing sounds came from the sky. One by one, small robots tore through the dark night, wandering above the forest. These are the mechanical freaks I was talking about. Xiao Chen's expression immediately turned serious as he looked up at the small robots in the sky. Max looked at the familiar small robots, his expression changing. Let's hide first. These are dangerous mechanical freaks. These were the mechanical minions of the overlord of the Milky Way galaxy. You're right, you guys go hide first. I have to deal with them. Xiao Chen slowly raised the Omnitrix and warned it with extreme calmness. Omnitrix, from now on, remember the codenames I give to each alien. It will make it easier for me to switch quickly. Understood. The Omnitrix replied steadily. Max saw this and his heart sank slightly. Even the Omnitrix trusts Xiao Chen. Perhaps Xiao Chen could hack the Omnitrix. The Vilgax army was nothing in his eyes. Go. Listen to our big brother. Oh my god, Dweeb is actually listening. Ben Tennyson actually took the lead in hiding toward the rust bucket, and Gwen Tennyson followed behind with an incredulous look. The three hid behind the rust bucket, which could be called a bulletproof vehicle with maxed out safety. Xiao Chen raised his wrist and said calmly, Omnitrix, switch to heat blast. Whoosh! A burst of light erupted from his body, and immediately, a blazing, burning figure appeared dominantly. In the dark night, a total of 5 small robots gathered quickly and looked in unison at the blazing heat blast at the campsite. They scanned him, confirmed Heat Blast's identity, and immediately launched an assault. Watching the 5 robots approach, Heat Blast stood in place, motionless. The distance between them began to close continuously. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. This scene made the 3 people in the car anxious. Why is brother Xiao Chen not moving? Use your fire to burn them. Maybe he's aiming. Under the 3's puzzled guesses, the 5 small robots had already reached the top of Heat Blast's head. Heat Blast suddenly swung his arms, waving out clusters of condensed fireballs. The distance is enough. He pointed his finger towards the robots. Clusters of fireballs, like flying diamonds or missile heads, bombarded the 5 small robots in the sky. Bang! The first one was the first to be swallowed by the fireball. The second one, the third one. Almost all 5 small robots were covered in fiery explosions. A direct hit every time. Within 30 meters, I can still manage to never miss a shot. Heat Blast said slowly, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. The aiming ability honed by Diamond Head. Applicable to all aliens. Heat Blast could even play it to perfection. Inside the spaceship, Vilgax reacted quickly, his eyes flashing with a hint of shock. This brat, he's consciously training himself. Lord Vilgax, let's increase the distance and fight him. He has a talent for distance perception and can accurately hit robots within 30 meters. The other mechanical freaks quickly adjusted their combat strategy, sat down in front of giant instruments, and manually changed the combat code for the small robots. Whoosh! The 5 small robots, with arcs of electricity on their bodies, flew out of the firelight somewhat crookedly. They were increasing their distance from Heatblast. Seeing this, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on Heatblast's face. Vilgax actually knows how to increase the difficulty for me, letting me train for higher aiming ability. Nice. 5 small robots were rapidly ascending. Heatblast ignored them and instead walked into a small, isolated patch of forest. His arrival instantly ignited the entire patch of woods, causing it to blaze fiercely. The flames even engulfed Heatblast's figure. How is Brother Xiao Chen so criminal? Setting fire to the mountain, is he trying to get a life sentence? Ben Tennyson said with a look of astonishment and a shiver. Max, however, shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "Didn't you notice? The enemy can't see Xiao Chen." Swoosh. The 5 small robots slowly stopped ascending and looked down at the burning woods below. Inside the burning forest, Heatblast's figure was nowhere to be seen. "Now, call me the god of fire." A godlike voice resounded from within the steamy sea of fire. While running through the sea of fire, Heatblast waved his hands vigorously, releasing balls of fire toward the sky. Each fireball tore through the air, striking wildly at the small robots in the sky without any pattern. All 5 small robots were forced to dodge in a sorry state. They tried to counterattack, but they couldn't lock onto Heatblast's rapidly moving figure within the sea of fire. As for the signal instruments, they had long since failed under the high temperatures. "It's fine." Seeing this scene, Vilgax forced a face-saving remark. After a prolonged battle, he should be exhausted. Time passed second by second, and even several minutes had gone by. The number of fireballs Heatblast threw began to increase more and more. His fireballs were also gradually able to hit the small robots far away, giving him the ability to strike from ultra-long distances. What shocked people the most was not this. It was Heatblast's almost invincible stamina. Now, time for a perfect shot. Heatblast stopped abruptly, his eyes sharply fixed on the group of machines in the sky. As if he had muscle memory, he casually swung the condensed fireballs without even needing to look. Bang! 5 fireballs suddenly rose from the sea of fire, exploding and hitting 2 small robots. The other 3 did not hit the small robots. Instead, they flew above their heads, collided, and exploded, forming waves of fire that directly engulfed these 3 mechanical freaks. The entire night was filled with the brilliant firelight created by Heatblast. 9 minutes, I've probably taken them all out. Heatblast slowly walked out of the sea of fire and looked up. Bang, bang, bang. In the sky, the small robots exploded one after another due to the high heat, creating a series of explosions. Only one small robot, in a dilapidated state, fell to the ground. It landed right in front of Heatblast. "Stomp you to pieces." Heatblast slowly walked up to the small robot and raised his foot. Xiao Chen, how did you manage to fight without any strain? Aren't you tired? Max slowly stepped out of the rust bucket and asked, unable to hold it in any longer. Heatblast smiled and pointed to the burnt-out flames behind him. Heatblast has the ability to absorb flames, so I burned the forest first to give myself an infinite backup energy source, allowing me to practice my aiming skills to my heart's content. Max already knew the answer, but upon hearing Heatblast's reply, he still looked full of confusion. Xiao Chen has already mastered the abilities of every alien so quickly. Simply terrifying. Bang! As Heatblast stomped the small robot on the ground to pieces. This battle was also brilliantly ended by him. And the screens in the spaceship's hall, those belonging to the small robots, all went black. At this moment, Vilgax's expression was not just rage, it even contained a hint of disbelief. That person just now was Max Tennyson, the one who got the Omnitrix is Max Tennyson's grandson. The grandfather is so strong, it's one thing that he took care of him once. The grandson is even more outrageous, playing the Omnitrix to such a masterful level. Lord Vilgax, what should we do? What do you mean what should we do? The remaining two large robots will directly start destroying the human campsite. We must try to kill this brat in one go. Vilgax said violently. He was even afraid. Xiao Chen might possess strength that surpasses his own in the future. Meanwhile, Heat Blast casually threw a fireball, hitting a rock 50 meters away with precision. He then transformed back to his original form and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although I can't do a perfect shot, all your aliens can probably strike from ultra-long distances now. Max gasped, looking at the stone 50 meters away. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and waved his hand tiredly. Yeah, training with aliens is fast, but it's quite tiring. He was hungry. I'll go get dinner. Max immediately said, turning and walking toward the rust bucket. Ben Tennyson, with a look of admiration, walked up to Xiao Chen. Brother Xiao Chen, you are amazing. If I had gotten this watch, I probably would have just messed around with it. Ben, if you had gotten this watch, you would also be a hero. Xiao Chen smiled suddenly and said to Ben Tennyson. Ah. Ben Tennyson slowly turned his head, his tone suddenly a bit lower. Brother Xiao Chen, I'm not as amazing as you think. He had been super embarrassed during the day. Believe in yourself. Xiao Chen patted Ben Tennyson's shoulder and said. Ben Tennyson lowered his head slightly. But if you looked closely, his cheeks carried a hint of being moved. This was the first time he had been acknowledged. Everyone, it's here. Delicious smoked beef tongue and rice worms. At this moment, Max walked over carrying 2 plates of dark cuisine. Because Xiao Chen had consumed a lot of energy, and was used to eating with his grandfather, he started eating voraciously right away. It left Ben Tennyson and Gwen Tennyson dumbfounded. And you, brother Xiao Chen, you are the true hero. Gwen Tennyson looked at the empty bowl, her throat moving slightly. We can eat the remaining beef tongue. After everyone had gorged themselves and restored their energy. Unlike the original, no one called for help via radio this time. A series of terrifying explosions suddenly appeared nearby, shaking the entire forest. Xiao Chen, Max, and the others looked up into the distance, as if they could see. On the other side of the campsite, there were 2 tall, burly mechanical freaks. Like giants, they were trampling and sweeping through the human area. Full and satisfied, time to get to work. Xiao Chen said slowly, rubbing his hands together. These 2 big ones are enough for me to train with. Yeah. Large experience packs, appearing. Ahem, Xiao Chen, still need to be careful. Max coughed lightly, and after reminding him, got onto the rust bucket. He drove the rust bucket and quickly took the 3 of them away from there. A moment later, the rust bucket stopped in a hidden patch of woods. Xiao Chen was the first to step out, looking at the campsite outside through the gaps in the trees. The campsite was full of holes, and the parked RVs were all wrecked and on fire. Countless people were in pain, screaming as they fell to the ground, being slaughtered at will. The culprit of it all were 2 large robots, walking, and standing over 10 meters tall. These 2 large robots are war machines that have been practicing for 2.5 years. Their combat power is extraordinary. Even if the enemy displays extraordinary long-range capabilities, they absolutely cannot damage the machines. This time, the advantage is ours. Inside the spaceship hall, all the mechanical freaks spoke with absolute certainty. Vilgax remained calm, his eyes filled with killing intent. Make sure this brat never returns. On the ground, Xiao Chen looked at the 2 large robots and calmly assessed the situation. The long-range abilities of Diamond Head and Heat Blast might not be enough to damage these 2 mechanical freaks. Brother Xiao Chen, does that mean there's no way to deal with them? Ben Tennyson asked cautiously, his heart skipping a beat. There is. Xiao Chen decisively tapped the Omnitrix screen and selected Diamond Head. Immediately, he gently pressed the screen. Diamond Head slowly stepped out from the light. The other 3 were a bit confused. Didn't he say that Diamond Head's long-range abilities couldn't damage the enemy? Then why use Diamond Head? Whoosh! The 2 large robots quickly spotted Diamond Head, lifted their feet, and walked straight toward him. Playing with lasers would be countered by Diamond Head, so they chose melee combat. Do you think practicing for 2.5 years is a joke? Condense, Diamond Spheres. Diamond Head raised his hands, condensed basketball-sized diamond spheres, and dropped them at his feet. He ignored the two approaching mechanical freaks entirely. Seeing this, the two large robots quickened their pace, as if victory were already in their grasp. A mere Petroscipion. Trying to blow them up with long-range abilities. Unbeatable. Condensation complete. Diamond Head's lips curled up, and he activated voice control. Omnitrix, switch, 4 arms. 4 arms. 4 arms, a Tetraman. At this moment, apart from the somewhat confused Ben Tennyson and Gwen Tennyson, Max immediately realized what was happening and exclaimed. Light flashed on Diamond Head, his figure disappeared, and in his place was a burly man with 4 arms and bulging muscles. 4 arms. Ha ha. 4 arms' fierce face broke into a smile, and he gently picked up a diamond sphere from the ground. Now, I can unleash my long-range abilities. Bang. The two large robots suddenly stopped in their tracks. They looked at the appearance of 4 arms with terror, their turrets flashing with laser waves in a hurry, attempting to stop 4 arms from attacking. Boom. 4 arms suddenly exerted force, throwing a diamond sphere. The diamond sphere shattered the air, arriving before one of the large robots like a hot knife through butter. Then, it exploded precisely on its head. Its head shattered into a sky full of parts. The entire mechanical freak, under the devastating impact of such terrifying force, was totaled and collapsed to the ground. One-hit kill. Diamond power plus 4 arms plus super aim. I'm basically a walking human artillery piece. 4 arms smiled with satisfaction and suddenly said. Come on. His greatest strength has never been his aiming ability. It is his absolute control over the Omnitrix, and his familiarity with the abilities of each alien. Bang! The remaining large robot released a laser wave in utter terror. The laser wave, like a waterfall, blasted straight toward 4 arms. 4 arms had no intention of retreating, instead, he raised the remaining diamond spheres and threw them out with explosive force. The diamond spheres instantly collided with the laser wave. Then, the large robot's laser wave was forced right back into its face by the diamond spheres, blowing apart its own chest. Its own attack. It had been deflected back by the enemy. Rumble. The remaining diamond spheres also slammed into this large robot. It suffered a devastating blow to its entire body and collapsed to the ground, incredibly weak. Both large robots died instantly. Done. 4 arms gently clapped his 4 hands and sighed in relief. 2 mechanical freaks, truly dangerous. Xiao Chen, you are truly terrifyingly strong. You are quite suited for this watch. Max looked deeply at 4 arms and praised him sincerely. Cousin, you and I are truly in sync. If it were me, I would also call this guy 4 arms. Ben Tennyson said, looking happy and walking up to 4 arms excitedly. Maybe it's telepathy. 4 arms smiled, extended his hand, and high-fived Ben Tennyson. Then, he decisively deactivated his transformation and left this troubled place with the others. Before leaving, Xiao Chen looked coldly and deeply at the 2 fallen large robots. In the short term, Vilgax probably wouldn't attack again. Therefore, he would strive to train his various abilities, making himself all-rounded. And sooner or later, he would obtain the intermediate permissions for the Omnitrix. As for the others at the campsite, they hadn't even reacted yet and were all standing there dumbfounded. They hadn't seen who the hero was. The hero had instantly killed the enemy. Inside Vilgax's spaceship hall. I do not blame you for this failure. Vilgax, with rare restraint and calmness, comforted his subordinates. This brat has shown terrifying potential. There is no need to send robots down to die anymore. Issue a wanted notice for me, gather bounty hunters from all over, and hunt down this brat. He didn't just want 3 bounty hunters. He wanted more powerful bounty hunters. Together, they would hunt down Xiao Chen, this monster with infinite potential. This monster had turned playing with aliens into an art form. And this so-called monster, at this very moment, was in the rust bucket, fulfilling his promise. Well, Xiao Chen had promised to help Gwen Tennyson with her academic problems. So, he simply sat at the table with Gwen Tennyson, turned on a small desk lamp, and patiently began to tutor her Tilda. With his strength, wouldn't tutoring Gwen Tennyson be a piece of cake? Cousin, thank you for teaching me. To thank you, I'll share the snacks I secretly brought with you. Gwen Tennyson thanked him solemnly. Then, she carefully took out the snacks, holding a tortilla chip with her small hand and handing it to Xiao Chen. It's delicious, Tilda. Thanks. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Tilda looking at the little girl, she really is cute. Late at night, when everything was quiet, Xiao Chen's Omnitrix flickered with light for a moment. This brat named Xiao Chen seems different from the average brat. Z's scare said coldly, his voice echoing within the Omnitrix, his eyes filled with violence. However, I look forward to him and me, relying on this Omnitrix together, to kill all enemies. This boss. Z's scare, I'll acknowledge him for now. Early the next morning, the Rust Bucket arrived in Washington, D.C. and pulled up in front of the newly opened superstore. Xiao Chen, Max, and the others got out of the car together and headed into the superstore to purchase supplies. Brother Xiao Chen, it was so cool when you used Heat Blast to put out that fire earlier, Tilda. Ben Tennyson pushed the shopping cart, not forgetting to beam at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, who told those petty thieves to run right into the line of fire? Just now, they had saved the day and dealt with the petty thieves just like in the original story. Although Xiao Chen wasn't interested in being a hero, he was happy to take the opportunity to farm Omnitrix proficiency while doing so. He was more than willing. As everyone was chatting, Max pushed his shopping cart ahead, eager to get to the pet section to buy food. Xiao Chen also stopped, suddenly walking towards the shelf filled with books, and Gwen Tennyson followed with great interest. Books. How boring. Sumo Slammers branded potato chips. Ben Tennyson immediately looked bored and turned his gaze to the potato chips on a nearby shelf. The four of them separated. Cousin, what book are you looking for? Gwen Tennyson tilted her head slightly, curiously staring at Xiao Chen's profile as she asked. This one. Xiao Chen had a strong sense of purpose and directly took a book off the shelf. This book was titled, Introduction to Boxing. Boxing. Oh, you practiced your aiming skills before, so now you want to master boxing to make yourself omnipotent. Gwen Tennyson immediately looked surprised, realizing Xiao Chen's good intentions. Xiao Chen opened the book and browsed through it simply, correct. But this book seems a bit obscure and difficult to understand. Gwen Tennyson looked gentle and comforted Xiao Chen. Boxing is the kind of thing that's best learned from someone. Learning from a book is too difficult. Even an introductory book is very hard to understand. Gwen, can you do me a favor? Xiao Chen suddenly smiled and winked at Gwen Tennyson. Help me block the view. A moment later, Gwen Tennyson leaned against the bookshelf unnaturally. On the shelf behind her, gray matter was sitting right in front of Introduction to Boxing, quickly flipping through the pages. The content of this book was extremely professional, but the downside was the very high barrier to entry. But for gray matter, please, you call this a barrier to entry? It's as easy as baby learning material. Wherever his gaze landed, the content was instantly memorized. He could even achieve the amazing level of reading 10 lines at a glance and never forgetting what he saw. Let gray matter learn the knowledge. Then, let the other aliens train to achieve this effect. Gray matter judged calmly and slowly flipped the book to the last page. With that, he closed the book, having memorized the entire content, ensuring he wouldn't forget it even after transforming back. Are you done? Gwen Tennyson bent down slightly, her beautiful eyes looking at gray matter in surprise. All done. Gray matter had just finished speaking. Whoosh tilde. Gwen Tennyson instantly reached out, grabbed gray matter's body, and tucked him into her sleeve. Gray matter was dumbfounded, pressed directly against Gwen Tennyson at close range. Little girl, don't mess with unopened books. Not far away, a store employee looked at Gwen Tennyson suspiciously and reminded her, I saw you were about to bump into the books. Sorry. Gwen Tennyson gave a cute smile, her tone carrying a hint of apology. It's okay. Just as the employee nodded, his communication device suddenly transmitted a voice. Not good, the perimeter of the supermarket has been broken through by a giant bullfrog brought by a monster, and he is now heading towards the electronics section. What monster? Call me Dr. Onimo. the greatest biologist of the 21st century. After a crazed voice came through the communication device, there was no more sound. The employee then hurriedly left the area. Gray matter slid smoothly out of Gwen Tennyson's sleeve. It's time for me to take action. Tilda brother Xiao Chen. Gwen Tennyson's face flushed slightly, and she said a bit shyly. Bang! Gray matter quickly jumped to the ground and whispered, transform back. Whoosh! His figure transformed back into his human state. The reason he didn't use XLR8 was because he wasn't familiar with the path, and since there were many items in the supermarket, he was afraid of causing a total wreck. Cousin. Let's go. At this moment, Ben Tennyson rode up to the two of them on an electric scooter. He decisively pointed behind him and said, can't you let me drive? Xiao Chen was silent for a moment, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he slowly stepped onto the scooter, behind Ben Tennyson. To maintain balance, he very reluctantly reached out and grabbed the corner of Ben Tennyson's shirt. Whoosh! Ben Tennyson instantly sped up the scooter, taking Xiao Chen quickly towards the so-called electronics section. Along the way, many people passed by them with terrified expressions. And not far away, a huge figure also appeared. It was a giant bullfrog magnified countless times, like a car, carrying a monster wearing a helmet and a reactor device on his body. This scene looked just like a sci-fi villain. Dr. Onamo patted the side of the giant bullfrog heavily and said excitedly, go to the pet section, I want to create more masterpieces. The giant bullfrog let out a strange cry and immediately hopped towards the pet section, carrying Dr. Onamo. Grandpa is there. Ben, speed up. Xiao Chen said nervously. Ben Tennyson immediately accelerated the electric scooter, following closely behind the giant bullfrog all the way. Finally, Dr. Onamo and the giant bullfrog stopped in front of the pet section. Max and the others in the pet section were looking at the giant bullfrog nervously. Bullfrog, eat and drink whatever you want. I'm going to mutate some monsters. Dr. Onamo jumped off the giant bullfrog calmly and walked towards the hamster cages and pigeon cages, not forgetting to instruct the bullfrog. The giant bullfrog instantly had a huge appetite and was the first to spot the fattest prey. Unfortunately, it was Max. Whoosh! A beam of light shot up into the sky from not far away. Although bullfrogs have poor eyesight, the mutated giant bullfrog's eyesight had improved, and it instantly looked towards the light. For a moment, everyone held their breath, looking at that spot tremblingly. Four Arms stood there like a god of war, with a deformed bicycle under his feet. Big prey. The giant bullfrog instantly drooled and let out a strange cry as it lunged at Four Arms. Four Arms looked at it without any reaction. Max guessed. Is he going to use the Tetraman for long-range combat again? What is he doing? My god. Oh my god, this four-armed monster, he's taken a fighting stance. At this moment, everyone clutched their heads, looking incredulous and frantic. Whoosh! Four Arms watched the approaching giant bullfrog, recalling the memories in his mind. Immediately, he assumed a standard boxing stance, and his four arms also changed their posture. Boxer, Tetraman. Max swallowed hard. He didn't even dare to imagine how strong this was. Roar! The giant bullfrog leapt in front of Four Arms, its mouth opening to reveal a large tongue. Disgusting. Four Arms tilted his body slightly, dodging the giant bullfrog's foul-smelling tongue with remarkable agility. The muscles in one of his arms bulged, and his fist exploded forward in a straight line. Even though the technique of this punch was clearly raw, it unleashed strength far beyond the ordinary thanks to the skillful application of force. The giant bullfrog watched this punch in terror. It wanted to dodge, but the terrifying wind pressure from the fist pinned it down like a cannonball, leaving it unable to move. Its chance to dodge was completely stripped away. Boom! Four Arms' raw straight punch struck the giant bullfrog's body with explosive power. The giant bullfrog's mouth flew wide open instantly. Inside its gaping maw, one could clearly see an arm, having punched directly through its body. One Punch Man. Four Arms' heart raced, and he pulled his fist back with slightly agitated breathing. Then, he watched the giant bullfrog collapse heavily to the ground, lifeless. He had truly become a one-punch man. Swiftly and smoothly killing the enemy in one hit. Just by adding a little bit of technique, the Tetraman is already this powerful. If Xiao Chen practices until he masters it, he won't just be four arms. No, he'll be a four-armed war god. Seeing this, Max looked as if he had seen a ghost. After hearing the commotion, Dr. Onamo turned around inadvertently to look. My giant bullfrog was killed in one hit. He immediately took off his sunglasses, his eyes filled with shock, and he looked at four arms maniacally. Fine, you are my new test subject. Brothers, take him down. Click. Dr. Onamo twisted the reactor on his chest, and electrical sparks shot from his helmet, landing on a gecko in a nearby feeding box. The deep red gecko rapidly enlarged, bursting through the feeding box and transforming into a giant gecko several meters long. The giant gecko landed on the ground, its golden pupils fixed intently on four arms. You really like cold-blooded animals, don't you? Four arms shook the blood off his fist and glared ferociously at the giant gecko. I hope it can withstand one of my punches. Whoosh! The giant gecko suddenly opened its mouth full of mutated fangs and viciously bit at four arms. Four arms once again assumed a straight punch stance, throwing the punch with even greater proficiency. This punch even shattered the air, trailing sparks along the way. Swish! However, the giant gecko leapt nimbly, quickly dodging four arms' straight punch. No matter how powerful four arms' straight punches were, the giant gecko could nimbly dodge them, draining his stamina. Beautiful, keep fighting like that. Dr. Onamo clenched his fists excitedly. That guy's speed is no good. The big guy is going to be in trouble. Please, don't lose to that monster. The onlookers, including Ben Tennyson who was hiding to the side, all became nervous. Only Max remained. He slowly clenched his fists, also assuming a boxing stance. If Xiao Chen has really learned how to box, then he should use this move next. He should use a jab. Four arms raised his fists, assuming a jab stance. The moment the giant gecko lunged again. Thwack! Four arms' fist turned into a blur, exploding outward like a bullet. The giant gecko hurriedly swayed its body, and in the next second, its side was grazed by the lightning-fast jab. Roar tilde. Instantly, it opened its mouth wide, screaming as it collapsed to the ground. The part of its body that was grazed was completely gone. Yes, the flesh and blood were completely blown away by four arms. In boxing, straight punches emphasize power, while jabs emphasize speed. If a straight punch can't hit you, a jab can. Four arms changed his boxing stance, looking down at the giant gecko from above. He had turned entry-level boxing into the feeling of a grandmaster. Cough, cough. The giant gecko struggled to get back up, swaying unsteadily. Bang! Four arms bent his body again, and a domineering hook, like a mountain-splitting axe, struck the giant gecko's body heavily. With this, four arms one-punch man. With one punch, he pinned the giant gecko to the ground. Dr. Onamo slowly opened his mouth wide, silently watching four arms' feet. His mutated creature was killed instantly by one punch, just one punch. Come on, keep it coming. Four arms rubbed his four hands together, looking at Dr. Onamo. The more you summon, the happier I am to box. Dr. Onamo, show me your strength. Be generous, like Vilgax. Just bring a whole army to fight him. It seems I've encountered the strongest creature on Earth. Just you wait, I will find other strongest creatures to deal with you. Dr. Onamo slowly took a step back, immediately giving four arms a very high evaluation. Then, he aimed his controller at a nearby pigeon coop, intending to mutate the pigeons to escape. Hey, where are you going? Max immediately looked displeased and strode directly in front of Dr. Onamo. Under Dr. Onamo's bewildered gaze, Max easily knocked him to the ground with a few punches and said imposingly, "Stop harming small animals. They are food, not your tools." Well done, Grandpa, this old gentleman. Four arms strode toward Dr. Onamo, reaching out to grab Dr. Onamo's collar. Dr. Onamo, frantic, twisted the control device, and the electric arcs blooming from his helmet landed on himself. Click. In an instant, Dr. Onamo's hair stood on end, his muscles bulged, and he transformed into a 2-meter-tall burly savage. Dr. Onamo had reverted to an ancestral form. What the? This villain is really ruthless, mutating himself. Even Four Arms' mouth twitched violently, and he said in astonishment. Whoosh! Dr. Onamo pushed off with his feet, leaping to dodge Four Arms' palm while sprinting toward the outside of the supermarket. I didn't expect to be so unlucky, to be forced to this extent by the strongest creature on Earth. Just you wait, I will have even stronger creatures punish you. As he sprinted away, he secretly swore a vicious oath. I'll switch to XLR8 and chase him now. Just as Four Arms made up his mind and wanted to issue the command. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of supermarket employees, and even all the rescued passers-by, surrounded Four Arms like stars around the moon. Great hero, you are simply too domineering. Are you interested in endorsing our supermarket's boxing glove products? Do you have any plans tonight? For a moment, there was no shortage of admirers in the crowd, and even beautiful women full of desire to challenge him. This actually hindered Four Arms' movements. Public security in this world isn't good, so people generally worship heroes, which actually screwed me over. Four Arms helplessly dealt with the crowd, staring fixedly at the direction in which Dr. Onamo had escaped. It doesn't matter. Later, they would go to the dinosaur museum to intercept and kill Dr. Onamo. There's no other way. Switch, Stinkfly. Four Arms looked at the crowd pressing in close to him, steeled his heart, and spoke. Whoosh. His figure transformed into a terrifying giant insect, and his entire body even emitted a scent like fermented sour stench. Those who were close by, directly inhaled a storm of the sour stench from Stinkfly. Ah. At this moment, almost everyone in the supermarket bent over and started retching continuously. They immediately kept a 10-meter distance from Stinkfly. Sorry, everyone. Stinkfly suppressed his laughter, apologized softly, and then spread his wings and flew out of the supermarket. Max, Ben Tennyson, and the others also held their noses to endure the stench and ran toward the outside of the supermarket. Along the way, they were even being stung in the eyes by the stench. After everyone arrived outside the supermarket, Xiao Chen had already been waiting for them outside the rust bucket. Xiao Chen spoke confidently. According to what that weirdo said, he should be going to resurrect dinosaurs to deal with me. Let's head straight to the dinosaur museum. Makes sense, let's go together. Max nodded, looking serious. Just as they were about to set off, they saw a middle-aged man with a receding hairline wearing a supermarket uniform run out, panting as he approached Ben Tennyson. Ben Tennyson looked at him in confusion. Who are you? The middle-aged man smiled kindly. Earlier, I saw you riding that scooter, so, I came specifically to thank you. Could it be? He mistook me for Four Arms. Ben Tennyson realized instantly and looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen blinked and said, make a request, consider it a reward for your courage. Before long, Max drove the rust bucket, taking everyone to the local dinosaur museum. Ben Tennyson sat in his seat, hugging the sumo slammer gold card and grinning foolishly. Thank you, brother Xiao Chen. It's nothing. Xiao Chen smiled indifferently and said, if it weren't for the scooter you brought, I wouldn't have been able to deal with the weirdo in time. Yeah, although I can't be the greatest hero, I'm not bad either. Ben Tennyson clenched his fist slightly, speaking like a man. The next second, he looked at the gold card and started grinning foolishly again. Wow, the gold card is so dazzling in the sunlight. That's Ben. One moment he's like a man, the next he's a big goofball. Gwen Tennyson shook her head helplessly. Xiao Chen suddenly raised the Omnitrix again and transformed into gray matter. Under the gaze of everyone as if they were looking at a boss, gray matter first tried to crack the intermediate access level. After getting the same response as before, he borrowed Gwen Tennyson's computer. Sorry, Gwen, borrowing your computer for a moment, I want to learn a new skill. The hardworking fanatic, Xiao Chen, is online. His main strategy is to cheat for himself. At the entrance of the dinosaur museum, the rust bucket stopped there. Like a lone hero, Xiao Chen slowly stepped out of the rust bucket, turned back, and instructed the worried group. I'll go in and take a look, you guys just wait outside to avoid danger. After all, this is the real world. He still hoped that Grandpa and the others wouldn't take too many risks. The group nodded, but after seeing Xiao Chen walk into the museum, they also took action. Inside the museum, all the staff and visitors huddled in a corner, watching the savage in the center of the hall with trepidation. Dr. Onamo stood there, his helmet releasing a miraculous light that shone onto the skeletons. Awaken, monsters that once dominated the earth. Whoosh! A dinosaur skeleton instantly grew flesh and blood, turning into a terrifying T-Rex. Another mammoth skeleton turned into a super mammoth with red eyes and immense strength. The two massive beasts, just by the terrifying aura they emitted, made everyone present tremble. No one noticed. A youthful figure slowly walked into the museum. He looked at the mammoth and T-Rex with sharp eyes, muttering, "So this is a T-Rex and a mammoth, I hope they can take a hit." Bang! Xiao Chen initiated the transformation, and a dazzling light erupted from his body. Dr. Onamo immediately looked toward the light and identified the newcomer at a glance. It's that guy. The light slowly faded. XLR8, who appeared frail and vulnerable, appeared on the spot. 4 arms, Dr. Onamo said coldly, enunciating every word. You turned into this form, you've really disappointed me. My monsters can tear you to shreds easily. I'm just using XLR8 to grind a new skill off these two guys. XLR8 gently stretched his limbs, and his mask slowly lowered, besides. Swish! His figure was like a ghost, appearing in front of Dr. Onamo in an instant. Dr. Onamo's pupils constricted violently. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Bang! XLR8's claw landed on Dr. Onamo, tearing his equipment to shreds while also leaving bloodstains on his body. Dr. Onamo collapsed to the ground in pain, unable to fight back. I'll knock you down first so you don't run away again. XLR8 looked down at Dr. Onamo and said coldly. Kill him. Dr. Onamo roared with all his might, scrambling away from XLR8. Roar. The mammoth and T-Rex, the two giant beasts, let out a roar and charged at XLR8. Here they come. XLR8 was very calm, slowly recalling the content he had just watched. He dropped his hands, like a master of footwork, and his movements became unpredictable. The two giant beasts kept stomping and attacking him. But XLR8 was able to use his ghostly footwork to rapidly evade the attacks of the two giant beasts. In fact, he slowed down his terrifying speed bit by bit, intentionally training his footwork. He wanted to be able to dodge the attacks of the two giant beasts with perfect technique. After a while, XLR8 was already able to easily evade the siege of the two giant beasts like a master of footwork. He had previously transformed into gray matter and casually used Gwen Tennyson's computer to crack the plumber's system. Then he directly learned a set of footwork techniques from the plumbers. The reason he didn't learn combat techniques was because he hadn't fully mastered the introductory fist techniques yet. Now, he just needed to hone his footwork. What's the point of just dodging? Dr. Onamo's throat bobbed violently as he became hysterical. Sooner or later, you'll be exhausted to death by my monsters. You're right. XLR8 suddenly stopped in his tracks and stared straight at the two giant beasts charging at him. After he muttered a word, the figure of 4 arms reappeared on the spot. He struck a boxing pose, his legs executing superior positioning as if driven by muscle memory. Now, let's switch fighters. XLR8's high-speed leg training was a success. All aliens now mastered the positioning footwork. No way. Could it be that all of his alien forms share the same proficiency mechanism? Dr. Onamo watched this scene in disbelief and muttered. Roar. The mammoth used its massive tusks to ruthlessly stab at 4 Arms' body. While 4 Arms dodged very agilely. He threw a straight punch, smashing expertly into the mammoth's side, causing the mammoth to wail in pain and collapse sideways onto the ground. In the original story, 4 Arms would still need all 4 hands to exert force to knock over the mammoth. But he could knock it over with just one punch. Swish. The T-Rex suddenly whipped its tail, sweeping ruthlessly toward 4 Arms' head. The result was the same. While 4 Arms used his footwork to dodge agilely, he unleashed both fists, landing a series of jabs onto the T-Rex. The two giant beasts couldn't even touch him, becoming nothing more than super punching bags. Specifically for forearms to practice his punches and footwork. You two pieces of trash, can't you even land a hit? Dr. Onamo was so angry he clenched his hands, berating the two monsters. Fortunately, these two giant beasts could at least spar with four arms. When can we get out of here? It feels like we're watching someone training for a boxing match. The other trapped people all looked at four arms, wanting to cry but having no tears. This hero. Why was his entrance so wrong? It felt like he was here to grind levels, not to save people. As time ticked by second. Phew. That's about enough. Four arms suddenly stopped, took a step back, dripping with sweat. The training is enough. Out of energy. Dr. Onamo watched this scene with great joy. Wrong. It's that I don't want to waste any more time. At this moment, four arms clenched all four fists together, and four straight punches exploded toward the T-Rex and the mammoth like missile warheads. At this moment, the entire museum shook from this destructive force. The T-Rex and the mammoth, the two giant beasts, were fleeing in terror like cockroaches, but they couldn't escape four arms' heavy blows. Rumble. Four arms used two fists to blast the mammoth flying out of the museum. The other pair of fists slammed the T-Rex to the ground, shattering every bone in its body. Cough, cough. As it was dying, the T-Rex's pupils glanced with its remaining strength at four arms, who looked as if he had just finished warming up. My apologies. I didn't let four arms use his full power and have a good time. It's over. Dr. Onamo watched this scene in disbelief, looking at four arms in terror. Even prehistoric creatures are no match for this monster. Now, it's your turn. Four arms rubbed his hands together, looking at Dr. Onamo with a fierce expression. However, before he could make a move, bang! Max burst in from the back door and smashed a club hard against the back of Dr. Onamo's head. Dr. Onamo staggered where he stood, looking at Max with fury. It's you old G's. Bang! Bang! Ben Tennyson and Gwen Tennyson also grabbed spears from the museum and gave Dr. Onamo two whacks. Under the siege of the Tennyson family, Dr. Onamo finally couldn't hold on and fainted on the ground. Well, let's leave it at that. Four arms shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, thanks for the help, you guys. You're welcome, Shao. Four arms. Ben Tennyson and the others acted their hearts out, pretending not to know him. As they quickly left the museum, the police arrived one after another. Dr. Onamo barely opened his eyes a crack, his hands clenched. These people must be in cahoots. Four arms, I will definitely create a creature even more terrifying than you. Of course, next. He has to go to jail to do some soul searching. Afterward, since there was no longer a major threat like Dr. Onamo in Washington. Xiao Chen and the others had a great time playing in Washington, and watched the broadcast of the Truth Award on time that evening, which was quite enjoyable. Until the next day, when the Rust Bucket loaded everyone up and headed to their next travel destination. At this time, it was just getting light. Xiao Chen, wearing only his boxers, walked quickly out of the Rust Bucket and came to a calm lake. Let's use Ripjaws first and test the waters. For one, I can use this rare opportunity to train Ripjaws, this alien. Secondly, I can try to stay transformed for an extra long time to train my resistance to DNA contamination. Xiao Chen quickly twisted the watch dial and selected Ripjaws. With a forceful slap, a fish man with a light on his head, a fish tail, and well-developed muscles appeared on the ground. He took a deep breath, but the air felt incomparably hot, even a bit scorching. Land was not suitable for Ripjaws. Start. Ripjaws suddenly spread his arms and quietly dove into the lake water. He was at the bottom of the lake, swimming rapidly, adapting to his fish-man body. In this environment, Ripjaws could transform as he pleased without worrying about causing trouble, allowing him to train his resistance to DNA contamination bit by bit. Half an hour later. Dweeb, where is brother Xiao Chen? Ben Tennyson jumped into the water impatiently, wiping the splashes off his face. I swear to you, brother Xiao Chen must be playing in the water somewhere. Where else could he be? Working out. Dweeb, I'll believe you this once. Gwen Tennyson muttered and slowly walked into the water as well. After she and Ben Tennyson woke up, they discovered that brother Xiao Chen was gone. Ben Tennyson had sworn to her that brother Xiao Chen must be playing in the water, which is why she specifically put on what she considered her best-looking swimsuit tilde. But after the two of them got into the water, they didn't see Xiao Chen anywhere. Hey, dweeb, where is brother Xiao Chen? Nerd, look over there, isn't that cousin? Gwen Tennyson asked aggressively. Ben Tennyson's eyes lit up, and he pointed to the splashes on the water not far away. Brother Xiao Chen is swimming over. It's quite a commotion. Boom. The splashes suddenly increased dramatically, and ripples spread across the water surface. A huge, terrifying water beast, like a plesiosaur, suddenly rushed out of the water, staring grimly at Ben Tennyson and Gwen Tennyson. A sea monster. Ben Tennyson's eyes widened, and he exclaimed. Gwen Tennyson leaned back against the water's edge in terror, unable to muster any strength. It doesn't have that strange symbol on its body, it's not cousin. They had been ambushed by the sea monster. The great sea monster Kraken opened its mouth, intending to attack the two. Splash. Another sound. The figure of Ripjaws broke the surface of the water, and a beautiful uppercut smashed hard into the Kraken's eye. Awoo. The Kraken immediately opened its mouth wide, screaming as it fell back toward the water. Ripjaws grinned. He turned back to look at the two stunned people and said calmly. I was originally just working out underwater. Seeing that it was about to ambush you, I just happened to ambush it. This move is called taking the initiative. We should head to the shore first, we won't disturb your fight. Ben Tennyson was the first to react, scrambling to the shore in a panic. Gwen Tennyson's mental fortitude was slightly weaker, her legs were going soft, and she simply couldn't move. Hurry up. Ripjaws sighed helplessly, extended his arms, and decisively scooped Gwen Tennyson up in a bridal carry to bring her to the shore. He was definitely not taking advantage of the situation. After this maneuver, a mysterious blush appeared on Gwen Tennyson's face. Ben Tennyson muttered to himself, I really want to be carried bridal style by an alien hero too. Roar. The Kraken suddenly opened its stinging eyes and roared at Ripjaws on the shore. It even rammed its head towards Ripjaws. Still at it. Ripjaws raised his eyebrows. Instead of dodging, he casually picked up 2 stones from the ground. Immediately, he threw the stones out as if they were throwing knives. Bang! The 2 stones accurately struck the Kraken's pair of eyes. Awoo! The Kraken closed its eyes in pain once again and let out a scream. This sneaky guy. How is his aim for the eyes so accurate? Chomp! Ripjaws opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of steel teeth, and bit fiercely into the Kraken's body. His bite force was enough to crush steel, while easily piercing through the Kraken's flesh, his teeth even reached the latter's bones. Awoo! This time, the Kraken finally shook off Ripjaws in pain and fled into the deep water. Faint bloodstains remained on the water's surface. Seeing this, Ripjaws did not choose to pursue. He only wanted to drive the water monster away. If he wanted to finish off the water monster, there would be more suitable choices than Ripjaws. Cousin, what if the water monster attacks others? Ben Tennyson asked with some concern. Ripjaws judged. She shouldn't dare to act rashly for a short time, and we need to investigate clearly why she is so irritable. He casually deactivated his transformation and walked slowly onto the shore. He didn't know if it was an illusion. Transformation after transformation, integration after integration. Xiao Chen's physical stamina had increased, he wasn't even out of breath. Next, the 3 of them tidied up a bit and returned to the rust bucket as if nothing had happened. Half an hour later, the group followed Max to meet Captain Shaw, who was piloting a small boat, and boarded it to go fishing in the middle of the lake. In this lake of ours, there is actually a water monster, named the Kraken. Along the way, Captain Shaw recounted the deeds of the Kraken. In his description, the Kraken did not have much hostility towards humans. His idle chat with the group didn't last long. The boat stopped on the lake surface. They saw that the path to the center of the lake was blocked by a cordon floating on the water. What's going on? Xiao Chen looked ahead. Because of the thick fog on the lake, he could only vaguely see faint black shadows. As the shadows drew closer, it turned out to be a large ship pressing against the cordon. We are marine biology researchers, people from the Anglers Association. Environmental research is being conducted here, please stay away. A man with a red buzz cut and a fierce appearance walked over. His tone was arrogant, scolding the group as if giving an order. Researchers, where is your identification? And your? Max clearly knew something and immediately asked. Jonah Melville was stunned and said viciously, I am the president of the Anglers Association, Jonah Melville. Haven't you heard of me? Max remained polite and said courteously, sorry, we. All right, get out of here. Jonah Melville's group was impatient and started driving Max and the others away. Just at this moment, inside the cabin of the small boat, a faint green light flashed and disappeared. Cousin, so ruthless, you're going to use this ghost-like monster to deal with them. Ben Tennyson walked in front of the cabin, quietly watching the ghostly existence. He even felt a chill run down his spine. Who? The ghost revealed its only eyes, which moved around the cracks on its body. Just call me Ghost Freak. I feel like this group of people has a problem, I'll go up and investigate. He knew very well. The reason the Kraken was angry was because of Jonah Melville's group. Using Ghost Freak to infiltrate an ambush was perfect. Alright, Ghost Freak. For some reason, Ben Tennyson felt a little scared inside and made way for Ghost Freak. Whoosh! Ghost Freak's body quickly turned transparent, floated out of the small boat, and flew towards the large ship. At this time, the captains of the two ships, Captain Shaw and Jonah Melville, were confronting each other, exchanging. No one could notice the invisible Ghost Freak. Reached the deck of the large ship. First, go inside. After Ghost Freak landed on the deck of the large ship, it flew smoothly into the cabin. The cabin was very spacious and soundproofed well. Inside, there were staff members carrying various firearms and weapons. How could this be a group of anglers? This is simply a group of militants. Not what I'm looking for. Ghost Freak continued flying into the room at the end of the cabin. Inside the room, there was a huge incubation tank, inside which were shining yellow eggs. Beside the incubation tank, a man holding a gun had a smile on his face, looking forward to the future. The boss said, as long as we catch a few more Kraken eggs, we can make a fortune. Hee, we're going to make a killing. Bang! A fist abruptly struck the back of the gun-wielding man's head. He fell to the ground in response. Ghost Freak's figure appeared, turned around calmly, and smashed the incubation tank with a punch. Then, he took out the Kraken egg from the incubation tank. Mission accomplished. Cough, cough. But the man wobbled, trying to get up, and instinctively raised the gun in his hand. Who? The punch wasn't strong enough, so I didn't knock him out. That's troublesome. Ghost Freak reacted instantly and looked at the man. At this moment, a seductive voice appeared in his mind. Kill him, kill him. Z's scare was full of seduction, wanting to drag Xiao Chen onto the path of corruption. Whoever you are, shut up. Ghost Freak frowned, concentrated, directly blocked the voice in his mind, and maintained his unity of will. This made Z's scare extremely unhappy. Could it be? Is this Xiao Chen a saint? Ah, monster. At this moment, the gun-wielding man woke up completely, raised his weapon, and aimed it at Ghost Freak. Bang! Ghost Freak, however, exerted force with his fist first, directly piercing through the man's chest and sending him to hell. I don't need you to tell me, I would kill anyway. His eyes carried violent killing intent, and he said word by word. He was not a hero, so naturally, he had no high and mighty moral baggage. Whoever posed enough of a threat to him, he would deal a lethal blow to. He didn't need Z's scare, that old schemer, to nag. Immediately, Ghost Freak tore open his own shell, extended countless tentacles, and tore a hole in the bottom of the ship. Following this hole, he hugged the Kraken egg and rushed into the lake water. Inside the Omnitrix, Zscare's expression carried anger, but also a hint of relief. Although I was scolded, why am I quite satisfied in my heart? In any case, this transformer is quite to my liking. Beneath the lake surface, with a flash of light, Ghost Freak switched into Ripjaws. Relying on the light on his head, Ripjaws searched around and soon found the Kraken's location. At this moment, the Kraken was staying underwater, glaring indignantly at the boats on the surface, but it dared not make a move. It seems my warning was effective. Ripjaws slowly swam in front of it and spoke teasingly. Roar. The kraken looked as if it had seen a ghost, staring at Ripjaws tremblingly. It didn't understand. It hadn't done anything, so why was it being hunted down? Here, protect your monster egg well and don't go out. Ripjaws decisively and slowly placed down the monster egg in his hand, keeping his distance from it, fully displaying his friendliness. Seeing this, the kraken excitedly grabbed the monster egg and carried it back to its nest. It looked at Ripjaws excitedly again, as if it were constantly expressing its gratitude. Alright, stop attacking people, and I won't hit you either. We're even. Ripjaws smiled and pointed at the boats above. As for that group of people, leave them to me, he said with a fierce expression. After reaching an agreement with the kraken, Ripjaws immediately swam back to the surface of the lake, and the moment he broke through the surface, he seamlessly switched into Ghost Freak. Just like that, Ghost Freak returned to the small boat silently and transformed back to his original form. Captain Shaw. Xiao Chen walked out nonchalantly and said to Captain Shaw, who was angrily arguing, let's go back. It's fine even if we don't go fishing in the center. Let's just do that. Max took a glance at Xiao Chen, seemingly sensing something, and agreed. Alright, since you've said so, let's go fish in the shallow water area. Captain Shaw held back his anger and nodded helplessly. He returned to the cockpit, started the boat, and took everyone to the shallow water area. On the way, Xiao Chen quietly told Max and the others about the whole story, letting them understand what Jonah Melville had done. He also told them to be prepared to take cover. Meanwhile, on Jonah Melville's large boat. Finally, they've cleared off. Jonah Melville smiled and said indifferently, we can continue to find ways to lure and capture the monster. Boss, it's bad. From the cabin, his subordinates ran out in a panic, gasping for air. The guards watching the monster egg are dead. The monster egg is gone. What? Jonah Melville's expression changed in shock, and he immediately rushed into the cabin room. Looking at his subordinates lying in a pool of blood in the hole at the bottom of the hull, his expression turned ugly. Could it be that small boat? Does it have someone capable of double-crossing me? Jonah Melville's expression became ferocious, and he growled, everyone, get ready. We're going to attack that small boat together. Even if there was such a person, he was absolutely not afraid. He would just double-cross them back. Boom. The large boat fired up all its engines and sped toward the shallow water area at full speed. Shallow water area. Here, many tourists were sitting on small boats, fishing peacefully. Captain Shaw's boat was no exception. Xiao Chen was fishing leisurely, waiting for a bite, truly the most zen of them all. Brother Xiao Chen, aren't you nervous? That bunch of weirdos could come at any time. Ben Tennyson asked nervously. Xiao Chen observed the area around his fishing hook calmly, holding his fishing rod. I've figured out their background, and as for how to fight them, I have a plan. Come on. After all, he was someone with a hacked Omnitrix in his hands. Could he really be scared by this bunch of small fry? Just then, a fish suddenly took the bait. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and he moved to pull up the fish. Splash! Huge ripples suddenly came from the water surface, and the massive commotion caused Xiao Chen to lose his grip on the fishing rod, which fell into the water. Meanwhile, many small boats were also affected, and people cursed as they looked toward the source of the ripples. Over there, a large boat was speeding over. On it, there was actually a group of fully armed militants with live ammunition. And their boss, Jonah Melville, was even sitting inside a humanoid robot, as if he were piloting a Gundam. Quick, run. Aren't these people from the fishing association? What kind of fishing requires this equipment? Are they dynamiting for fish? The tourists fearfully boarded the locals' small boats and fled toward the land. Captain Shaw was no exception. He hurriedly maneuvered the boat, wanting to leave this place. You guys aim at them, I'll be back. Don't let them escape. Jonah Melville's expression was ruthless as he pulled the control lever, maneuvering the humanoid robot to leap forward. Bang! Under the stunned gazes of everyone, Jonah Melville landed heavily on the small boat, causing the entire boat to shake violently. The maneuverability was maxed out. And his subordinates raised their guns, aiming at everyone. If anyone dared to move, they would surely die. Now, hand over the monster egg. Jonah Melville looked at everyone viciously, threatening them. Captain Shaw suppressed his anger and said, I suspected you guys long ago. I didn't expect you were really after the Kraken's egg. Did you take it? Jonah Melville stared fixedly at Captain Shaw, with all guns aimed at the latter. No one noticed. Xiao Chen. Upgrade. Xiao Chen slowly raised his wrist and spoke close to the Omnitrix. Whoosh. Light flashed abruptly from his body. A tall, pitch-black alien, covered in circuit board patterns, suddenly appeared on the spot. What is this? Jonah Melville was shocked, looking at this alien, which was even rarer than the Kraken, his brain unable to react in time. Did I hit the jackpot? Hit the jackpot. I'll swallow you right now. Upgrade grinned hideously, directly curling up his body, and like venom, covered the robot piloted by Jonah Melville. He swallowed the robot, along with Jonah Melville inside it, into his stomach. Boss. What's going on? That kid turned into an alien. The boss is inside, how are we supposed to shoot? At this moment, all the militants with live ammunition looked at Upgrade, who was consuming the robot, as if facing a great enemy. This terrifying and violent scene was something even they had never seen before. They didn't even dare to fire the guns in their hands. They were afraid of angering this monster. Consumption, complete. The robot, now covered in a layer of Upgrade's skin, slowly straightened its back and clenched its fists. Now, the one piloting this robot is me, Upgrade. Everyone, shoot, woo, save me. Inside Upgrade's stomach, Jonah Melville was begging for help, almost on the verge of a breakdown, having completely lost his previous confidence. The enemy had swallowed him directly. Shoot, shoot. The moment the militants were about to open fire. Whoosh. Bang. Upgrade leapt forward, his body slamming into the large boat like a cannonball. The entire large boat tilted directly toward the water, as if it had been hit by a mortar shell. You have to know, in the original story, this robot could fight back and forth with Ripjaws and the Kraken. After being covered by Upgrade, it was like strengthening the strong, maxing out its combat power. Calling it a transformer wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Now, bullying you is even easier than fighting Vilgax's robots. Upgrade crawled toward the large boat rapidly, looking fierce. And inside, Jonah Melville clenched his fists in a breakdown, in pain. This fool is using my robot to beat up my own men. This was simply NTR right in front of his face. Bang. As Upgrade landed on the deck of the large ship, the vessel barely managed to steady itself. All the armed men stopped in their tracks, gritted their teeth, pulled their triggers, and unleashed their maximum firepower together. Countless bullets swept toward Upgrade's body like a raging storm. Yet, he controlled this body, constantly using agile footwork to dodge the countless incoming bullets. This time, Xiao Chen's movement abilities were pushed to their absolute limits. Because he needed to dodge such a fierce barrage of bullets at all costs. This, instead, squeezed out his limits. Swish, swish, swish. Relying on his movement, Upgrade was even showing signs of becoming like XLR8, with afterimages gradually appearing all around him. The vast majority of bullets could only manage to graze past him. And the bullets that did hit him, it didn't matter. After all, it was Jonah Melville's robot that was taking most of the damage. It didn't matter. Why is it getting harder and harder to hit him? How is he so agile? We're running out of bullets. The armed men were mentally collapsing. The opponent they were facing was not only terrifyingly strong, but also improving at every moment. Conversely, their stamina and willpower were gradually reaching their breaking point. It seems they can only help me train up to this point. Upgrade's expression carried a hint of disappointment. He could feel that his movement skills were no longer improving. Because the enemies could no longer put any pressure on him at all. The battle was over. Bang! Upgrade exerted force suddenly, and in an instant, he leapt behind a group of armed men. Yet they were still aiming at Upgrade's afterimages. Die! Upgrade mercilessly extended his pincers and instantly shattered one person's body. Blood and fragments splattered everywhere, and the surrounding armed men were terrified. Even they, battle-hardened as they were, had never seen such a violent scene. It was a monster crushing humans. Ah, how terrifying. I can't bear to watch anymore. Gwen Tennyson looked away, unable to bear it, and said with a trembling voice. Ben Tennyson had wanted to act like a tough guy, but he couldn't help but lower his head. Seeing this, Upgrade suddenly stopped his hand and sighed silently. Consider yourselves lucky, I don't want to go on a killing spree in front of my friends. You're letting us go. The remaining armed men took deep breaths in excitement, feeling the joy of surviving a disaster. The next second, Upgrade's expression was cold as he slowly walked to the edge of the ship. Kraken, the agreement is void. I leave this group of people to you to deal with. After giving the order, he leapt and jumped directly back onto the small boat. Then, he urged the terrified Captain Shaw to take everyone and head toward the shore. Before long, the armed men who had escaped death discovered in despair that Kraken had overturned their ship. Then, with its bloody mouth, it swallowed their bodies. On the shore, Max watched this scene and silently turned to look at Upgrade. Xiao Chen, is doing this really okay? After I got the Omnitrix, I had thought about this. Upgrade gazed into the distance and said indifferently, the conclusion I reached is, put yourself in their shoes. If the enemy were stronger than me, however they would treat me is how I will treat them. For him to be a saint, or an executioner, both were too extreme. He preferred to maintain a flexible moral standard. At least this is your own choice, and not you being blinded by power. Max quietly breathed a sigh of relief, offering comfort. He was afraid that Xiao Chen had already been blinded by the power of the Omnitrix. Looking at it now, perhaps it was just that his perspective was different. Well, you guys can go fishing now, I still have some things to take care of. Upgrade suddenly spoke up. Oh, right. Captain Shaw, please continue taking us fishing. Max was stunned for a moment, but didn't forget the main point and said to Captain Shaw. Captain Shaw nodded and couldn't help but make a dark joke. Those scumbags all died in the lake. The smell of blood will probably attract a lot of fish. Our dinner is sorted. Captain Shaw, you really are humorous. Ben Tennyson and Gwen Tennyson both twitched their mouths, making a sarcastic remark. Beside the rust bucket, Upgrade slowly opened his body and spat out a pile of parts, among which was the half-dead Jonah Melville. Yes, he had dismantled the combat robot. Don't feed me to the Kraken. I'd rather you just finish me off. Jonah Melville looked at Upgrade, trembling all over, and begged. Next, I will reassemble the combat robot, and you will watch the whole process. Upgrade's tone was cold and extremely purposeful. His ability was to take over any mechanized product and upgrade or modify it. But Xiao Chen felt, this ability could be played even more aggressively. He wanted to master the perfect dismantling of mechanical products and the perfect reassembly of mechanical products. This way, he could assemble the robots he wanted anytime, anywhere using parts. He could even build an army of machines. This robot of mine was built by the Arsenal at a great cost, how could you possibly? Shut up. After Upgrade threatened him fiercely, Jonah Melville immediately became obedient and started giving instructions. During this time, Upgrade perfectly utilized the advantages of his superpowers. Any part, information, or modification content he touched would automatically be imprinted in his mind. And as he continuously assembled things using these parts, combined with Jonah Melville's guidance, the entire manufacturing process of the combat robot gradually appeared in Upgrade's mind. After a full 20 minutes, Upgrade, covering the combat robot, slowly clenched his fists. I have completely mastered the manufacturing process of your combat robot. It's all yours. I have even more advanced materials, more advanced mechanized weapons, if you need to cooperate. Jonah Melville's brain turned rapidly, desperately trying to demonstrate his self-worth. Bang! Upgrade extended his fingers and lightly tapped Jonah Melville's throat, giving the latter a quick end. You don't need to worry about that. I don't think much of these lousy materials of yours. Upgrade slowly discarded the materials of the combat robot, revealing a look of anticipation. When Vilgax sends any other mechanized freak next time. I'll be able to use that freak's materials to build the same type of robot. And this robot could not only be used by him, but could also be controlled by others. With this, Upgrade had mastered a new ability. Xiao Chen now had one more point of confidence in dealing with Vilgax's army. Time flew by, and it was evening. Everyone sat around the campfire, eating a feast of grilled fish. Meanwhile, above the Milky Way galaxy, his subordinates slowly reported to Vilgax. Lord Vilgax. A total of 5 bounty hunters will arrive at the spaceship in one day to form a hunting squad. Vilgax nodded and said, very good. Xiao Chen must be dealt with as soon as possible. Seeing Xiao Chen transforming wildly on Earth made him extremely anxious. Heaven knows if this brat might be getting stronger again. A new day. Under the watchful eyes of the Kraken, Captain Shaw, and other locals, the Rust Bucket slowly left the lakeside and drove into a remote little town. Xiao Chen leaned against the car window, gazing at the elderly people in their twilight years outside. Everyone in this town is so old. This was the town where Great Aunt Vera and her husband lived. Grandpa was taking them to visit Great Aunt and Uncle. Wait. Ben Tennyson also leaned against the car window and exclaimed, I think I just saw an old man do a backflip. In the direction he was looking. An old man had just finished a smooth backflip and landed steadily. Indeed, I also saw an old man complete a backflip. Xiao Chen had also seen this scene and nodded, validating Ben Tennyson's observation. The two of them sang in harmony, causing Gwen Tennyson, who had been about to mock them, to rub her beautiful eyes. What? You both saw an old man do a backflip. Why am I the only one who didn't? Nerd. Ben Tennyson pointed to his head and said matter-of-factly, because your little brain is truly heat-addled. What? Gwen Tennyson widened her beautiful eyes, and the bickering phase with Ben Tennyson began again. This time, the iconic scene was directly swapped. A moment later, the Rust Bucket stopped in front of Great Aunt Vera's house. Xiao Chen, Ben Tennyson, and the others slowly stepped out of the Rust Bucket, greeted by the smiling Great Aunt Vera and Uncle. Great Aunt Vera said with a smile, Max, it's been a few years, and Xiao Chen, Ben, you've all grown so tall. Great Aunt, hello. Xiao Chen feigned a warm smile and greeted her hypocritically. You look much younger, and you've lost weight tilde. He knew that the town was crawling with alien weirdos. Pretend to be polite first, stabilize the weirdos in front of him, and then formulate a plan. Haha, is that so? Xiao Chen is getting better at talking. Great Aunt Vera covered her mouth and laughed, her expression full of acting. She was also acting. Just waiting for the right moment to make a move on Xiao Chen and the others. Ben Tennyson suddenly spoke up, getting straight to the point. Great Aunt, we saw an old man do a backflip on the way here, and I think we need to investigate. At that moment, the air instantly froze, and the atmosphere filled with acting was shattered. Xiao Chen, Great Aunt Vera, and the others looked at Ben Tennyson in disbelief. Max looked puzzled. What backflip? Bang! Like a parasitic beast, Great Aunt Vera's body split open, revealing tentacles, her face twisted. Since you know, attack. Good. Do it. Uncle spread his arms, and they transformed into deep green, slimy heavy hammers. Ben Tennyson immediately ignited the war. Activate. 4 arms. Xiao Chen let out a low growl, voice activating the Omnitrix on his wrist. As light erupted from his body, his silhouette moved without hesitation, intercepting the attack in front of Max, Ben Tennyson, and the others. The attacks from the 2 alien monsters also landed on Xiao Chen, who was shrouded in light. Everyone, you go hide first. Leave everything to me. The light dissipated, and 4 arms slowly appeared in place, his expression full of dominance. And his rock-solid pectoral muscles directly withstood the attacks of the 2 alien monsters. Even the alien monster's tentacles and the alien monster's heavy hammers cracked directly. Be careful. Brother Xiao Chen. I didn't expect this town to have aliens. Ben Tennyson and Gwen Tennyson urged him, while Max was full of surprised by the terrifying infiltration power of the aliens. After the 3 of them walked away, 4 arms looked at the 2 alien monsters in front of him with a fierce expression. 1 punch. You want to say 1 punch for each. Arrogant. The alien monsters wore mocking expressions. Bang! The next moment, 4 arms exploded with an extremely fast jab, shattering the body of one alien monster like a missile. While the body of the other alien monster was also shattered by the residual force of this punch. It's not one punch for each. It's one punch to take you both out. 4 arms looked at the debris all over the ground and said coldly. The 2 alien monsters were crushed into slag. Even their powerful self-healing abilities couldn't be put to use. They could only wait for death in silence. I understand what kind of alien species this is. This alien species disguised themselves as Vera and the others, lurking in the town. There might even be more than just these 2. At this moment, after keen observation, Max determined the current situation. But before anyone could make a move. Bang, bang, bang. Around the street, figures of alien monsters slowly appeared, walking from far to near. The number was staggering. Definitely more than 2. I'm afraid the whole town has been taken over by aliens. 4 arms narrowed his 4 eyes and said slowly. Ben Tennyson said with a sense of unease. Are we surrounded? Tetraman, either surrender or face death. As long as we get close, our numbers will be enough to tear you apart. You can only protect yourself, but you can't protect the others. The alien monsters looked down from a height, commanding 4 arms in an arrogant tone. All right. 4 arms slowly lowered his 4 hands and revealed a smile. Then I'll use Heat Blast to fight you. Omnitrix, switch to Heat Blast. Whoosh. As the light bloomed, a blazing figure appeared on the spot. It was none other than Heat Blast. You're courting death. Seeing this scene, the alien monsters seemed to lose their sanity and rushed towards Heat Blast. Bang, bang, bang. Heat Blast spread his arms, doing his best to condense fireballs one after another, and then swung them hard. Each fireball accurately hit the incoming alien monsters. Caught off guard, a full 4 or 5 alien monsters were swallowed by the flames. His aiming ability is so strong. It doesn't matter, let's dodge around and avoid his attacks. We must kill them. We absolutely cannot let them escape. The alien monsters quickly switched strategies. Some swayed left and right like moving targets, while others kept looking for cover to protect themselves. The difficulty of Heat Blast's aiming was instantly maxed out. If it's this hard to aim, then you're forcing my aiming ability to break through. Heat Blast's heart, however, calmed down. He squeezed out his stamina regardless of the cost, roaring as he condensed countless fireballs. Using his fingertips as the barrel, using fireballs as bullets, he attacked the countless moving alien monsters. Under each round of his bombardment, there were always alien monsters that could avoid Heat Blast's attacks. But Heat Blast's gaze gradually sharpened, his brain began to function, quickly predicting the enemy's movements, as if his brain had developed muscle memory. This allowed his fireballs not only to hit enemies within 50 meters in a straight line, but also gradually hit high-speed moving enemies, becoming eye-catching fireballs. But his stamina was also gradually running dry. This Pyronite's aiming talent is truly terrifying. It doesn't matter, once his stamina is exhausted, we will definitely win. The alien monsters wore smug expressions, certain that they could wear Heat Blast out. Don't forget, they are very heat resistant. No matter how accurate the shots are, it won't kill them. Time passed, second by second. While Heat Blast's aiming ability had indeed improved, with the fireballs he launched seemingly possessing their own auto-aim, he could precisely strike the approaching alien monsters. Yet the alien monsters were able to survive despite the impact of the flames. Not only that, they were getting closer and closer. Fireballs, condense faster. Heat Blast growled, his hands constantly accelerating the speed of condensing fireballs, attacking every single second. It's useless. The alien monsters walked through the sea of fire, their expressions filled with mockery. Cough, cough. Finally, Heat Blast bent over, exhausted, breathing heavily, his eyes full of miscalculation. Because he had been thrown into this unprepared, he hadn't even been able to prepare a weapon to deal with the alien monsters. Was he going to fall here this time? Cousin, keep going. Use those fireballs you can cast instantly to take them out. Ben Tennyson clenched his fists, loudly encouraging Heat Blast. Heat Blast paused, stunned. Ben, what did you say? Use instant cast fireballs to take out. Boom. Heat Blast opened his palms, a thought crossed his mind, and fireballs instantly erupted from his palms. During the high-pressure battle just now, he had actually, unknowingly, learned to squeeze his stamina to instantly cast fireballs. If Heat Blast can, then other aliens can also synchronously cast elemental powers instantly. Heat Blast's eyes shone with light. The light of a breakthrough. Wait for death, kid. At this moment, the alien monsters had already reached Heat Blast's vicinity and all raised their hands. Gwen Tennyson hid behind Heat Blast in terror. Max slowly clenched his fists, gradually adopting a plumber's fighting stance. Activate. Diamond Head. Heat Blast slowly looked up. His face transformed into the determined face of Diamond Head. At the same time, all the alien monsters morphed their palms into various weapons and smashed them fiercely toward Diamond Head. Instant cast. Diamond crystals. Diamond Head roared as he struck his hands against his surroundings. Crackle. His body actually exploded with diamond projectiles, firing them rapidly as if he were spamming them without a cooldown. Countless diamond projectiles slammed into the alien monsters, knocking them all to the ground one by one, smashing them into pulp. This scene. Diamond Head was like a true god of war, unleashing a meteor shower of diamonds, destroying all the alien monsters. Diamond projectiles. Change form. Diamond Head reached out and placed his hands on the ground. Under his control, the countless diamond projectiles formed into diamond prisons. Countless diamond prisons tightly trapped the alien monsters. How could this be? Every alien monster's face was filled with infinite question marks. What the hell is this? 1 second ago, 20 alien monsters against 4 people, the advantage was with us. This second, we got wiped out. Ben, Grandpa, grab the water guns from the rust bucket to deal with the alien monsters. They are afraid of water. Diamond Head steadied his breathing and immediately instructed Max and the others. Afterward, once Max and the others got the water guns and started slaughtering the alien monsters, Diamond Head then slumped to the ground, breathing heavily. The smile on his face carried both exhaustion and relief. A happy accident. I originally intended to train my aiming ability, but in the process of constantly aiming, I learned instant casting. The so-called instant casting ability. Heat Blast throws fireballs with no cooldown. Diamond Head releases crystals with no cooldown. Stinkfly spits slime with no cooldown. Any alien capable of ranged attacks could all release them with no cooldown. It just consumes a lot of stamina. It was precisely because Heat Blast had grinded out this skill that Diamond Head had the chance to turn the tide. Whoosh! Not long after, a light bloomed from Xiao Chen's body, forcing him to exit his transformation state. If I keep this up any longer, I'm afraid I'll suffer a backlash. Hiss. He stood up with difficulty. Cousin, are you okay? Gwen Tennyson trotted over to Xiao Chen with concern, handing him a kitten-themed water bottle. I'm fine, just very tired. Xiao Chen took the water bottle and drank deeply. The cold water brought him infinite satisfaction. After finishing, he puzzledly returned the water bottle to Gwen. This doesn't seem to be mine. Sorry, I didn't know which one was yours, and I was afraid you'd mind using Ben's, so I gave you mine. Gwen Tennyson blushed and slowly lowered her head, as if she had done something wrong. After all, she was much cleaner than Ben Tennyson tilde. Cough, cough. Xiao Chen almost choked on the water. Thank you, Gwen. Hiss. No wonder today's water tasted better than usual. Xiao Chen, how is it? Is your body okay? Max walked up to Xiao Chen with concern, interrupting his conversation with Gwen. Xiao Chen nodded weakly. I should be fine after resting for a while. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, and muscles were faintly visible on his arm. Max said in astonishment, high-intensity combat has actually given your stamina and muscles the effect of regular training. Xiao Chen shook his head. It's not enough. Physical fitness and strength still need to be honed. His instant casting, aiming, boxing, and other abilities could only buff the vast majority of aliens. Mechanics could only buff upgrade. Only his own physical fitness and strength could be shared by all aliens. And inside the Omnitrix, Ghost Freak was secretly shocked. guessing. This kid's muscles are growing so fast because his combat intensity is too terrifying. If it weren't for the alien DNA absorbing the hidden injuries, an ordinary person would have died long ago. Xiao Chen style special training, no side effects, and fast results. A while later, Xiao Chen, Max, and the others rested. They went straight to Great Aunt Vera's house. They swept away all the dark cuisine at Great Aunt Vera's house and chose to fill their stomachs. Ben Tennyson wiped away tears silently while eating maggot cheese. I never thought that I, Ben Tennyson, would one day be willing to eat this. All right, Ben. Xiao Chen stretched his joints, his condition quite good. Now that we're full, we can hit the road. No, we can go deal with the other alien monsters. There was still an alien monster base camp in this town. Ben Tennyson asked, but how are we supposed to find the other alien monsters? Xiao Chen smiled slightly and shook his wrist. What a coincidence, isn't it? I know a guy with super strong positioning ability. He's basically a human radar. He must be talking about the Vulpimancer. Xiao Chen's knowledge of aliens is truly terrifying. Max was completely impressed and gave the answer in his heart. Xiao Chen was going to become a plumber. The kind who gets a perfect score on the written exam. The Omnitrix, Wildmutt. Xiao Chen strode out of Great Aunt Vera's house and came to the door. Activate. Whoosh. Wrapped in light, countless hairs grew on his body, his muscles surged, his form hunched over. Gradually transforming into a terrifying beast. Wildmutt. This guy has no eyes. How is he a radar? Ben Tennyson strode out of Great Aunt Vera's house, looking at Wildmutt's face in astonishment. Wildmutt has no eyes. I suspect that Wildmutt perceives the world by sensing thermal energy. Max walked out of the room slowly. Although it was a guess, he was quite certain. Wildmutt nodded slightly, and the gills on the sides of his head twitched, releasing a terrifying infrasonic wave. The infrasonic wave swept through the surroundings, passing over Ben Tennyson, Max, and the others, who were composed of heat. It also swept past an alien monster slowly approaching from 100 meters away. And more alien monsters further away. In just an instant, Wildmutt had grasped the number of alien monsters along the path. Did you feel that? Max took a deep breath and looked at Wildmutt. Wildmutt nodded and used his claws to scratch words into the ground. I'll knock them down, you finish them off. Kill all the alien monsters on the road. No sooner said than done. He moved quickly, knocking down one alien monster after another on the road with lightning speed. Max, holding his water gun, quickly followed along with Ben Tennyson and the others, finishing them off along the way. They fought all the way, finally arriving at a junkyard, where an underground tunnel was clearly visible. Whoosh! Wildmutt jumped into the junkyard and deactivated his transformation. It seems the alien monsters are hiding in this underground space. Xiao Chen walked to the front of the underground tunnel, looking into the bottomless passage. Gwen Tennyson looked at the underground entrance, thoughtful. The reason they chose to root themselves underground is because they're afraid of rain, right? If it rains, they would surely die on the surface. Therefore, the alien monster base was set up in the underground world. Very reasonable. So, what should we do? Xiao Chen, we are all willing to listen to your opinion. Ben Tennyson, Gwen Tennyson, and even Max, all three looked at Xiao Chen, letting him make the decision. Relying on absolute force and strategy, he had become the core of the team. Xiao Chen looked at the underground entrance, cautious. There is only one way, and that is for me to take the initiative. If I win, it's a huge profit. If I lose, I'll just treat it as physical training, a moment of enlightenment. This method is very dangerous. Max's expression was a bit strained as he clenched his fists. The goddess of luck won't always favor one person. Grandpa, don't worry, I can retreat at any time. After saying this, Xiao Chen jumped into the tunnel without hesitation. The moment he passed through the pitch-black tunnel and landed in the vast underground space. Wildmutt slowly climbed to his feet, sensing the entire underground world. Thermal energy, captured. Wildmutt suddenly turned his head, looking toward a certain tunnel, sensing the huge nest outside the passage, as well as the dozens of alien monsters inside. He sprinted directly toward the nest. Brother Xiao Chen, good luck. Gwen Tennyson cheered him on silently. Ben Tennyson held a water gun in each hand, ready to cover Xiao Chen at any moment. Max frowned deeply and said slowly, "Let me think, I seem to have forgotten something important." Wild Mud arrived at the entrance of the alien monster nest, sensing everything inside. Countless people were trapped in slimy cocoons, their body temperatures extremely low, in extreme danger. On the other side were the alien monsters responsible for discussing tactics to conquer Earth. Among them, some sharp-eyed ones had already discovered Wildmutt's presence and issued a warning. "What's going on? Where did this guy come from? Just kill him." In an instant, the alien monsters went hysterical and walked toward Wildmutt. The bloody battle begins. Wildmutt tensed his entire body, as if mobilizing every motor nerve in his body. "If I lose, it's extreme training. If I win, I make a huge profit. In any case, I will keep the situation under my control. Die. Slaughter him." One by one, the alien monsters spread their arms, directly transforming into agile tentacles, and countless tentacles wrapped crazily around Wildmutt. At this moment, Wildmutt lunged forcefully, his body flexibly executing positioning maneuvers, jumping and rolling across the ground. His movement technique was so fast that it even created afterimages. The alien monster's offensive was fierce. Wildmutt wove through them. Moreover, due to the extremely superior motor nerves in Wildmutt's DNA. Although his movement technique was not as fast as XLR8, it was extremely agile. "We can't even hit him without eyes." Every one of the alien monsters was dumbfounded. They had never seen such an agile Wildmutt. Did he turn on observation hockey or something? Form a line, compress his evasion space, and then attack him. No one knew which alien monster shouted it. The alien monsters quickly formed a perimeter, controlling Wildmutt within it while fiercely attacking him from all directions. "I can still avoid the attacks. But I can't break through the perimeter." Wildmutt dodged with all his might, while simultaneously activating his perception and movement technique. But he couldn't make a counterattack. It seemed. If I don't switch aliens, is there only a dead end? He's so hard to kill without eyes. An alien monster said in frustration, throwing a rock at Wildmutt. Wildmutt didn't notice, but at the very moment he was about to be hit, his fur felt a slight breeze. His sharp motor nerves, combined with his skillful movement technique, allowed him to dodge the attack. "I understand." At this moment, Wildmutt landed on the ground, the corners of his mouth curling up. He suddenly lowered his sensory abilities, reducing his stamina consumption. Then, he arduously captured the gusts of wind attacking from all around, judging the enemy's offensive. Relying on his powerful motor nerves, he dodged to the limit. In the past, every one of Xiao Chen's aliens needed to see, or use some sort of sense, to detect the enemy's attack before they could avoid it. But if he could use the wind sensing method, he would automatically execute movement techniques to dodge. That would undoubtedly directly strengthen his margin for error. Therefore, relying on Wildmutt's super strong motor nerves, I can definitely master the wind sensing movement technique in this high pressure environment. Wildmutt's blood was boiling, his figure dodging one attack after another by a hair's breadth. The other alien monsters thought they were about to win, and each excitedly sped up. Little did they know. Wildmutt's sensory abilities were decreasing bit by bit. His ability to capture the wind was constantly improving, and his movement technique would move with the wind. The wind sensing movement technique was gradually reaching perfection. "I have the stamina, time to break through." Wildmutt sensed the wind, skillfully dodging the attacks, and with one claw, furiously tore apart the bodies of two alien monsters. Then, he ran all the way to a metal wall, before barely stopping. He got away. "It's fine, he's blocked by our spaceship. Let's kill the dog for meat, we're having dog meat hotpot." The alien monsters grinned viciously, treating Wildmutt as a doomed wretch at the end of his rope. Roar. Wildmutt suddenly raised his head and let out a roar. Whoosh. His body burst into light. Upgrade appeared in place, seeing the huge spaceship in front of him. He suppressed his ecstatic expression and praised. As expected of Azimuth's masterpiece, it can even recognize Wildmutt's roar. He had just been calling to switch to upgrade. What is this situation? The alien monsters all looked at Upgrade as if they had seen a ghost, rubbing their eyes incessantly. No. In the middle of a fight, he switched people. Now. Upgrade slowly reached out and placed his hand on the huge spaceship. His body was actually covering this spaceship. The moment of enlightenment is over. I'm going to cover this spaceship, transform it into a super-sized robot, and slaughter you all. Whether losing or winning, neither was the outcome of this battle. The result is, Xiao Chen loses first, and then prepares to win big. What is going on? I have never seen such a deranged sight. Our spaceship has been eaten. Every alien monster stopped in their tracks. They looked dazed, staring at the scene before them in utter confusion, as if witnessing a miracle. Upgrade's body stretched to the limit, his color fading as he covered the entire spaceship. Not only that, the spaceship began to transform rapidly, and under his evolution, it bit by bit turned into a large combat robot. Bang! On both sides of the spaceship, a pair of massive iron arms grew out, even larger than Luffy's Gear 3 fists. And on the front of the spaceship, Upgrade's facial features appeared. Alien monsters, you are just as thoughtful as Teacher Guy. You taught me how to aim around corners, instant casting abilities, and movement techniques. This disciple is truly grateful. Bang! The spaceship condensed legs and slowly stood up. To thank you, I'll slaughter you all right now. Guy, who is Teacher Guy? Kill us. We don't want that. At this moment, the alien monsters, like bullied children, fled in all directions in a breakdown. The enemy was brawling with you a second ago. The next second, he can just modify a Gundam to fight you. Their mental states completely shattered. Running is useless. Upgrade roared and swung his iron fist, which slammed directly into a dozen alien monsters. A dozen alien monsters were turned into meat paste, the kind you could make beef balls with. He swung his pair of iron fists, slaughtering this group of alien monsters. No matter how the alien monsters wailed and screamed, Upgrade did not stop attacking. Until the ground was covered in alien monsters that had become meat paste. Upgrade finally stopped his hands, panting. Phew, they're almost all meat paste, but there might still be some left alive. Bang, bang, bang. At the entrance of the nest, Max, Ben Tennyson, and the others suddenly ran down. Xiao Chen. Max's eyes widened instantly, looking at the scene in disbelief. You turned into this, and ended the battle. Yeah, something like that. I settled it using the skills I learned earlier. Upgrade nodded his head with a relaxed expression, answering. This. Max was deeply shocked by the scene before him. Xiao Chen fully interpreted the power of the Omnitrix. Skills were grinded up, attributes were raised. Whenever encountering favorable conditions, Xiao Chen would counter-kill you in minutes. And the enemies were directly countered to the point of having no power to fight back. Just like now, Upgrade's strength is almost surpassing Vilgax. It's a pity that the materials of this spaceship are not suitable for a combat robot, otherwise I could solo Vilgax right now. Upgrade thought regretfully, then asked Max, Grandpa, what are you all doing here? Oh, I remembered something. Max said immediately, there are underground water pipes nearby. Breaking them can directly eliminate all the alien monsters. Grandpa, awesome. You are the best plumber. Upgrade gave a thumbs up. Let's do that. Next, Max and the others suffered a bit, moving away the people who had been wrapped up one by one. Upgrade found the location of the water pipe, and while smashing the mud wall, he destroyed the water pipe. Letting the water flood the meat paste on the ground, completely taking away the lives of all the alien monsters. A moment later, Upgrade used his mechanical body to plug the gap in the water pipe, then left the underground nest tilde. It reached the entrance. Upgrade filled the entrance again, which was considered a rough erasure of the traces of the alien monster's arrival. And the slime balls that everyone brought out automatically melted, revealing the people inside. Everything was turning for the better. Not long after, Vera and Uncle were hosting Xiao Chen and the others in the restaurant. They rubbed their heads from time to time, recalling the events of the past few days, but couldn't remember anything. Just like everyone else in this town. Xiao Chen ate the delicious food and said with a smile, Maybe you just had a long dream last night. Don't worry, Auntie, Uncle. That must be it. Vera guessed, her expression carrying a hint of confusion. Also, why was all the food in their house eaten up? Did mice get into the house? The town returned to its former harmony and peace. What was different was, in the Milky Way galaxy, dark currents were surging inside Vilgax's spaceship. Lord Vilgax, 5 bounty hunters have each killed their way through our dozen or so small robots and passed the test. A mechanical freak walked up to Vilgax and reported respectfully. A trace of heartache flashed in Vilgax's eyes, and he nodded. Let them in. Although there aren't many robots left, the strength test is still necessary. At least, they must be able to instantly kill combat robots like Xiao Chen. Only then are they qualified to fight him. Bang! The spaceship door opened wide. A Pyronite slowly walked in, shivering uncontrollably, his blue flames particularly eye-catching. From time to time, he kept coughing. Sickly weakling, walk faster. Another figure wearing a huge black robe walked in, urging the person in front. Whoosh! And behind them, a samurai robot wearing purple armor flew in directly. TCH, 66, I'm not slower than you. Another crab robot with huge crab claws followed closely behind 66. Why are there only 4? Vilgax stared at the 4, questioning. I finished the test first, so I arrived the earliest. It's just that I didn't let anyone discover me. In a dark corner, a monster in black armor walked out with majestic momentum. The 5 bounty hunters, all present. Your mission is to hunt down Xiao Chen and retrieve the Omnitrix I want. Next, I will give you aircraft and radar to track the Omnitrix signal. Vilgax instructed his subordinates, letting them distribute the equipment one by one. This prey is mine. Cough, cough, don't fight with me, cough, cough. Sickly weakling. Hurry up and save money for your treatment, it's not light. I, Diamond Head, will definitely complete the mission. The 5 bounty hunters, each of them highly conceited, left with extreme arrogance. They even regarded each other as rivals, without considering at all whether Xiao Chen is easy to catch. A 5-man team. Xiao Chen is surely dead, right? Vilgax muttered. If it were the Xiao Chen from 3 days ago, he would indeed be surely dead. But now, how much stronger has this fool brat Xiao Chen become? The next morning, at dawn, the rust bucket drove out of the small town, traveling along the desert highway. Along the way, they passed an abandoned training ground, and the rust bucket came to a stop. Grandpa, this training ground looks pretty good. Maybe it can help me train my physical abilities. Xiao Chen looked at the training ground outside with gleaming eyes and suddenly said. I was just about to tell you, I didn't expect you to say it before me. Alright, let's train here for a while. Max shook his head helplessly. Xiao Chen was truly a go-getter. Everyone got out of the rust bucket together and entered the training ground. Xiao Chen slowly raised his wrist with the Omnitrix and said calmly, Omnitrix, activate. Brother Xiao Chen, are you sure you want to use him? You're not joking, right? Hearing the name Xiao Chen mentioned, the others' expressions turned fearful. Certain. As a flash of light flickered, a cold voice rang out. Xiao Chen's special training began once again. In the sky, 5 aircraft were flying in formation. Suddenly, the aircraft carrying the crab robot accelerated, rushing toward the Omnitrix signal location first. Crab is really impatient. It's fine, let's slow down and let him test the waters first. The other bounty hunters, each harboring their own ulterior motives, looked at the descending aircraft mockingly and chose to slow down, leaving Crab to descend to Earth alone. A moment later, Ben Tennyson's eyes lit up, and he pointed excitedly at the sky. Is that a shooting star? Could another Omnitrix be arriving? In the sky, a shooting star, wreathed in flames, was falling near them. In the training ground, Ghost Freak slowly looked up and said with an icy expression, maybe it's not an Omnitrix, it's an enemy. As he spoke, he turned invisible immediately. Having read the plot thoroughly, he already knew what would happen today, and had fully prepared for battle. Not good. Max also sensed something was wrong and pulled Ben Tennyson and Gwen Tennyson to hide behind a rock. Bang! The shooting star crashed onto the ground where everyone had previously been standing, smashing a large crater. Amidst the flames, Crab brandished his giant crab claws, the grinding sound of the claws colliding being particularly terrifying. Xiao Chen, get out here. He scanned his surroundings but only saw the nervous Max and the others. He didn't see any sign of Xiao Chen at all. This rat, did he turn on invisibility? Crab immediately looked mocking, his eyes flickering as he prepared to activate thermal tracking to capture Xiao Chen. Once he caught Xiao Chen, he would. Bang! A heavy blow suddenly ripped across Crab's face. His face was scarred, and the world before his eyes turned into static. His visual system had completely collapsed. Now, you can't see me anymore. Ghost Freak revealed a ferocious smile, maintaining his invisible state. He wouldn't be stupid enough to let the enemy use their abilities before fighting back. This guy enters combat mode faster than me, a bounty hunter. Crab's brain hadn't even caught up yet, and he looked around in shock. Ghost Freak immediately pressed his advantage, extending his claws to tear at Crab again. Snap! Crab reacted, brandishing his giant crab claws to block Ghost Freak's claws, responding calmly. For a moment, the two were evenly matched. I don't have much time left. Ghost Freak took a deep breath, his mind racing. Think, among the skills I currently possess, what is suitable for Ghost Freak? Punching, aiming, instant casting, and a series of other skills were not suitable for Ghost Freak. Then, there was only one that was suitable. Snap! Ghost Freak suddenly tore open his outer layer, revealing 7 or 8 deep black tentacles, directly unleashing his true form. Use Ghost Freak's full power. His countless tentacles swept out wildly, bombarding Crab like a violent rainstorm. What's going on? Crab looked bewildered, his raised giant crab claws feeling the countless incoming attacks. At this moment, facing the frenzied attacks coming at him every second, he was instantly pinned in place, unable to move. The opponent's strength was suppressing him. At this moment, Ghost Freak, as if possessed by a ghoul, was tearing Crab apart with those countless tentacles. Those indestructible giant crab claws actually started to show countless cracks. Crab's entire arm began to tremble. Block, I can't even block it. Why did the alien Xiao Chen transformed into give him the feeling of facing Z's scare? Even though Z's scare had long since disappeared. Finally. Use this move to end your defensive means. Ghost Freak roared low, his figure instantly phasing into the ground. Immediately, his countless tentacles burst from the ground, piercing through Crab's crab claws from all directions. Snap! Those giant crab claws were ultimately shattered to pieces. I have no hands left. Crab's eyes were filled with rage. He immediately made a final attempt, reaching out with his remaining hand to draw his katana. Swoosh! A cold glint flashed. Countless tentacles instantly pierced through Crab's entire body. Sorry, when you have no defensive means, you are dead. Ghost Freak said coldly. Bang! Crab fell heavily to the ground, the light in his eyes fading. You must have transformed into Z's scare, come out and let me see. From beginning to end, Ghost Freak remained silent, refusing to appear. It wasn't until the light in Crab's eyes faded away, and Ghost Freak pierced his head with a tentacle, that he slowly revealed himself. How could I possibly appear before killing you completely? Ghost Freak looked at Crab, murmuring to himself. From beginning to end, Crab didn't even see who the enemy was before being brutally slaughtered. Brother Xiao Chen, what's going on with this guy? Could he be an accomplice of the previous mechanical freaks? Max, Ben Tennyson, and the others walked over, all looking at Crab with serious expressions, asking in disbelief. This freak was obviously very strong. To think he could hold out against Xiao Chen for so long. He must have a significant background. He just said before he died that he was sent by a freak named Vilgax, and the previous mechanical freaks were also Vilgax's handiwork. Ghost Freak remained expressionless, directly leaking spoilers in advance. Well, Crab was dead anyway. Since he said it, he couldn't refute it. It really is Vilgax. Max looked as if he had been prepared for this and suggested, there might be more than one enemy, we'd better leave. Lest we get surrounded. I agree, however, I have another use for this corpse. Ghost Freak smiled and slowly picked up Crab's body. Everyone returned to the rust bucket together. The rust bucket started up. Ghost Freak transformed into Upgrade, directly covering Crab's corpse, and modified this powerful mechanical equipment into a combat robot. Brother Xiao Chen. Big brother. Ben Tennyson got excited as he watched Upgrade's movements. Are you going to modify a battle robot to fight them? I am going to use these parts to build a battle robot, but I won't be the one operating it, Upgrade said calmly. He had only managed to perfectly crush Crab by relying on his plot knowledge, unlocking Ghost Freak's abilities, and his super physical strength. But he couldn't guarantee that he could crush other bounty hunters, or even more bounty hunters than in the original story. Therefore, building a battle robot was necessary. Is the operator the smartest person among us? Ben began to hint wildly. Upgrade was blunt and direct. The operator is Grandpa. Ben, if you want to use a battle robot, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Alright, then leave it to me. Grandpa knows a thing or two about operating mechanical robots. Max agreed decisively, looking relaxed. Fortunately, Xiao Chen didn't mess around with Ben. Letting him operate the robot was the best choice. Meanwhile, 4 bounty hunters appeared in the previous desert. 6-6 glanced at the crab claw fragments left on the ground and said thoughtfully, Xiao Chen killed Crab. And he has been maintaining his transformed state the whole time. Ahem. So arrogant. If we hunt him down together, he will definitely die. 2 bounty hunters said, both with icy expressions. Xiao Chen's strength instead forced them to hurry up and follow the direction the rust bucket had left in. Only Diamond Head stood where he was, hesitating to leave. This kid seems to be better than I expected. The rust bucket finally drove into an abandoned town and hid there. As the door of the rust bucket opened, Upgrade transformed the heavy parts, climbed out of the car first, and arrived at an open space. The moment he landed, he detached from the heavy parts. And right there, a battle robot identical to the one used by Jonah Melville had been assembled. It was just made of better materials and had more advanced technology. It could be called a plus version. Transform back. Xiao Chen looked worried, sighing repeatedly as he looked at the battle robot. Ben Tennyson held his head in his hands, looking dejected. Cousin, why are you sighing? Isn't it built? It's a pity I'm not the one operating it, sigh. It is built, but I realized that Grandpa probably can't fit into the cockpit. Xiao Chen hesitated before saying. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads and looked at Max's big belly, all falling silent. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. I, a plumber, have actually been defeated by fatness. Max looked instantly hurt, walked up to the battle robot, but truly couldn't squeeze in. Can I try? Ben climbed in tentatively, and happened to fit perfectly into the pilot's seat. Hey, who said being short has no advantages? Seeing this, Xiao Chen made a difficult decision. Ben, you get used to this robot first. We'll see how things go later, you can provide support for me. Oh yeah. Ben cheered excitedly, actually starting to operate the battle robot and began adapting to it on the spot. But after a while, bang! 2 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the town. One was incredibly tall, wearing a huge black robe, like a giant beast. The other was a pyronite, covered in blue fire, coughing from time to time, and much shorter in stature. One big and one small, extremely bizarre. As expected, there are more than 3 bounty hunters. Vilgax really thinks highly of me. Xiao Chen said with a wry smile, decisively raising the Omnitrix and saying, Omnitrix, I choose to transform, 4 arms. When in doubt, 4 arms. Swoosh. As the light flashed, the 2 figures looked toward 4 arms' hiding spot simultaneously. Without them needing to move, 4 arms slowly walked out of his hiding spot, and ignoring the 2 of them, walked up to a house. Kid, you finally came out. I, Plague Man, will wipe you out directly. Plague Man was burning with blue fire, speaking coldly. The giant beast in the black robe slowly extended its 4 arms, muscles tensed. Is he blind? Can't he see us? Boom. The next moment, 4 arms exerted force with his 4 arms, directly lifting the house and throwing it at the 2 figures from a very long distance. And yet, the house was thrown with pinpoint accuracy, smashing directly onto the heads of the 2 bounty hunters. starting the fight by gifting the opponent a house to liven things up. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Ben 10. Start from hacking the Omnitrix. Part 2. Boom. A massive house crashed down onto two figures, smashing both of them into the ground. I'll slaughter you. Four Arms looked cold as frost, wanting to step forward and press the attack. But his heart suddenly pounded, and goosebumps rose all over his body, as if warning him of something. Click. Not far away, 6-6 raised his laser gun, aiming at Four Arms' forehead. The laser gun's muzzle instantly gathered a laser, about to blow Four Arms' head off. Die. 6-6 slowly pulled the trigger. Bang. A figure suddenly flew out, tackling 6-6 to the ground, swinging both fists in a flurry, accompanied by shouting, "You sneak attack, I sneak attack." What a loser. 6-6 was dumbfounded, looking at the battle robot on top of him, pulling out a katana and slashing hard to break free. The two mechanical operators had clashed. Ben. Four Arms noticed the commotion and simply said, "You just need to hold him off. I'll solve the trouble here immediately." He decisively looked ahead, fully focused. Boom. The massive house was overturned by immense strength. A scarred, muscular Tetraman tore off his tattered black clothes. "Since you're a Tetraman, let's settle this in melee combat. Four Arms warrior, you take the lead, I'll find a way to freeze his body in one shot." Plague Man stood to the side, discussing the battle situation. "You, just watch." As soon as Four Arms warrior finished speaking, he stomped on the ground, his figure rushing out with afterimages. Just at this moment, Four Arms also tensed his body, stepping with footwork and rushing out, bringing afterimages behind him too. They were not only the same race. They were both martial artists too. Strike first. Four Arms decisively swung his fist, a skilled straight punch exploding toward Four Arms warrior. Four Arms warrior easily dodged, and the moment he dodged, he countered with a high-speed bombardment. What fast reflexes! Four Arms said in surprise, barely dodging while only able to counter with one punch. And this punch. It was also easily avoided by Four Arms warrior, who quickly countered. The difference between the two appeared instantly. Although Four Arms could use fist techniques and footwork, he couldn't combine them perfectly. But Four Arms warrior was more experienced, combining the two into one, striking Four Arms systematically, leaving Four Arms with no power to fight back. "I really just need to watch." Plague Man cursed, his face revealing a strange smile. "Wait, whoever wins, I'll take them out." That's not bad either. Brother Xiao Chen, why is he being suppressed so badly? Gwen Tennyson gripped her hands tightly, terrified by this scene. She couldn't imagine what would happen to Xiao Chen. Max stabilized his emotions and suddenly said, "Xiao Chen, next you need to combine your fist techniques with your footwork. Observe the enemy, imitate him." Then, as he spoke, it was like an injection of adrenaline. Four Arms keenly observed Four Arms warrior, and his footwork and fist techniques gradually combined. The combination. It allowed him to effectively dodge while also countering Four Arms warrior. Both sides' fists even collided from time to time, evenly matched. Not only that, Max was teaching him incisively, imparting knowledge to Four Arms. Real combat, plus the essentials I told you, you can win. All right, Grandpa. Four Arms roared low, constantly refining his own fighting system. His afterimages gradually increased, and his fist techniques gradually swept out from all corners. While his figure was elusive, his fists were as terrifying as a torrential downpour, making Four Arms warrior suffer bitterly, completely unable to take down Four Arms. What's this old man's background? How does he know so much fighting knowledge? Four Arms was so angry he cursed. It doesn't matter, as long as he drags it out, Four Arms will definitely be the first to collapse from exhaustion. Time kept passing. Four Arms' stamina didn't decrease at all, as if he had activated blood rage, and his fists gradually began to explode on Four Arms warrior. Four Arms warrior's bones broke one by one, but he had no energy to fight back. He spat out blood, his face full of horror. Xiao Chen, can you not feel tired? Idiot. Forearm's expression held mockery as he slowly said, didn't Vilgax tell you? Every DNA in the Omnitrix is from the most excellent race. Including Tetramans. That means, the moment my technique caught up to yours, you were a dead man. Oh right, I forgot. This piece of information, only I know. He revealed a smile of absolute control. No wonder his various talents evolved so quickly. At this moment, Forearm's warrior finally understood. The person on the opposite side wasn't just a king of perseverance. He was also a freaking talent player. Bang bang bang. Forearms completely abandoned all footwork, fixed himself in front of Forearm's warrior, and countless punches landed fiercely on Forearm's warrior. He was like Leo possessed. He smashed the enemy to pieces with punch after punch. Before long, Forearm's warrior fell to the ground covered in blood, his eyes frozen with regret. If I had known, I wouldn't have been the second one to go up. It's fine, the next one is him. Forearms took a deep breath, adjusting his rhythm. He still wasn't too tired, and fiercely charged toward Plague Man. You're courting death. Plague Man smiled, suddenly opening his arms and erupting a large amount of cold air. Cough cough. Since I got sick, I've gained cold air that can freeze everything, and you're no exception. However, facing the deadly cold air, Forearms actually sped up. The cold air kept covering his body, freezing his limbs, and spreading across his body, causing Forearm's whole body to go necrotic. But he still carried immense strength, appearing right in front of Plague Man. At this moment, Plague Man's pupils dilated, looking at the unhesitating Forearms, his face full of terror. Don't come over. Bang! Forearm's body slammed into Plague Man. Like a locomotive, he instantly smashed Plague Man to smithereens. 2 bounty hunters died miserably on Earth. He won. Gwen Tennyson looked at this scene in disbelief, excitedly clutching her small hands. Brother Xiao Chen, is everything over? Wait, Xiao Chen's condition is also very bad. Max became deeply worried. At this time, Forearms was freezing all over, most of his body completely frozen, gradually going necrotic. He endured the pain, roaring low, Omnitrix, switch, Diamond Head. Whoosh. As the light flashed. Although Diamond Head retained the original painful memories, he easily exerted strength and broke free from the ice shackles. A mere fatal wound could restrain Forearms. It couldn't restrain the Diamond Head with explosive defense. Being able to make me learn to combine footwork and fist techniques, and develop systematic combat, your lives were worth it. Diamond Head glanced at the 2 corpses and said slowly. Whoosh. From the sky, a sound came. Diamond Head, wearing heavy black armor, flew over on a hoverboard, pointing straight at Diamond Head. This is Diamond Head. Although he knew the opponent hated Vilgax, Diamond Head still dared not lower his guard and assumed a fighting stance. Seizing the initiative was paramount. You are strong. Diamond Head stepped on his hoverboard, hovering above Diamond Head, and said arrogantly, but in my opinion, you're just someone who relied on cheap tricks to luckily unleash some combat power. You're not as good as me. You can try, Diamond Head said coldly. Bang! A massive figure crashed down beside Diamond Head. Huh. Diamond Head was startled at first, but upon closer inspection, it was the combat robot, Ben. Inside the combat robot, Ben Tennyson was dizzy and looked miserable. Brother Xiao Chen, my first battle seems to have been a mess. I can't beat that guy. That goes without saying. Diamond Head switched to mocking mode. No matter what, 6-6 is a bounty hunter. You're just a green kid, what kind of experience do you have to compete with 6-6? Xiao Chen was the same. Diamond Head fell silent for a moment. Immediately after, he spoke up. Upgrade. With the appearance of Upgrade, he covered the combat robot. Boom. Upgrade enhanced the combat robot, instantly gaining unparalleled power and moving to the side of Gwen Tennyson and Max in a flash. Then, Upgrade scooped up Gwen Tennyson with one hand and carried Max with the other, quickly leaping away from the scene. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. Gwen and Max were both stunned. Why didn't you stop him? You idiot. I finally managed to knock that kid down. 6-6 stormed out, looking disheveled, and questioned Diamond Head angrily. Diamond Head said expressionlessly, "Cut the crap. If you still want the bounty, cooperate with me to hunt down Xiao Chen and the others. Now, it's just us left." 66 looked around and instantly calmed down. He finally said coldly, "Don't let it happen again. Xiao Chen, huh? He's more mature than I imagined. He didn't lose his head because of my provocation, but instead chose to retreat when at a disadvantage." Behind Diamond Head's poker face, he secretly praised Xiao Chen. The two of them used the radar to capture the Omnitrix signal again. But the Omnitrix signal had cut off. On the abandoned railway tracks near the town, two mine carts were traveling along the tracks, heading towards a mine. One mine cart held the cramped combat robot. On the other mine cart were Xiao Chen, Ben Tennyson, and the others. Phew. Xiao Chen leaned against the side of the mine cart, recovering his strength. "It's a good thing I took you guys and ran for a bit, then found these mine carts and deactivated my transformation, otherwise it would have been all for nothing. I'm sorry." Ben Tennyson lowered his head, quite unwillingly, and said, "I messed up." "It's nothing, Ben. You did well." Xiao Chen comforted Ben Tennyson. Compared to the arson in the first episode of the original work, this time was already pretty good. "But, brother Xiao Chen." Ben Tennyson suddenly looked up at the combat robot. "If I could change the way I control the combat robot, I might not be worse than that 66. "What do you mean?" Xiao Chen hadn't reacted yet. Ben Tennyson actually pulled a game controller out of his pocket and said with a straight face, "I'm asking you, later, install the joystick and buttons from the game controller onto the control interface." "What?" Xiao Chen's calm face showed absurdity for the first time. "Ben, are you kidding me? If it's about playing games, Ben is indeed very strong." At this moment, even the sarcastic Gwen Tennyson had to acknowledge Ben's gaming skills. In Ben Tennyson's determined eyes, his resolve was hidden. "Brother Xiao Chen, trust me. If I can fight using my gaming experience, I'll give you a surprise. I choose to believe you." Xiao Chen had no other choice but to take a gamble. Before long, the two mine carts arrived at their final destination, an abandoned mine. The combat robot was placed to the side, and the parts on the control interface had been replaced with the joystick and buttons. "All right." Xiao Chen slowly stepped out of the combat robot and said, "I used upgrade just a moment ago. I believe the two bounty hunters will be here soon. Cousin, do you have the confidence to take on that guy in the black armor one-on-one?" Ben Tennyson rubbed his hands together. "In a one-on-one fight, no." Xiao Chen shook his head honestly, but then sharply retorted, "Ben, do you remember what I once said? What is the strongest point of the Omnitrix?" Ben Tennyson fell silent. He looked exactly like a student who had been called upon. "The strongest part is its terrifying versatility." As he spoke, Xiao Chen already had a battle strategy in mind. Ben Tennyson nodded silently and climbed into the combat robot. Looking at the joystick and buttons on the interface, he felt a sense of being at home. After the two were ready, Max and Gwen Tennyson quickly hid behind a piece of abandoned machinery. Not long after, a figure with a rocket pack appeared in the sky first. 66 looked coldly at Ben Tennyson below, looking mocking. "Driving a robot to fight me again? Kid, what are you going to use to fight me?" His control over mechanical armor completely crushed Ben Tennyson. Whoosh! Ben Tennyson slammed the joystick, his fingers turning into blurs as he furiously pressed the buttons. The whole person looked like they were in a struggle. It felt like someone who had been crushed by an enemy while playing the King of Fighters and was trying to get payback. WTF. The next moment, 66 immediately cursed. Bang, bang, bang. Ben Tennyson's storm of operations caused the combat robot to sprint to a steep hillside, and while charging up the slope, it leapt, pouncing on 66 like a tiger. "Freak. This time it's my turn to beat you up," he roared. At least Ben shouldn't get beaten too badly. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen finally felt relieved. "Xiao Chen." Max raised his voice, not caring about exposing their position, and said, "The strongest one has arrived. I'm honored that you can evaluate me like that." On the tracks, Diamond Head walked over, his tone towards Max seemingly carrying a faint hint of admiration. "The strongest one has indeed arrived." Xiao Chen was quite calm, looking at Diamond Head and saying, I'll give you time to transform. Choose. Petrosapien. Diamond Head slowly spread his arms, not even intending to start the fight, arrogantly granting Xiao Chen time to transform. I will personally shatter your arrogance. Xiao Chen thought this to himself, slowly raised his wrist, and spoke the name he had long prepared. The key to defeating Diamond Head. Whoosh. Accompanied by a flash of light. The peculiar sound of insect wings flapping at high frequency, accompanied by a foul stench, spread out. Stinkfly slowly flew into midair. Lepidopteran. Diamond Head frowned. That is not a good choice, even worse than your previous selection. Ha! Tui. Stinkfly had no intention of wasting words, he opened his mouth and instantly fired a large amount of foul-smelling slime. Zero frame startup, foul-smelling beam. How is the charging speed so fast? Diamond Head's expression changed instantly, his scalp tingling as he watched the incoming foul-smelling slime. The sour stench that rushed straight to his crown made him dodge frantically. He didn't even dare to block it. Bang! 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 Stinkfly kept firing the foul-smelling slime instantly. Diamond Head kept dodging. Soon, the entire mine was filled with a foul stench, like a septic tank. My eyes hurt from the stench. My head is about to be knocked dizzy. What is this? A foul-smelling tactic. Diamond Head dodged angrily, getting more furious the more he fought. In all his years as a bounty hunter, no one had ever toyed with him using such a disgusting tactic. Once Stinkfly ran out of stamina, that would be the moment he got insta-killed. Grandpa, what kind of tactic is this? Gwen Tennyson asked, pinching her nose, completely puzzled. Max subconsciously took a deep breath. Then, his vision blurred, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Grandpa. Grandpa. Gwen Tennyson said in a panic. You mean, Brother Xiao Chen's tactic is gas warfare? Grandpa, you're acting way too realistically. Before long, Diamond Head was hit by a glob of slime, covered in the foul stench. He completely gave up, looking at Stinkfly with furious eyes. I don't care if I'm covered in crap anymore, come on. Phew, out of stamina. Stinkfly was out of stamina and could no longer maintain the instant fire state. He fell straight toward the ground, unable to even fly. Now, you're done for. Diamond Head rubbed his hands together, stepping forward with his foul-smelling body. Since you can't even beat me, what do you have to fight Vilgax with? Earth brat. Done for. Stinkfly revealed a strange smile. Switch, heat blast. Whoosh. A flash of light appeared, and flames began to burn fiercely. He fell toward the foul-smelling ground in the form of heat blast. Heat blast. A pyronite. Diamond Head realized instantly, his disgust for Xiao Chen deepening. Bringing out heat blast, isn't that just waiting to die? Does this kid have no tactics at all? Bang. The next second, heat blast's figure landed straight on the ground. He landed on the ground, which was foul-smelling and covered in vomit. The fire on his body instantly caused the vomit beneath him to explode, emitting a boom sound, like a landmine. Huh. At this moment, Diamond Head's eyes trembled, his expression turning wrong. Explode, it exploded. The pyronite's fire can ignite the slime. He looked around. Except for where Max and Gwen Tennyson were, the rest of the area was covered in slime. In other words, explosion is art. The battle is over. Heat Blast smiled slightly, spread his arms, and lay flat on the ground. Rumble. Rumble. In an instant, explosions occurred one after another throughout the entire mine. The flames acted like a fuse, detonating the slime covering the ground. Countless explosions stacked together, like a nuclear blast. It blew Diamond Head up in the middle of it. My armor. Bathed in the explosion, Diamond Head instantly saw his own armor blown to pieces. Not only that, he himself was swallowed by the explosion. I've said it before. The Omnitrix's greatest strength lies in combinations, not individual combat power. I hone my individual combat power to ensure my baseline is high enough, while my tactics determine the ceiling. Heat Blast looked at the scene before him excitedly. Just like right now, his set of tactics, combined with his trained abilities, instantly took down Diamond Head. This move was also learned from the original Kevin 11. The difference is that Xiao Chen's is the genuine blast, with infinitely more power. Kevin 11's Slime plus Fire Blast is an infinitely weakened version. So, that's how it is. Diamond Head was blown into a faint. His eyes unfocused, and before losing consciousness, he heard Heat Blast's words. Bang! As he fell to the ground, he muttered his last words. Today, I have truly learned a lesson. At this moment, Diamond Head had no temper left. He had been beaten until he had no temper left. This, Stinkfly's slime and Heat Blast's flames can actually create an explosion. Gwen Tennyson's mouth hung open, her eyes full of admiration. Cousin can actually create chemical reactions between aliens. Xiao Chen, truly, so terrifying. Max also didn't know why, but he was startled by this word. From Xiao Chen starting with 4 arms combined with Diamond Head, to now, Heat Blast combined with Stinkfly. He really seems to be the most perfect Omnitrix user. He can always come up with a set of tactics that no one has ever heard of. Not far away, Ben Tennyson and 66 were also staring dumbfounded at the nuclear blast. The battle between them, compared to Xiao Chen and Diamond Head, was practically child's play. Either one of them could crush them with a casual move. Even if I could beat Ben Tennyson, I couldn't beat Xiao Chen, it's meaningless. Instantly, 66 activated his rocket pack, turned around, and ran without any hesitation to fight. Hey! What are you running for? Ben Tennyson reacted and anxiously grabbed at 66's leg. Who knew? Snap! 66 pulled out his katana and chopped off his mechanical boot, letting Ben Tennyson grab onto the mechanical boot. And he flew away, exposing a pair of pale feet. Ben Tennyson looked at the pair of feet in the sky, clutching the mechanical boot in his hand. A few seconds later, he gagged, his face full of pain. Please, you have smelly feet. It even seeped in through the gaps. At this moment, 5 bounty hunters. 1 ran away, 2 died, and 1 was thrashed by Ben Tennyson. The last one was captured alive by Xiao Chen. Vilgax's battle plan had completely failed. On the spaceship, Vilgax was so angry his face twisted, saying furiously, Why have the signals from the radars carried by those 5 pieces of trash all disappeared? Lord Vilgax, look on the bright side, maybe they defected to Xiao Chen and aren't dead. A mechanical subordinate comforted him. Before long, he was thrown out of the spaceship. And after Vilgax was silent for a moment, maintaining an oppressive atmosphere for a while, he slowly announced the next phase of the battle plan. First, cooperation. Vilgax's expression was fierce, and he said word by word, in the short term, no bounty hunters will take the mission, and our military strength must be preserved. Therefore, the combat robots we send to Earth must try to assist Xiao Chen's enemies in attacking him. Second, strengthen the infusion of genetic fluid for me, overdraw my life. Yes, Lord Vilgax. The robots had almost no emotions, they naturally lowered their heads and obeyed honestly. Lord Vilgax. He was going to risk his life to fight Xiao Chen. After giving these orders, Vilgax still felt a faint sense of worry, staring longingly in the direction of Earth. Earth, abandoned mine. Although the explosions had ceased, the mine was still filled with smoke, and a foul odor. Xiao Chen, Max, and the others pinched their noses, enduring the stench as they looked at the Diamond Head lying on the ground. He looks just like Diamond Head. Ben Tennyson controlled the combat robot, jumped heavily next to Diamond Head, and apologized. By the way, that weirdo ran away, sorry. It's fine. Xiao Chen shook his head and looked at Diamond Head. He should be of the same race as Diamond Head. Crack. Diamond Head's fingers twitched. He was covered in dust, and his diamond body even had cracks. He opened his eyes with difficulty. You. Hey, weirdo. Ben Tennyson held one hand against Diamond Head's throat, emboldening himself to say, don't move, or I'll kill you. He didn't actually have the guts to do that yet. But he could still scare him. I am very sorry about what happened before. The next second, Diamond Head confessed directly and admitted his mistake. My name is Diamond Head. I followed Vilgax's mission, but I didn't come to hunt you down. My original intention was to see who exactly got the Omnitrix and if they were qualified. At first, I thought you were just a brat with a little cleverness. Now it seems, I was the one playing tricks. As he spoke, he lowered his head deeply. He was one step away from saying, Sumimasen, Hantu ni sumimasen, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. You're only saying that because we defeated you. Although Xiao Chen saw through everything, he still put on an act. Diamond Head said decisively, my speed is very fast. If I had come to kill you, I would have killed you together with those three earlier. This was ironclad proof. His speed was faster than anyone's. Yet he was the slowest to arrive and the most slack. Even earlier, he had specifically named Diamond Head to fight. Next, Diamond Head also confessed that his hometown was destroyed because of Vilgax, and explained various things about Vilgax, which finally explained everything. After everyone gained a further understanding of Vilgax, they emotionally expressed their sympathy for Diamond Head. Phew. Diamond Head took his hoverboard and wobbled as he stood up. Everyone, is there anything I can help with? I can help you fight Vilgax too. I only need you to help me with two things. Xiao Chen slowly raised two fingers, seemingly prepared long ago. A moment later, everyone parted ways with Diamond Head, and the group got into the rust bucket to head to their new travel destination. Diamond Head suppressed his shock and stepped onto his hoverboard to take to the sky. Xiao Chen's words echoed in his mind. Please go to the Galactic Interstellar Prison, find someone named Myax, and ask her to provide the relevant data on the Omnitrix. This was the exact quote. Xiao Chen, what kind of existence are you exactly, and why do you know so much about the Omnitrix? Diamond Head's expression was filled with horror. He couldn't see through this person. Inside the rust bucket, Xiao Chen looked at his laptop, which was playing a video uploaded from his phone. In the video, Diamond Head was continuously instant casting crystals. Not just instant casting. He was also teaching how to form the weapon shapes you wanted while instant casting. It could be said that he further demonstrated the instant casting technique. As long as I learn Diamond Head's technique, I can synchronize it to Heatblast, Stinkfly, and even many future alien heroes. It's a sure win. Xiao Chen grinned. As for Diamond Head, it didn't matter. If he could get the Omnitrix data, that was a bonus, if not, he would just continue to study it himself. Anyway, he didn't lose anything, he just mentioned one extra thing in passing. Along the way, Xiao Chen repeatedly watched the video left behind by Diamond Head. As for Ben Tennyson, he was dejected and looked miserable. I couldn't take the battle robot with me. So annoying. Ben, first, the trunk doesn't have space, and second, that robot of yours is about to break anyway, it's not worth it. Xiao Chen looked at Ben Tennyson and comforted him. The crab armor had already been destroyed by him. It was a miracle that he even got to use it twice. It's one thing to not be able to take the robot, but I even left my controller there. What a miscalculation. Ben Tennyson wore an expression of pure agony. Without a controller, how could he be considered a gamer? As for the controller, I'll have Grandpa buy you one later. As for the mechanical armor, I'll find a way to get you something even cooler in the future. Xiao Chen smiled, offering a grand promise. Ben Tennyson had exceptional talent in this area. He could be nurtured further. After Xiao Chen's promise, Ben Tennyson immediately quieted down, and his mood improved significantly. In the middle of a scorching desert, an old amusement park called Neon Amusement Park looked completely out of place. Many tourists' cars were parked at the entrance of Neon Amusement Park, including the rust bucket. Neon Amusement Park, huh? Xiao Chen stood at the entrance of Neon Amusement Park with a hint of anticipation on his face. I remember this as the megawatt plot from the original. It plays with electricity, maybe I can get its DNA. Assuming he didn't have feedback yet. Using megawatt as a low-tier substitute to grind some experience. Once he obtained feedback, his combat power would skyrocket. Oh, man, this is lame. This park is all exhibits, there aren't any rides like roller coasters. After they entered Neon Amusement Park, Ben Tennyson was the first to complain. He looked at the lifeless buildings on both sides and lost interest. Perhaps we can go exploring. Xiao Chen smiled suddenly and raised the Omnitrix on his wrist. Omnitrix, can you help me capture the alien DNA nearby? Searching. Detected active alien DNA nearby. As long as you approach the DNA signal source, you can unlock the DNA of its most outstanding individual. The Omnitrix spoke coldly, instantly silencing the atmosphere. Ben Tennyson and Gwen Tennyson both gaped, their jaws practically hitting the floor. A boring park visit turned into an alien adventure. Exciting as hell. Max looked bewildered and asked, completely baffled. How come there are weirdos everywhere we go? That's what makes it cool. Adventure, start. Xiao Chen lowered his wrist with the Omnitrix and walked towards the surrounding buildings with a smile. The group walked past building after building, wearing themselves out as they searched for traces of the alien. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of a huge warehouse and stopped there. Inside the huge warehouse, there was only a simple, giant ball of yarn. Because the exhibit was too monotonous, there wasn't even anyone here to display it. What is this place doing with this ball of yarn? Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed. He walked up to the ball of yarn and gently raised the Omnitrix. Click. The pattern on the Omnitrix changed, as if it had captured a signal. Xiao Chen suppressed his excitement and adjusted the Omnitrix, truly finding the DNA of Megawatt. Without a moment's delay, he immediately left the huge warehouse with the others, fearing that Megawatt would escape just like in the original story. Done. Now we can have a peaceful day. Xiao Chen smiled, in a great mood. Not long after, they brushed past a group of people. There were many children in that group, and one of them, highly suspected of being a brat, snuck into the warehouse where Megawatt was. Such a big ball. Wow, why is there a loose thread on this ball? I'll help it out. Exhibit over, time to go. Xiao Chen stretched and was the first to arrive at the entrance of Neon Amusement Park, waiting to get in the car and rest. The others returned one by one, looking very satisfied. Today was fun. Swoosh. A burst of electric sparks streaked through the air. Xiao Chen's eyelid twitched, and his expression showed a hint of unease. It's so hot out, it shouldn't be thundering, right? Brother Xiao Chen, what are you looking at? It's so hot outside, let's hurry back. Gwen Tennyson gently wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled at Xiao Chen. She looked like a proper lady. The next second, ha ha ha. A battery-like little person appeared beside Gwen Tennyson, revealing a mischievous grin. Its hands pulled hard on the collar of Gwen Tennyson's shirt, and without even looking, it turned and ran. Ah! Gwen Tennyson instantly turned into a soprano, looking in horror as her top was pulled up by a force, her mind going blank. What the hell? Xiao Chen swore instantly. Seeing the anime scene being recreated, he lunged forward and hugged her tightly. Bang! He closed his eyes and held Gwen Tennyson, using his body to prevent her from being exposed while also giving her time to fix herself. Thank you. Gwen Tennyson's ears turned red instantly, and she spoke shyly, her breath sweet like an orchid. The awkward atmosphere between the two didn't last long before it was interrupted by the war all around them. From all directions. Ben Tennyson's newly bought controller was snatched away by Megawatt again, and then it ate the batteries inside. The ice cream Max bought for everyone was snatched away by Megawatt. Other tourists were also bullied by Megawatt one after another. The entire amusement park had directly turned into a playground for brats. Phew. Xiao Chen turned his head away and gently released Gwen Tennyson's body. Without a moment's delay, he looked at the megawatts in front of him. Omnitrix, name the DNA just acquired Megawatt. Now, transform into Megawatt. Shoo. As the light flashed, he also transformed into Megawatt. Only his muscles and physique were a cut above the ordinary Megawatt. His body contained far more electrical energy than an ordinary Megawatt. Gwen, they bullied you, I will settle the score with them. Megawatt turned its head to look at Gwen Tennyson, making a promise. Gwen Tennyson was quite moved, and the disgust in her heart even vanished. Brother Xiao Chen, please. Thanks for the assist. Phew. To think they almost made me lose my cool, and the other person is only 10 years old. Megawatts, I will make you pay. Megawatt looked furious and said bitterly. Shoo. At this moment, a megawatt flickered in front of Megawatt. It tilted its head curiously, looking at the clearly taller Megawatt, and spoke in gibberish. Let's play a game together. Megawatt instantly suppressed its anger and immediately revealed a smile. The game is, let's see who can condense the element faster. He had another idea. The Ben 10 Idea King, Xiao Chen, reporting for duty. Let's see who can condense it faster. Sure, let's compete. Megawatt looked happy, clapped its hands joyfully, and watched with full anticipation as the megawatt prepared itself. Who? The megawatt had electricity dancing on its hands, and the electric light quickly condensed into an electric ball, representing his instant ability. Wow, so fast. Megawatt widened its eyes, trying to condense an electric ball as well, but it couldn't achieve an instant cast. The loser is responsible for giving me electricity to restore my stamina. How about it? The megawatt said this while recalling the techniques taught by Diamond Head, changing the shape of the electric ball. Gradually, the electric ball transformed into an electric axe. His stamina was also drained significantly, but he barely managed to achieve the technique taught by Diamond Head. A bet is a bet, but lend me the electric axe to play with. Megawatt looked excited, quickly came to the side of the megawatt, and reached out to charge the megawatt frantically. In an instant, the megawatt was full of stamina. He smiled and simply handed the electric axe to Megawatt. Here, go play in the sky. Wow! Megawatt excitedly grabbed the electric axe and flew directly into the sky, waving it around. Many megawatts saw this scene. They actually all surrounded him, looking at the megawatt as if they were looking at the king of children. The rules are simple. Compete with me in condensing electricity. The loser replenishes the winner's electricity. Plus, the toys I create are yours to play with. The megawatt smiled and spoke sincerely. Okay. The megawatts nodded one after another, willing to act as the megawatt's stamina packs. In this way, the megawatt, using the game as an excuse, began to constantly hone the condensing ability taught by Diamond Head. From instant elemental casting to instantly casting elements while shaping them into whatever he wanted. Battle axes, fists, spikes, he had it all. This training process should have been very draining and time-consuming, but with dozens of megawatts coming one after another, his stamina was forcefully replenished. Awesome, this is too awesome. The megawatt suppressed his wild laughter, his anger completely gone. With these dozens of little guys taking turns to replenish my stamina, I can quickly train an upgraded version of my instant ability. All of his elemental aliens would be able to cast ultimate elemental moves instantly. For Diamond Head, practicing this would take at least a few months. The megawatt only needed a short 10 minutes to create a miracle. And when I've finished training, you'll be the first ones I operate on. The megawatt thought slyly. And all around. There is such a good person in this world. He really is a helpful megawatt. I want to acknowledge him as my big brother and become his sworn brother. The megawatts were touched, lining up to replenish the megawatt's stamina. The megawatts are all playing with brother Xiao Chen. Ben Tennyson watched this scene, dumbfounded. Gulp. What to do? He wanted to join in too. Would it be too embarrassing? Wait. Max's focus was clearly different, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. His instant casting speed is getting faster and faster. He can almost condense the element and shape it into whatever he wants instantly. Xiao Chen was leveling up. A moment later, the last megawatt came before the megawatt. Here, the electric axe you wanted. The megawatt laughed sincerely, stretched out both hands, and instantly condensed an electric axe. The process was smooth and effortless. Megawatt had stars in its eyes, grabbed the electric axe, and ran off, ignoring the previous game rules. What a bunch of unruly guys tilde. The megawatt watched this scene and shook his head helplessly. It didn't matter. The upgraded instant skill taught by Diamond Head was a success. Bang! The megawatt landed slowly on the ground. Cousin, are you out of stamina? Ben Tennyson walked over and asked worriedly. Wrong, I'm in peak condition. The megawatt slowly stretched his arms and asked, Ben, have you ever imagined the scene where Heatblast can throw a sky-high fire punch with a swing of his fist, or Diamond Head throwing a huge spear? That would be so cool. Ben Tennyson became excited just thinking about it. Switch, Heatblast. Now, I'll show you. As the heroic voice rang out, the megawatt instantly transformed into Heatblast. Heatblast looked full of fighting spirit, looking up at the unbridled megawatts in the sky. Huh. The megawatts looked down, and the moment they saw Heat Blast, they flew straight toward him with various electric weapons. They actually treated him as a toy. Fire Punch. Heat Blast slowly raised his arm. Boom. With a wave of his arm, a massive flame erupted instantly, and at the same time, it condensed into a super large fire punch. Just like Ace from One Piece, a wave of the hand and it's a fire punch. Ah! The megawatts rushing down were completely stunned as they looked at the huge fire punch attacking them. Who can unleash an ultimate move instantly? Boom! The huge fire punch exploded on a large number of megawatts, instantly blowing them everywhere, making them completely unable to deal with Heat Blast. Fire bullets. Heat Blast coolly raised his fingers, separated his 10 fingers, and fired off bursts of fire bullets. The precise fire bullets hit the megawatts one by one, making them wail and fall to the ground, not daring to move. Throughout the whole process, Heat Blast kept instantly casting various fire skills. Although it still consumed a lot of stamina, his combat power was undoubtedly greatly enhanced. Instant ability, upgraded to Diamond Head version, perfect instant casting. Hey, is this guy the protagonist of Neon Amusement Park? God, I've seen the god of fire from Greek mythology. Should I still believe in you? The silence of the passers-by was deafening. They looked at the alien controlled by Xiao Chen. It was like seeing a god. Not to mention them, Max and Ben Tennyson were also extremely shocked. Cousin's upgrade speed was too fast. In less than a moment, Heat Blast lowered his hands, exhausted, his stamina trained to the limit. And the megawatts landed on the ground, scared out of their wits, each looking devastated. Dozens of them were crushed by one person. Who would believe it if told? Who? Heat Blast took a deep breath and looked at the devastated megawatts. Now, go back into your balls obediently, and I'll spare you. Upon hearing this, the megawatts' devastated expressions eased slightly. We should go back. Going back is better than dying. Just as they were crying and heading back together. One by one, the megawatts' expressions changed. Wait, where is our helpful big brother? Wait, after he came out, the helpful big brother disappeared, which means he killed the helpful big brother. The next moment, every single megawatt turned around in a rage, looking at Heat Blast with fury. The good big brother who helped them condense weapons just now must have been brutally murdered by Heat Blast. They would never forgive him. You can run if you can't win, but killing one of our own is an unforgivable enmity. The megawatts excitedly burst out their remaining electricity and flew into the sky in unison. Huh. On the ground, Heat Blast had countless question marks on his face, and inside he was thinking, what the hell? What was going on? Hadn't he stabilized the situation? Why did the megawatts suddenly get angry and want to risk their lives fighting him? All form the head. All form the arms. All form the feet. As the megawatts spoke, they raised their limbs, channeling streams of static electricity within their bodies. Countless charges of static electricity overlapped, beginning to pull at the surrounding landscape objects. These objects actually assembled into a giant robot. Mechanical freaks. Quick, run. At this moment, countless passers-by screamed and fled for their lives. No matter the time, people's fear of giant monsters was always the most intense. Mechanical freaks. I've fought plenty of them. Heat Blast clenched his fists, attempting to squeeze out his remaining stamina for an attack. We must put out the fire. The voice of the megawatts came from within the giant robot, and they actually controlled the robot to dash out of Neon Amusement Park. Before long, they had actually run to a reservoir 100 meters away, using their mechanical fists to desperately destroy the iron-like walls of the reservoir. The reservoir was at a higher elevation than Neon Amusement Park. Once it breached, everyone except Xiao Chen would be washed away by the water. The distance is too great, I can't hit them. Heat Blast's expression immediately turned grim, and he abandoned his long-range attack strategy. Who could turn the tide next? Ghost Freak. Upgrade. 4 arms. Xiao Chen, there must be a way to win in one move, otherwise it will be hard to stop them from destroying the reservoir. Max looked at Heat Blast and hurriedly offered his suggestion. Win in one move. Heat Blast pondered slightly, his gaze fixed on the giant robot. As he was thinking, on the giant robot's body, large amounts of static electricity flickered from time to time, maintaining its robotic form. I have a plan. Heat Blast's eyes lit up instantly, and he exclaimed, Omnitrix, activate, Megawatt. Swoosh. With a flash of light, the figure of Megawatt appeared on the spot. They use static electricity to attract, so I will use static electricity to attract. It's the same principle. Megawatt calmly reached out, first releasing static electricity aimed at the distant scenery. After the strange static electricity was released, the huge landscape objects trembled slightly, but only moved slowly. But don't forget, this was just the static electricity of 1 megawatt. Ben Tennyson was even more confused. Brother Xiao Chen, I understand from playing games that no matter how strong one person is, it's impossible to take on 5. How are you going to fight with Megawatt? Ben, although we can't compare in terms of raw combat power, I think. Megawatt smiled and stopped the static attraction. I understand them better than they do themselves. Swoosh. A coin, suddenly under the control of static electricity, flew into Megawatt's hand. A coin. To bribe them. Maybe it's, to play a game with them. Ben Tennyson, Gwen Tennyson, and the others looked at each other, unable to guess Megawatt's next move. It was Max, whose eyes widened, seeming to realize something. The experiment just now proved that my static electricity cannot attract heavy objects. But I believe that Megawatt's static electricity shouldn't be used to attract heavy objects at all, but rather as a sniper. A large amount of static electricity flickered around Megawatt. Coins flew out of people's pockets and moved around him. His finger suddenly landed on a coin. Boom. Powerful electrical energy instantly propelled the coin, leaving a tearing trail in the air as it flew out like a cannonball. In an instant, the giant robot's Saturn-like head exploded, revealing several stunned megawatts. Bang, bang, bang. Each coin was like a cannonball, or like a sniper rifle bullet, violently destroying the entire body of the giant robot. Blasting the group of megawatts all out. They fled in panic, completely crushed in a one-sided beatdown, able only to desperately dodge. Xiao Chen's experimental results are very correct. Max said slowly, his tone filled with shock. For an individual megawatt's static electricity, attracting heavy objects is a complete waste. It's not suitable for that kind of combat at all. It's much more suitable, as Xiao Chen is doing, to attract small metal objects and then violently accelerate them with electrical current to blast them out. In this way, how is Megawatt just a sniper? He is simply a walking sniper turret. Megawatt's strength is definitely among the best at this stage. Megawatt crushed the megawatts, playing with his full abilities with ease. A pull of static electricity. The coin flies over. Pushed out by electric current. The enemy explodes. The series of actions were smooth and fluid, interpreting the power of an alien to the fullest. Before long, the owner of Neon Amusement Park hurriedly said, "Hero, those little guys don't dare to act up anymore. Please stop, your coins are about to punch through the reservoir." Sorry. Megawatt steadied his gaze, no longer looking at the dodging megawatts, but looking toward the reservoir. The reservoir was almost riddled with holes from his attacks. His destructive power directly surpassed the combined destructive power of more than 20 megawatts. And the megawatts. They flew to the ground pitifully, recognizing Megawatt's identity, their minds filled with confusion. Big brother, we were just trying to help you. Why did you hit us? Don't disobey Big Brother, just squat obediently, otherwise he won't give us toys. The megawatts felt extremely aggrieved. They had been betrayed. Phew, it looks like it's over. Megawatt slowly lowered his arms, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He looked at Neon Amusement Park again and instructed, "In a moment, I'll send them into the yarn ball, and then you do this and that." Got it, got it. The owner nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Next, Megawatt tentatively flew over, and unexpectedly, the megawatts immediately pounced on him. Then they charged him to restore his health, as a sign of admitting their mistake. Afterward, Megawatt played with them for a while, then sent them into the yarn ball, which could be considered settling the matter. Not long after, everyone returned to the rust bucket, set off to leave Neon Amusement Park, and drove to the next city. It's been a long time since I played games after the controller broke. When we reach the new city, I'm going to play games hard. Ben Tennyson stretched and made a flag. Russell, Russell. Xiao Chen was writing something continuously, his expression serious. Brother Xiao Chen, what are you writing? Ben Tennyson curiously stretched his head over, saw the words Xiao Chen had written in the notebook, and read aloud. Level 1, unadapted skills, relying only on combat awareness and physical fitness. Level 2, possessing one or more adapted skills. Level 3, possessing perfectly adapted skills. Yeah, this is the level classification I've made for my aliens. Xiao Chen twirled his pen and said indifferently. From level 1 to level 3, it doesn't necessarily mean level 1 is weaker than level 3, but the higher the level, the more it proves Xiao Chen's powerful mastery of that alien. Level 1, Ghost Freak, Ripjaws, and the like, currently have no suitable developed abilities. Level 2, Heat Blast, Stinkfly, Diamond Head, and the like, have one or more supporting abilities. Level 3, Megawatt. Not only has supporting abilities, but is even perfectly adapted, having developed an exclusive fighting style. 4 arms barely counts as between level 2 and level 3. An alien I just picked up casually, intending to use as a lower tier substitute for feedback, has actually been developed to this extent first. Xiao Chen showed a helpless smile. A case of planting a willow without intending it to grow. Brother Xiao Chen, does that mean level 3 is the strongest? Ben Tennyson asked. Xiao Chen shook his head and said decisively, level 3 is just the lower limit. The upper limit depends on my performance. Moreover, perhaps he could even develop a level beyond level 3, that would be surpassing the limit. Stay tuned. Late at night. In Neon Amusement Park, the owner of Neon Amusement Park followed Megawatt's instructions, sending various entertainment products like game consoles and comic books into the yarn ball. The Megawatts, having all kinds of toys, immediately stopped causing trouble and began a decadent life of entertainment to death. That alien hero is truly clever. The owner said with a look of shock. Watching this scene, he made me buy entertainment products to relieve the Megawatts' boredom. Permanently eliminating the problem. Blocking is not as good as diverting. Changing one's perspective can solve the problem once and for all. This was the next day, at the entrance of a luxurious 3-star hotel in New York. A rust bucket, looking completely out of place, was parked in the hotel parking lot alongside rows of luxury cars. Max, Xiao Chen, and the others used the phone number left during their reservation to check into a presidential suite in the hotel lobby. The presidential suite has a hot spring, a swimming pool, a buffet, tisk, it's absolutely amazing. Xiao Chen looked happy, his hands clasped behind his head. In my previous life, I never even stayed in such a high-class hotel. Hey, brother Xiao Chen. Ben Tennyson excitedly patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder and pointed into the distance. This hotel is holding a demo for sumo slammers, but it's not open to the public. Can you use an alien to get me in? Xiao Chen took a look, and just as Ben Tennyson had said, there was indeed a video game zone inside the hotel. However, it was guarded by personnel, and unauthorized people were not allowed to enter. Ben, let's go out to play instead. There's no need to use aliens for something like this. In order to avoid the original plot, Xiao Chen earnestly advised Ben Tennyson. All right. Ben Tennyson was a bit reluctant, but he still nodded in agreement. Playing video games together is always more fun than playing by myself. That's right. Xiao Chen smiled and looked at Gwen Tennyson standing to the side. Gwen, are you coming too? Oh, of course, brother Xiao Chen. Gwen Tennyson's face turned red, and she spoke softly. Ever since that time her clothes were lifted. She had been exceptionally shy in front of Xiao Chen. Following that, after Max finished the formalities and the three of them memorized the room number, they took some money and hurried out of the hotel, arriving at a nearby arcade. The noisy, bustling arcade was filled with dazzling rows of gaming machines. Ben Tennyson excitedly stretched out his arm and walked over to a King of Fighters machine. Brother Xiao Chen, want to play? Sure, I love playing as Iori. Xiao Chen walked to the King of Fighters machine and spoke with a smile. Everyone started playing to their heart's content, and Xiao Chen actually found a sense of nostalgia from his childhood. The strange thing was, the pricing at this arcade was exceptionally expensive, costing several dollars every single time. Not only that, while Xiao Chen and Ben Tennyson were playing intensely, the game machine suddenly went black. Boss, your machine is no good. It's expensive and doesn't work well. Ben Tennyson was immediately dissatisfied and looked at the arcade owner aggressively. The owner waved his tattooed hand. That's the price, take it or leave it. There's nothing wrong with the machine, and if there is, you're the one who broke it. As soon as he finished speaking, several thugs casually walked around the owner, intimidating the group. This. Ben Tennyson was absolutely furious, his fists clenched tight. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly, just about to comfort Ben Tennyson. It's fine, we'll just find another place to play later. A voice suddenly rang out. Alright, this place is a total ripoff. It's not good to mess with them, so just let it go. A sullen-looking boy with tattered clothes and long black hair walked over. He patted Ben Tennyson on the shoulder, seemingly having been scammed before, and started complaining. That's right. The owner's attitude is also super stinky, stinkier than the smell of a sewer. Ben Tennyson said. Haha. You're really interesting. My name is Kevin. Ben Tennyson, brother Xiao Chen, Gwen Tennyson. Ben Tennyson and Kevin started chatting enthusiastically, becoming good buddies. To the side, Xiao Chen's expression darkened slightly, and he looked at Kevin with a bit of wariness. Kevin, Hutilda, the big villain in the early stages, and one of the main protagonists later on. Unexpectedly, they bumped into him here. Xiao Chen grew a bit guarded, but just at this moment. Hey, you two are really asking for it, what kind of gossip are you spreading? At a machine not far away, a person suddenly stood up. That person turned out to be a thug as well, and having heard Kevin and Ben Tennyson's words, he stared fiercely at the two of them. Looks like you'll have to pay some emotional damages. Several thugs smiled and surrounded them directly, as if they had found some fat sheep. The owner smiled even more shamelessly. Also, my machine was broken by you. Pay up. You. Ben, if it really comes to it, we run. Brother Xiao Chen. Ben Tennyson clenched his fists in rage, while Kevin tensed his body, ready to run away immediately. Gwen Tennyson cast a look of help towards Xiao Chen, nervously grabbing his hand. Never mind Kevin for now, let's deal with these idiots first. Xiao Chen's face turned livid. He decisively raised his leg and delivered a flying kick, smashing the screen of the arcade machine nearby. What the fool? I'm going to kill you. All the thugs, including the shop owner, Kevin, and the others, instantly fixed their gaze on the arcade machine. The shop owner looked as if his parents had died, lunging over and roaring. Then, he stared fixedly toward where Xiao Chen had been. His pupils suddenly dilated. In that spot, there was no Xiao Chen. Only Ben Tennyson, Gwen Tennyson, and Kevin remained. Phew, using Ghost Freak is still the safest bet. Ghost Freak activated its transparency, rubbing its hands together. I can turn invisible and teach these guys a lesson. Hey, kid. Just at this moment, in Ghost Freak's mind, Ziescare's voice suddenly resounded. Do you want to teach these guys a lesson in the most brutal way possible? This time, it wasn't like the previous water monster incident, where he was bewitching Xiao Chen. It was an enticing conversation, an open and direct conversation. I don't care who you are. Ghost Freak thought calmly and quickly gave an answer. Teach me how to deal with them. I am the intelligent entity inside this watch, and I know how to utilize Ghost Freak. Now, I will tell you how to unleash its combat power. Z's scare instantly switched to manipulation mode and said straightforwardly. He was incredibly excited inside. Corrupting Xiao Chen. Just thinking about it was interesting. Ghost Freak was calm on the surface, but even more excited on the inside. Pretend a little, deceive a little. Hey, Z's scare is voluntarily handing over Ghost Freak's exclusive skill. Huge profit. Forget it, pay up. If you don't pay, none of you are leaving. Rage clouded the thugs' heads, and they began to surround Kevin and the other three. Kevin was also dumbfounded. I just saw there was another person. Time to make a move. Ghost Freak's expression turned icy cold. A voice rang out in his mind. Z's scare taught him how to use tentacles as scalpels to precisely slice up enemies. Ghost Freak's exclusive execution move. Swoosh. Ghost Freak suddenly tore open his outer layer, extending countless tentacles. Next, he whipped out his tentacles, and before the thugs could even react, he had them tightly bound and tossed them away. Bang! 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 The thugs crashed onto the counter in a sorry state, their faces stunned and filled with bewilderment. They were all completely dazed from the impact. The arcade instantly became exceptionally quiet. Is it haunted? Maybe it really is a malicious ghost punishing this bunch. The shop owner and Kevin were terrified into silence, immediately thinking of the word, vengeful spirit. Ben Tennyson wore an eerie smile and said in a low voice, "This is far more powerful than a ghost." Swoosh. Ghost Freak appeared clearly. Amidst the fear, he whipped his tentacles around. "Don't move now, I'm going to test a new technique on you." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several of his tentacles shot out rapidly, striking the few thugs furiously like raindrops. Every single attack actually landed on the thugs' joints, or even their vital points. This barrage of attacks, which could be described as a fierce storm, ravaged their entire bodies, causing them to scream out in agony. Too strong. Ghost Freak took a deep breath, his eyes filled with undisguisable shock. This was the so-called exclusive execution technique. Using lightning-fast tentacles to ravage the enemy's vital weak points. Meanwhile, in his mind, Z's scare kept lecturing on the weaknesses of human and alien bodies. He, kid, stop holding back during your training, just put in a little more strength, and you'll see blood. He wanted to see a river of blood. Ghost Freak brushed off Z's scare. After mastering this killing technique, he decisively retracted his tentacles. The few thugs lay on the ground, their joints destroyed, all of them reduced to cripples. Their eyes were even filled with despair. "I'm a bit of a saint. I don't have the heart to kill these thugs, so let them spend the rest of their lives in wheelchairs." Ghost Freak silently sealed up his clothes and said indifferently. He was merely acting in self-defense. You lied to me." Zia Scare's tone was filled with uncontrollable rage. "I am the one who, of this watch." Omnitrix. Ghost Freak lowered his voice and coldly commanded, "The Ghost Freak DNA has a leakage issue, please repair it." Repairing. At this moment, Zia Scare's voice vanished completely. He no longer had the power to interfere with the outside world. He had been thoroughly tricked by Xiao Chen. "I suppose this counts as burning the bridge after crossing it." Ghost Freak chuckled. Rationally speaking, cooperating with Z's scare was undoubtedly like asking a tiger for its hide. Trying to talk about feelings with him was even more suicidal. Only by keeping him tightly leashed and maintaining absolute control could one hold him back. Swoosh. A sound suddenly rang out. Kevin suddenly took a step and charged directly toward Ghost Freak. Kevin. Ghost Freak's expression changed, and he instantly prepared himself for defense. The next moment, Kevin ran to Ghost Freak's side and heavily knocked over the shop owner who was hiding to the side. In the shop owner's hand was a spiked baseball bat. "This fool was going to ambush you. You had my back, so I've got yours." Kevin looked at the baseball bat, trembling slightly, and shouted to Ghost Freak. "I'll kill you first." The shop owner furiously raised the baseball bat and swung it directly at Kevin's head. Bang! A tentacle suddenly pierced through the shop owner's head, leaving a huge bloody hole. "It really is a killing technique. My tentacles are sharper than a scalpel." Ghost Freak coldly retracted his tentacle and slowly looked at Kevin. "Thanks. You're welcome." Kevin was sprayed with blood, completely stunned, and trembling. On the ground, the thugs saw this scene and nearly fainted. It was a good thing they didn't use weapons and didn't want to kill Ghost Freak. Otherwise, they would have been dead too. "What's going on? We received a report." At the entrance, a series of righteous voices rang out, accompanied by hurried footsteps. "I'm leaving first, everyone. See you later." Ghost Freak immediately turned invisible, left that sentence behind, and hurried away. Next, the arriving police officers questioned everyone in the arcade. The thugs were scared silly and couldn't say a word. Kevin lied frantically, covering for Ghost Freak on the scene. We saw a ghost crawl out of the arcade machine screen, and then that guy died. That's it. Yeah, that's it. That's right. Ben Tennyson and Gwen Tennyson looked at each other and also chimed in. That good ghost helped me, I can't betray him. Kevin swore to himself internally, his eyes filled with confusion. By the way, where did brother Xiao Chen go? In the corner. Ghost Freak was invisible and had never left. He watched Kevin silently. If you could always stay like this, that would be good. After a while, Kevin, Ben Tennyson, and the others successfully left the arcade, and Kevin even followed them back to the rust bucket. Max heard the sequence of events and immediately drove everyone to the hospital. Not for anything else, just to check if Kevin had any injuries or anything like that. In the car, Ghost Freak slipped into the bathroom and deactivated his transformation. He lifted the toilet lid. Invisible for too long, holding in his pee for too long, uncomfortable. Not long after, Xiao Chen walked out of the bathroom and saw Kevin standing not far away, a bit confused. Kevin, what are you doing standing there? Kevin smiled, his eyes evasive. I like standing in the car. Sit down, otherwise it's not safe. Xiao Chen sat in his seat, sighed, and said. Okay. Kevin hesitated and sat down, his hands nervously pulling at the seatbelt, but he didn't know how to buckle it. His behavior became increasingly awkward. Xiao Chen demonstrated how to fasten the seatbelt, and Kevin immediately followed suit and let out a long sigh of relief. He was an orphan, and even dogs in society despised him. Riding in a car was even rarer. Max said firmly, Kevin, don't worry, we will definitely take you to the hospital for a checkup, we are responsible for you. It's okay, if anyone should be responsible, it should be that ghost guy, haha. Kevin shrugged indifferently. Ghost guy. Ben Tennyson subconsciously glanced at Xiao Chen. It was just this glance. Kevin followed his gaze, looked at Xiao Chen, and took the opportunity to see the Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist. Pretty cool. He just took one look and didn't look any further. After arriving at the hospital, Max and Kevin got out of the car and went to the hospital. While Xiao Chen, Ben Tennyson, and the others waited in the car. So, this Kevin arc has passed. Perhaps, Kevin won't fall into becoming a villain. Xiao Chen held his head in his hands, murmuring to himself. Just at this moment, boom! A sudden explosion sound rang out from not far away. Accompanied by the screams of the people. A small robot appeared in the sky, constantly causing destruction. Vilgax's command also rang in his mind. Destroy. Destroy. Just destroy. Even if I haven't found a target that can help, I must still cause trouble for Xiao Chen. Don't let that kid have it easy. The small robot began to wreak havoc. Sigh. Xiao Chen slowly leaned against the rust bucket and raised his wrist. Ben, if this robot isn't completely broken, I'll save it for you to make armor. Brother Xiao Chen. Ben Tennyson said with a serious face. Go easy on it. Whoosh. A flash of light flickered. Ghost Freak slowly passed through the rust bucket and moved toward the small robot's location. In the process of flying over, he activated his transparency. Meanwhile, in front of the hospital window, Kevin, who was watching the commotion, caught a glimpse of Ghost Freak before he disappeared. He also saw it. The Omnitrix icon. His mind was struck like a thunderbolt, instantly connecting a pile of questions together and reaching a shocking conclusion. Brother Xiao Chen has superpowers too. Bang! The small robot turned its head, wanting to aim at the fleeing pedestrians. But as soon as it turned its head, it saw Ghost Freak's terrifying face. That inverted, fanged, demonic face. Looking for me, are you? Ghost Freak suddenly opened his mouth and brutally tore off the small robot's head. His tentacles violently struck the small robot, unleashing Zscare's killing techniques without reservation. With every tentacle strike, the small robot was being rapidly dismembered. Like prey that had been targeted. In no time at all, the small robot fell to the ground, destroyed on the spot. And Ghost Freak gave the fallen small robot the middle finger. Mission accomplished. ZZZZT. The sound of rapidly flickering electric current rang out. Kevin, you. Under Max's shocked gaze, Kevin, covered in electric current, flew out the window and excitedly arrived in front of Ghost Freak. Brother Xiao Chen, is that you? Whoosh. Ghost Freak no longer pretended and slowly materialized. Kevin, why are you here? Kevin excitedly spread his hands, surrounded by electric light. You're not surprised at all. You figured out my identity a long time ago, right? Ghost Freak didn't reply. Kevin continued on his own, his face carrying excitement. I'm an orphan, no one takes care of me. I'm also a superpowered person, treated like a freak. All this time, I've been pathetic. But if you let me use my bioelectricity to absorb your superpowers, maybe I wouldn't have to be bullied. Facing his earnest gaze, Ghost Freak's silence had already provided the best answer. He even silently increased the distance between them to prevent Kevin from absorbing his superpowers. Why won't you support me? Aren't we friends? Kevin stared blankly at Ghost Freak, his eyes filled with a touch of pleading. I really don't want to wander anymore. As long as your powerful strength can grant me a little bit, it can change me. So, please, Brother Xiao Chen. Support me just this once. People looked on in surprise, even mockingly, at Kevin, who kept pleading. Facing their mockery, Kevin endured it, wanting to grasp the opportunity to change his life. Emotionally, I sympathize with you. Rationally, I refuse to help you. Ghost Freak said with undeniable certainty. He sympathized with Kevin's plight. He also possessed human morality and kindness. But his kindness always started from rationality and carried a bottom line. Giving Kevin kindness, given his extreme personality, would very likely harm himself and drag down Xiao Chen and the others. So he had to refuse. Refuse. At this moment, Kevin was devastated, and endless anger gradually welled up from the bottom of his heart. What kind of buddy, friend? I'll do it myself. I will never trust anyone again. Boom. Accompanied by endless hatred, Kevin, under the mockery of the crowd, erupted with astonishing electrical power. He rushed toward Ghost Freak, almost risking his life. Bang! Ghost Freak backhanded a tentacle, which landed on Kevin out of reflex. Kevin was instantly taken out, sent flying backward in the air, and crashed heavily toward the ground. He slowly closed his eyes. No more struggling. Move out of the way. He smells so bad. This kid is living so miserably, isn't it because he doesn't work hard enough? People panicked and made way, leaving only mechanical parts all over the ground, causing Kevin to fall right into them. Cough, cough. Kevin was stung all over from the impact, tears in his eyes. Trash like me, of course, will be brought to a trash heap. Whoosh. Countless mechanical parts, as if attracted, began to merge into Kevin's body, intertwining with his bioelectricity. Kevin opened his eyes, incredibly excited, looking at the mechanical parts coalescing on his body. Even if it's a pile of trash, it can still defeat you, Xiao Chen. He roared. Oh no. Ghost Freak's expression changed, and he decisively spoke. Switch my alien state, transform into the strongest one, 4 arms. Whoosh. As light soared into the sky from his body. Kevin, under the fusion of the mechanical parts, also became radiant, spiraling out of control. People panicked and watched this scene in bewilderment, the mockers having run away long ago. Max felt complicated, his fists clenched tightly. 2 superpowered individuals with extremely different philosophies were embarking on a path of high-intensity confrontation. He had never imagined this outcome. Whoosh. 2 beams of light flashed and vanished. 4 arms and Kevin both appeared, looking at each other. In their eyes, there was no longer any friendship. Only coldness and hatred. What killed the friendship was not the intimidation of thugs or the threat of death. It was self-interest. If you won't give it to me, I'll take it myself. Kevin's expression was hysterical as he lunged directly at 4 arms. His speed was incredibly fast, it was hard for 4 arms to keep up. However, 4 arms simply took a sharp step, maneuvering his body skillfully, and perfectly dodged Kevin's lunge. At the same time, his quick jab shot out, slamming directly into Kevin's chest. Jabs are all about speed, but this wasn't something Kevin could withstand. Cough, cough. Kevin's face changed drastically as he flew backward, the mechanical parts on his body seemingly cracking. This punch almost shattered him. Something's not right. Forearms narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the mechanical armor on Kevin. I usually smash these small robots with a casual strike, but when attached to a person, they become even sturdier. In other words, mechanical armor attached to a person is the optimal result. You forced my hand. Kevin didn't give Forearms any time to think. In a rage, he whipped his hand out, the electricity from his hand blasting a nearby power box, causing a massive amount of current to pour into him. His electricity could not only absorb superpowers but also absorb electrical power just like Megawatt. Playing at range, huh? Switching. Forearms spoke immediately, wanting to switch to Megawatt. The next moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Kevin used his super strong current to tear through cars, emitting a sharp screeching sound that used noise to directly interfere with Forearms' communication. Not only that, electricity continuously erupted from his hands, attacking Forearms fiercely from a distance. Crap, the current is too fast, and my movement isn't enough to dodge it. Forearms immediately picked up his pace, trying his best to dodge the streaks of lightning-fast current. Even so, from time to time, he was grazed by the current, bringing with it a burning sensation. Hee hee. A cold smile appeared on Kevin's face. As long as I make noise, you can't switch. I can just use a kiting strategy to wear you down to death. The advantage was with him. As time ticked by second, the injuries on Forearms' body were indeed gradually increasing. This scene made Gwen Tennyson extremely anxious. Casting aside her previous shyness, she immediately spoke up. We have to do something to help Brother Xiao Chen. After all, this was the person she cared about the most. Brother Xiao Chen. Ben Tennyson clenched his fists and shouted, "Can't you release a shockwave like the power characters in games? Try it out." He, as always, spoke words that were wild and imaginative. These words were like lightning, opening up a new line of thought for Forearms. In the original work, Forearms did indeed demonstrate remote punching, but I don't know how. That doesn't mean I can't master it. Thinking of this, Forearms' eyes were firm as he stood calmly in place, his four fists facing the countless incoming currents. His fists began to swing through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The fists blasted the air, forming shockwaves that could actually barely repel the current. What? Kevin was somewhat shocked. But the current, though repelled, was still slamming toward Forearms, causing him injuries. Ben Tennyson immediately became nervous, worried about Xiao Chen getting hurt. If only the combat robot were here. Brother Xiao Chen. Gwen Tennyson took a deep breath, gently brushed back her hair, and reminded him, the shockwave is out, but maybe it lacks power. Try, combining all four hands for a heavy strike. Combining all four hands. Understood. Forearms roared, his forearm muscles fully flexed as they slammed heavily together. At this moment, quantity changed into quality, the terrifying power exploded in the air, forming a heatwave. The heatwave followed the force of the punch, blasting toward Kevin in the distance like a cannon. I'll call this move Night Guy. Forearms smiled. Boom. The terrifying heatwave punch wave slammed into Kevin. The mechanical parts on his body were instantly shattered, scattering like snowflakes. Even the building behind him was penetrated and shattered as well. This power is incredible. Forearms was secretly shocked, while not forgetting to look gratefully at Ben Tennyson and Gwen Tennyson. Ben seemed ordinary, but in reality, he was gradually able to come up with bold, creative ideas. Gwen Tennyson, meanwhile, observed carefully. The two of them helped him develop Forearms' signature move. Bang! As the shockwave dissipated, Kevin's clothes were shredded, and he collapsed to the ground, blood spraying from his mouth. He had been one-shotted by a single move. The opponent was too strong. Did he go down? Regardless, I still have to deal with you. Forearms' expression was cold as he suppressed any so-called sympathy and strode toward Kevin. He would follow the most rational choice. Kill Kevin, who had become an enemy. Bang, bang, bang. Beams of laser fire swept in from the distance, landing on the ground in front of Forearms. Don't move. We are from the plumbers, if you mess around, you'll die a miserable death. People, And even aliens, wearing plumber uniforms arrived, carrying all sorts of weapons. They all looked righteous, watching Four Arms as if facing a formidable enemy. The plumbers. Here so fast. It's only been a few minutes. Four Arms looked at the arriving plumbers in astonishment. Wait. They were in the center of New York, and had caused such a big commotion. It made sense for the plumbers to arrive so quickly. Whoosh. Max drove the rust bucket, quickly arriving beside Ben Tennyson and Gwen Tennyson. The two hurried onto the rust bucket, and after a worried glance at Four Arms, they were driven away by Max. Xiao Chen, I can't take you with us openly, get out of there quickly. Do not start a conflict. Max gripped the steering wheel anxiously, shouting in his heart. At this point, this area was completely cordoned off. Only Four Arms, the group from the plumbers, and Kevin lying on the ground remained. Bang, bang, bang. The members of the plumbers first quickly approached Kevin. One person checked his condition, while the others kept their guard up against Four Arms. Even if it is the plumbers. I cannot let the opportunity to kill Kevin pass. Four Arms' eyes shifted, and he said slowly. His body moved slightly, leaning toward Kevin, intending to strike. Bang, bang, bang. The other plumbers tightened their faces, gripping their weapons tightly, prepared to confront Four Arms head-on. The plumber checking on Kevin said in shock. This teenager with superpowers is dead. When he said the second half, his mood dropped significantly. Dead. Four Arms' eyes widened. He really had, in one move, one-shotted Kevin. Is he dead? Please cooperate and come back with us for investigation. After receiving the news, the other plumbers were surprised for a moment, then stared intently at Four Arms. They needed to confirm the true identity of this powerful alien. Cooperate with you. No problem. Four Arms nodded and said quite readily. Hearing this, the plumbers breathed a sigh of relief. XLR8, will definitely cooperate with you. Four Arms emphasized his tone, speaking word by word. Whoosh. His figure instantly switched into XLR8. And before the plumbers could react, XLR8 suddenly appeared right beside them. Now, as a human, you're definitely dead. XLR8 swept his tail, poked Kevin in the chest with it, and then left rapidly. How did he suddenly change his appearance? Where is he? He's gone. At this moment, the plumbers finally realized they had been played and hurriedly looked around. And the plumber who was examining Kevin said with a wry smile, this guy is way too cautious. This kid clearly stopped breathing, yet he still had to take another shot. After searching around and failing to find XLR8, the plumbers returned empty-handed. After returning to the plumbers' base, they used a special device to transport Kevin to the superhuman corpse processing unit. They did this to prevent any mad scientists from getting their hands on the superhuman corpse. Have to deal with disgusting corpses again. Dr. Onamo, stop complaining. We criminals only get better treatment if we do the dirty work. Dr. Onamo, dressed in red, was cursing and grumbling. The prisoner beside him teased him. When Dr. Onamo was examining Kevin's body and preparing to process it, his expression suddenly turned strange. This guy doesn't seem to be human. Inside the rust bucket, Xiao Chen stood at the door of the rust bucket and waved at everyone. Everything is fine now. Phew. Brother Xiao Chen, I was worried you'd been taken by that mysterious organization. Gwen Tennyson wiped off some sweat and breathed a deep sigh of relief as she looked at Xiao Chen. Actually, that wasn't a mysterious organization. At this moment, Max suddenly spoke, his expression serious. That organization is the plumbers. And I. He recounted his life story. Because Max hadn't mentioned this to the three of them before, Xiao Chen feigned surprise and listened to the whole process. Grandpa, I didn't expect you to have this identity. No wonder you were so calm before. Xiao Chen said. Max raised an eyebrow and praised. Xiao Chen, it's actually you. You were just as calm and composed even without this identity. Ahem, is that so? Xiao Chen coughed slightly and immediately changed the subject. Grandpa, since you're a great plumber hero, can you help me create a training plan? A training plan? Max looked surprised. Here we go again. Brother Xiao Chen is really determined. Ben Tennyson and Gwen Tennyson both sighed with emotion. In comparison, they felt like they were becoming lazy bums. Xiao Chen looked interested and said straightforwardly, I want to train my legs. Grandpa, see if you have any suitable methods. His purpose for training his legs was very simple. Among all the aliens, he wanted to further develop XLR8 and make it even stronger. At the very least, he wanted XLR8's performance to surpass A-Train. In that case, we can start the special training today. Max smiled suddenly and said directly. And just like that, the rust bucket started heading to the next destination, and Xiao Chen officially began his leg training plan. The next day, at noon, the rust bucket was refueling at a gas station, and Max was chatting with a staff member. A staff member came up to Xiao Chen with a serious face. Excuse me, has your grandpa been abusing you? No. Xiao Chen looked up at the staff member in surprise, wiping sweat from his brow, and answered decisively. Pardon my bluntness, no grandpa would make a child strap so many sandbags to their legs. If he is abusing you, just quietly tell me. The staff member took a deep breath and stared intently at Xiao Chen's thighs. On Xiao Chen's thighs, they were actually covered in weighted sandbags. This was the training method Max gave him, using weight tolerance to simply and directly increase leg strength. But to outsiders, they were ready to call the police and arrest Max for child abuse. Ah, really, no need tilde, we're just playing a game. Xiao Chen waved his hands with a wry smile and explained, and the staff member finally let it go. Brother Xiao Chen, if you're tired, I can help you get water or something. Gwen Tennyson stood by his side with concern and said softly. As she spoke, her hand gently touched the sandbags on Xiao Chen's thigh, brushing against his leg. After a day of shyness, Gwen had already let go of her physical contact baggage. Of course, just simple touches. That won't be necessary. Xiao Chen suppressed the wicked thoughts in his heart and said righteously. Just as they were chatting. Hand over all the money. Otherwise we'll slaughter you. A woman with red hair in a pompadour, along with two other women, rode motorcycles to the gas station. Each of them held an assault rifle, aiming at the gas station staff, shouting loudly. The staff members weren't particularly panicked and immediately started preparing to hand over the money. It's just a robbery, right? It's not the first time they've encountered it. Ha ha. Roha looked at the scene before her triumphantly and glanced at Xiao Chen. Hey, kid, who is abusing you like this, tying so many sandbags to your legs? I'll shoot him for you. Xiao Chen fell silent. He had been preparing to transform, but now it was hard for him to act. I'll help him take them off, we're just playing a game. Ben Tennyson rushed over in a flash and frantically started untying the sandbags on Xiao Chen's legs. Brother Xiao Chen, I'll cover for you. Thanks, Ben. Xiao Chen blinked gratefully and said to Ben Tennyson, which alien hero do you want to see in a bit? Of course it's. Before Ben Tennyson could answer the question. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Small robots suddenly descended from the sky and arrived above the heads of Roha and the others. The three of them held their assault rifles with uncertainty and aimed at the small robots. But in front of the small robots' laser turrets, everything seemed incredibly ridiculous. Bilgax's combat robots. Not aiming at me, but aiming at the criminals. Xiao Chen's eyes darted slightly, and he suddenly realized. Could the upcoming plot be? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Three small robots instantly moved onto the three of them and actually autonomously merged with them. Inside the spaceship hall, Bilgax said coldly, that kid named Kevin earlier proved the power of biomechanical beings. Today, I will use these three biomechanical beings to kill Xiao Chen. Once the fusion is successful, I'll have them track the signal on Xiao Chen. Don't think only Xiao Chen has ideas. He, Bilgax, has them too. Ah. Following a series of screams, the three female robbers had their heads covered by robotic helmets, tentacles began to cover their arms, and cannons appeared in their palms. Each one looked just like the demon cyborg from One Punch Man, Genos. I can't delay any longer, you two move aside. I'm transforming into XLR8. Xiao Chen instantly pushed aside Gwen Tennyson, who was nearby, as well as Ben Tennyson, who was helping. He spoke immediately, and a burst of light erupted from his body. Fortunately, everyone's attention was focused on the female robbers. Absolutely no one noticed Xiao Chen transforming into XLR8. Get over here first. XLR8 lifted his feet and moved to the nearby road at an extremely high speed. Just a moment ago, he was at the gas station. If the fight started there, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he had to use XLR8 to change the battlefield. I seem to have become super strong. Roja had just finished transforming, her gaze landing on XLR8 as she spoke proactively. An alien. Looks like you're worth a lot. Then let's use our abilities to catch him. He must be able to sell for a good price. The other two female criminals spoke with great interest. They didn't even need Vilgax to order them, they immediately raised their hands and aimed at XLR8. Bang, bang, bang. The three of them mastered the laser attack instinctively, firing waves of lasers toward XLR8. So fast. XLR8 watched the incoming laser waves nervously, having no time to switch forms, he had to dodge with all his might. Restricted by the sandbags, his movements were sluggish and incredibly heavy. He tried his best to avoid each laser wave. You can dodge. Roja was somewhat surprised and immediately said, the three of us shouldn't use intermittent fire, let's maintain continuous laser output, then cut him off from different angles together. Let's see how he dodges. Haha, as expected of our big sister, that's a great idea. Since he won't cooperate, let's make him suffer a little. The other two female robbers looked at each other and smiled. The three quickly adjusted their tactics, raising their hands in unison to release continuous lasers like Ultraman beams. The three lasers intersected, actually forming a laser net. It roared ferociously toward where XLR8 was. I can keep going. XLR8 gritted his teeth, lifting his heavy legs and exerting force with all his might. With the help of his immense physical stamina, he sprinted and leapt with speed and agility, passing through the laser net that was right on top of him. Every single moment, his legs were being subjected to extreme stress. But for some reason, XLR8 always felt that his body seemed to be getting lighter. Still not dead. No problem, I have a gun. Roja revealed a cunning smile, secretly grabbing an assault rifle and aiming it at XLR8. Their means of attack had increased once again. Oh no. XLR8's expression turned grim, and he immediately said, if I have to risk it, I might as well switch to another alien. Otherwise, he would surely die. Hey, weirdo, take this. Ben Tennyson's angry shout rang out. He was holding a fire axe and fiercely swung it at Roja from the side. As a child, he possessed courage and resolve. The downside was that he shouted it out. Kid, you're really asking for death, do you think you're some anime protagonist? Roja adjusted the muzzle, deciding to aim at Ben Tennyson first, and spoke mockingly. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Max didn't say a word, he struck Roja on the back of the head with a club, knocking her dizzy. Then, with extreme speed, he took Ben Tennyson and Gwen Tennyson, rushed onto the rust bucket, and slammed on the gas to get away from the gas station. The whole sequence of actions was smooth and fluid. Remember, Ben, don't make a sound when ambushing an enemy. Max slowly turned his head, looked at Ben Tennyson, and said decisively. Ben Tennyson widened his eyes, recalling what Max had said. No matter how many plumber stories you tell, they aren't as vivid as what just happened. Grandpa was so cool just now. Inside the gas station. Roja was only knocked out for a moment before she angrily got up and pushed away the subordinate who came to help her. Where is the person who hit me? They ran away. That alien also ran away, ran along the road. The two female robbers said to Roja, both shocked and angry. Who? Roja took a deep breath, the back of her head slowly being covered by machinery, her skin turning completely deep red. It doesn't matter, our strength has also been enhanced. Continue to pursue that alien. As soon as she finished speaking, all of the three's vital parts were also covered by mechanical parts. They followed the road, observed the tiny sand on the road, and took off directly in the direction of the sand. Not far away. XLR8's figure appeared. He stood in place like a statue, motionless. The sandbags on his legs had already been torn to shreds by sharp claws. Now, XLR8 clenched his fist slightly, his cold eyes flashing. There is nothing left that can restrict my movements. Kid, we've caught you. Roja and the others landed not far away, looking at XLR8 triumphantly. They raised their guns and aimed, unleashing laser waves. The laser waves instantly pierced through XLR8's figure. It was an afterimage. A sonic boom rang out beside Roja and the others. Their confused eyes glanced at XLR8, who had appeared beside them as if by teleportation. Excuse me. XLR8 said calmly, his tone carrying a hint of excitement. Boom. The immense momentum carried by his high-speed movement, like a locomotive, instantly blasted Roja and the others in all directions. Roja and the others were flying in the air, their bodies out of control, their expressions even more chaotic. In an instant, XLR8 turned into locomotive star. That's too ridiculous. My speed has actually increased quite a bit. XLR8 clenched his claws quite excitedly, secretly surprised. Now, he could confirm one thing. Using the human body for foundational training is relatively important. Most importantly, using alien bodies for combat training and breaking through limits is the fastest way to increase strength. It's all about the thrill. For example, using 4 arms versus the 4-armed warrior earlier. Or just now, XLR8 moving at high speed while restricted, directly training his leg strength up. You're courting death. A female robber angrily raised her hands and was the first to aim at XLR8. Swish. A cold figure suddenly appeared beside the female robber. XLR8 grabbed the female robber's wrist with one hand, and before she could react, twisted her palm to aim at herself. She only felt a pain in her wrist and subconsciously released a laser wave. Boom. The laser pierced through the female robber's own head. Missing a head, she slowly collapsed to the ground like the war god Xingtian. Oops. XLR8 looked at the other two with some surprise. I hadn't even attacked yet, how did she die? Can you explain that to me? Fight her to the death. Avenge our sisters. After a brief silence, Roja said with a furious expression, her arm trembling as she raised her laser cannon. All right, boss. Another female robber seemed moved, and she quickly aimed her laser cannon at XLR8. As the laser cannon fired, it only pierced through XLR8's afterimage. It couldn't touch his actual body even in the slightest. I'm all around you. XLR8 said in a cold voice. The female robber looked around, her expression changing abruptly, a hint of despair appearing in her eyes. All around her were dense swarms of XLR8's afterimages. After his speed was enhanced, he unleashed his movement technique, creating an entire army of afterimages. The female robber couldn't even find the enemy. What was the point of fighting? Bang! The next moment, XLR8's sharp claws instantly tore through the female robber's throat, causing her to collapse into a pool of blood. Before dying, she tremblingly raised her finger and pointed in a certain direction. XLR8 turned his head in confusion, looking in the direction the female robber pointed. Roja, who was over there, had already vanished. Good grief. XLR8 looked strange. She said she wanted to avenge her sisters, but she ran away herself. What a display of filial piety. Kill her. After the female robber spat out these words with hatred, she breathed her last. I accept this request. XLR8's mask suddenly dropped, and he dashed off in the direction Roja had fled. Running at full speed. High in the sky, Roja burst through the clouds, her expression carrying a hint of survival. Sisters, only if I survive can I avenge you. You shouldn't blame me, right? Although I can't hear you speaking anymore. Just wait. She would definitely avenge her good sisters. So you're in the sky, don't run. A voice filled with killing intent rang out. Stinkfly, like an armed helicopter, pierced through the clouds and actually pursued Roja directly. Roja instantly took a deep breath, speaking in a panic, he can even switch forms. I must run. Bang. She increased the fuel output on her body and began to gradually distance herself from Stinkfly. Stinkfly cursed inwardly. Although I reacted in time and realized she fled through the air, I can't catch up to her. This female robber could really run. The next second. Initiating overload mode. Roja's mechanical parts emitted a cold voice, instantly causing her to speed up and escape, leaving Stinkfly far behind. Furthermore, a voice filled with immense pressure reached her ears. Human. Next, cooperate with the plan I have laid out to deal with Xiao Chen. Roja was startled and said slowly, I'm not called human, my name is Roja. Very well, Roja. Vilgax replied. In order to kill Xiao Chen, he was actually able to politely address someone by their name. Stinkfly landed on the ground, his expression carrying a hint of gravity. It looks like Vilgax must have given her a helping hand. She might even face me in a stronger form. However, a sense of battle intent and excitement welled up in his heart instead. So what? Since Xiao Chen had derived the only truth through countless practices, extreme combat can make people become stronger rapidly, then he would not fear battle. He would sustain battle through battle, becoming stronger the more he fought. This choice seems crazy, but in reality, it is the most rational. As he spoke, Stinkfly switched into Diamond Head. In his Diamond Head form, he found the Rust Bucket and reunited with Max and the others. Grandpa, I took out 2 of the female robbers, but let one escape. Diamond Head said straightforwardly. There's one left. This person surely won't let it go, we must be ready to fight. Max wore a look as if facing a formidable enemy, clenching his fists tightly. Roja's power growth concerned Vilgax. As long as it was related to Vilgax, everyone had to be on high alert. Also, that. Max's serious face showed a hint of embarrassment as he gently rubbed his nose. Grandpa's move just now wasn't bad, right? Grandpa, you've still got it. Diamond Head smiled knowingly and gave a thumbs up. Ben, keep up the effort. Effort. If I still had my mech suit, I would definitely beat that female robber to a pulp. Ben Tennyson said nonchalantly. Wait, mech suit. Diamond Head's expression was startled, and he immediately spoke. Switch, gray matter. What happened to brother Xiao Chen? Don't know. This scene left the other 3 feeling confused. They watched as gray matter mysteriously sat down cross-legged, muttering to himself, seemingly saying something. Ha ha. Gray matter revealed a know-it-all smile, excitedly clasping his hands together. Once I find Roja later, I'll be able to master new scientific technology. Thanks to Vilgax for enhancing his strength, and not forgetting to send him advanced technology. Gwen Tennyson, please take me to the laptop and help me operate it. Thinking of this, Gray Matter spoke without delay. Gwen Tennyson was confused, gently reaching out to lift Gray Matter, holding him with one hand while operating the keyboard with the other. Gray Matter leaned against that delicate hand, smelling the fragrance before his nose, yet still maintained absolute rationality. Next, listen to my instructions. The laptop cracked the plumber's system again. It was as simple as going home. Then, Gray Matter crammed a bunch of mechanical knowledge, as well as articles about the perfect fusion of humans and mech suits. The mech suit I'll prepare for Ben Tennyson later will be built just like common writer Ryuki. Why Ryuki? He liked the red Ryuki. It's that simple. In the city, in a warehouse. Roja stood above, looking at the giant mech suit falling from the sky. Is this the suit you gave me? Put it on and kill Xiao Chen. It's that simple. Vilgax said. All right. Roja clenched her hands, an evil smile appearing on her face. Let him see and experience how to respect women. Bang. The giant mech suit landed in front of her, slowly swallowing her like a giant beast. In its place, appeared a giant mechanical human. Just like Atom Smasher from the cyberpunk world. In the city streets, a rumbling sound echoed. A heavily armored mechanical giant, resembling a titan, suddenly descended upon the street. Upon closer inspection, a figure was wrapped in tentacles atop the massive armored mechanical giant. That figure was the main body controlling this heavy frame. Before finding that Xiao Chen, I'll have a good time destroying things. I need to vent the frustration and dissatisfaction in my heart. Roja was already a criminal, and after her mechanical modifications, she had completely lost her humanity. Swoosh. She raised her palms, which were equipped with several laser cannon barrels. Boom. A terrifying laser net began sweeping across the surrounding buildings, shattering them to pieces. Along with them, people who couldn't react in time were also crushed. It's a mechanical freaks. Run. Run. At this moment, people scattered in panic, fleeing, their fear reaching its peak. But among the countless fleeing figures, one figure stood in stark contrast to them. They were running, but that person was moving forward. Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with rage as he stepped away from the rust bucket, approaching Roha. He rarely felt angry, but today was the first time. Because, the streets were littered with corpses, and so many people could be considered to have died indirectly because of him, Xiao Chen. As a human, you still need to have some bottom line. Since you don't act like a human, I won't either. Xiao Chen slowly stopped, with the fleeing crowd behind him, and suddenly raised his wrist. Bang! As his wrist was raised, the screen automatically popped up, as if both the comrade in arms and his weapon were in their best state. Omnitrix. Transform, XLR8. Swoosh. With a brilliant flash of light, the slender and cool-looking XLR8 appeared once again. Roha instantly caught the signal and looked at XLR8 with a playful gaze. You're here. And you're using this skinny guy again. Are you sure he can fight me now? As soon as she finished speaking, she spread her massive arms, and countless turrets aimed at XLR8. The large and small figures were vastly different in size. Xiao Chen, are you going to use XLR8? Is this for training, or do you have a new strategy? Seeing this, Max fell into deep thought. He could no longer rely on past empiricism to judge Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was undoubtedly a tactical genius. What is that guy? Is he here to help that mechanical freaks? Idiot, they are facing each other, they must be enemies. Stop looking, stop meddling, running away is the right thing to do. Among the fleeing crowd, many even saw XLR8, and quite a few were curiously filming. They were all amazed. Amazed by XLR8 stepping forward. Now, start. XLR8's mask suddenly dropped, and his feet began to move. Bang, bang, bang. Roha's arms spun rapidly like a Gatling gun, and thick laser beams formed a laser waterfall. That waterfall engulfed the area toward XLR8, destroying the ground along the way. Use the fastest movement technique to dodge. XLR8 let out a roar, and as his leg power reached its peak, he immediately executed his skilled movement technique. In an instant, countless afterimages appeared all around him. The afterimages were engulfed by lasers, but they covered his real body. No one could see where XLR8 was. If I can't find you, I'll destroy all your shadows along with you. Roha roared, continuously sweeping through XLR8's afterimages. Above you. At this moment, XLR8's voice suddenly rang out from above Roha's head. I knew you would try this move. Roha smiled, suddenly lowered her body, and a turret popped out from her back, firing a laser beam at the figure above. Boom. The laser beam pierced through the XLR8 above. It was an afterimage. XLR8's expression was cold. He had already appeared beneath Roha. He reached out with his claw and slammed it into the connection point of Roha's arms. With a click sound, cracks appeared on Roha's arms, and the laser cannons immediately malfunctioned, unable to gather energy as they had before. Mission accomplished. After finishing this, XLR8 finally smiled and quickly put distance between himself and Roha. Roha reacted, looking at XLR8 with eyes spitting fire. Despicable man. You idiot. Vilgax's exasperated voice rang out, already driven beyond hope by this woman. Roha, you can't beat someone else, and you call them despicable. Finding a way to become stronger is what's most important. Even he couldn't stand this woman, Roha. Good. Go for it, masked brother, defeat this guy. Aliens win. At this moment, many people seeing this scene let out cheers, jumping for joy. They had practically become fans of the alien hero. If it continues like this, we can wear Roha down. Brother Xiao Chen is really strong, being able to defeat this kind of freak with XLR8. Max analyzed, and Gwen Tennyson chimed in with praise. Swoosh. At this moment, XLR-8 paused at the street corner 100 meters away, with Roja directly in front of him. He slowly lowered his body, assuming a sprinting stance, his mouth opening as he slowly said something. At this moment, the crowd went quiet, and everyone widened their eyes. What was XLR-8 going to do? Boom. XLR-8 suddenly burst forward, and as his kinetic energy exploded, blue flames ignited on his body, making him look like a blue train. Ram, he's going to ram into her. Is his body strength high enough to one-shot this monster? I don't dare to keep watching. As some began to scream in fear, the timid ones started covering their eyes, while the brave ones began filming with their phones. XLR-8's body strength can't possibly compare to this armor. Max's heart pounded, and he was so nervous he couldn't breathe. I get it. Brother Xiao Chen is using a tactical combination. But Gwen Tennyson revealed a smile, speaking excitedly, as if she had discovered a new world. The next second, XLR-8 arrived in front of Roja. Roja spread her body, looking arrogant. I'm waiting for your body to be shattered by your own impact. What a joke, a mere. Swoosh. XLR-8's figure suddenly burst into light. And a voice rang out coldly. XLR-8 isn't fast enough, what about Diamond Head? Roja's eyes widened immensely, looking at the figure that flashed past her. That was a war god wrapped in massive kinetic energy, with a body like Diamond. Diamond Head, carrying the super strong kinetic energy brought by XLR-8, formed an impact drill. This impact drill landed on Roja. Her entire suit of heavy mechanical armor instantly shattered like paper, scattering into a sky full of stars. And after Diamond Head passed through her figure and one-shot her, he continued forward for a long distance before stopping. First, set the watch to prepare for switching to Diamond Head. Then run with XLR-8, and at the last moment, switch to Diamond Head, so that Diamond Head can charge forward with massive kinetic energy. Gwen Tennyson spoke at the same time, a confident smile on her face. This time, she had caught up with Brother Xiao Chen's train of thought. Diamond Head combined with XLR-8's kinetic energy. Max looked at the shattered mecha, his worldview refreshed once again. If Vilgax came, even he wouldn't be able to withstand that blow. Someone save me. Roja fell to the ground. The heavy armor on her body had completely shattered, leaving only the original mechanical armor attached to her. It looked like she was fine. In reality, only the mechanical armor was fine. Under the immense impact, every bone in her body had broken. That was why she was wailing and screaming so miserably. Good grief, I was just letting you grind for levels and farm some skills, and you actually thought you could go toe-to-toe with me. Diamond Head curled his lip in disdain and looked at Roja. At this moment, some of the civilians who had lost relatives or had been injured looked at Roja with extreme agitation. As they looked at this murderous demon, their gazes began to turn ominous. We must make her pay the price. Since she isn't dead, let's see her off and end her suffering. Hearing what the crowd said, Roja's eyes darted around, and she said, I don't hurt at all, please spare me. She doesn't hurt. Then let's give her some pain. The crowd was even more enraged and collectively closed in on Roja. Just then, Diamond Head switched into XLR-8. He quickly picked up Roja and disappeared before the eyes of the crowd. At this moment, everyone had a confused expression. Ben Tennyson was puzzled. Brother Xiao Chen took that woman away, what is he doing? Gwen Tennyson, however, felt a sense of crisis rise in her heart. It can't be, what am I thinking, Brother Xiao Chen isn't that kind of person. In a deserted corner, Roja was thrown here, shivering as she looked ahead. Ahead, XLR-8 had already transformed into upgrade, revealing an eerie smile. Stand still, don't move. You, what are you doing? What are you going to do to me? Roja curled up in the corner in terror. Mysterious person, save me. Whoosh. Upgrade slowly transformed into a massive sludge, directly enveloping Roja within it. He had swallowed Roja. Inside the spaceship, looking at the pitch-black screen, Vilgax's brow furrowed tightly. What exactly is this kid trying to do? Lord Vilgax, as far as I know, Upgrade also has reproductive capabilities. A serious-looking mechanical freak said. Could it be? This kid is using aliens and humans to conduct experiments. Vilgax instantly thought of a horrifying possibility. Just at that moment, Upgrade slowly detached from Roja's body, revealing a satisfied smile. Experiment complete. Bang! Roja fell to the ground with a weak expression, the parts on her body all dismantled. What did you do to me? Just some interesting things. Upgrade reached out his hand and slowly enveloped a large amount of parts. Immediately after, he turned and left dashingly. You're just leaving me. Roja's face lit up with joy, thinking she had survived the ordeal. But the moment she tried to get up, because all the bones in her body were shattered, she fell helplessly to the ground. She had no choice but to stay in this cold alley, waiting bit by bit for death. I'm back. Upgrade, carrying a pile of parts, quietly sneaked into the rust bucket. Watching his figure, Max couldn't help but ask, Xiao Chen, what did you just do? Nothing much. Upgrade revealed a smile and explained logically, I took her away just now to cover the parts one plundered from her body, and in the process, I mastered the technology of mechanical coverage for human bodies. Give me some time, and I can invent a set of armor that covers the human body. Just like common rider armor. Take a transformation device and give it a light tap, and the mechanical armor can merge with a person. As for how to detach, he had already figured that out when he previously transformed into gray matter. This is the reason why he said Vilgax was gifting him technology. That's so cool. Ben Tennyson excitedly clenched his fists. I can transform into a mechanical warrior. The atmosphere was harmonious and happy. Gwen Tennyson asked out of the blue, that woman named Roja, what is her figure like? Quite big. Upgrade answered subconsciously. Yes. Although he had mastered the technology very calmly, he had also indirectly acted like a pervert. What? Quite big. Haha, it must be that the laser turret is quite big. That's so cool. Except for the innocent Ben Tennyson, the other two were completely stunned. Upgrade hurriedly took the parts, found an excuse, and hid in the bathroom, where he started researching the mechanical armor. Next, Upgrade and Gray Matter took turns, thoroughly mastering and improving the mechanical armor technology. And he even secretly returned to the scene and brought back some heavy armor parts. Just like that. For an entire day, Upgrade had been striving to forge the armor he had in mind. During this process, although Gwen Tennyson was still a bit sulky, she would still lend a hand or two. Occasionally, Gray Matter would even explain knowledge points to her. The relationship between the two became harmonious again. TCH, sooner or later, I will definitely not be worse than that Roja. Gwen Tennyson thought to herself with confidence. A full day passed just like that. Bang! The spaceship hall. Lord Vilgax, you have come out 48 hours earlier than the estimated time. The mechanical freaks looked at the incubation chamber respectfully. Standing in front of the broken incubation chamber was a muscular giant. The 3-meter-tall giant, apart from having no muscles on his head, had bulging muscles all over his body, stretching his bright red armor until it was slightly cracked. Even so, Vilgax still clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath. Great power cannot conquer everything. Xiao Chen is able to win repeatedly because of his adaptability. So, Lord Vilgax, what do you mean? The other mechanical freaks looked at each other and asked. Vilgax said slowly, arrange a special training session for me, a special training session targeting Xiao Chen. It has been a long time since I have worked this hard and struggled like this. The Galactic Prison. Diamond Head stood in front of a figure in a black robe and asked tentatively, Myax, I am the one here to guarantee your release. Guarantee. Myax turned slightly and looked at Diamond Head. Are you trying to obtain the Omnitrix through me? It has nothing to do with the Omnitrix. Someone asked me to come find you. Diamond Head said. Myax sneered. Azimuth, right. I already knew he was having a headache because the Omnitrix was cracked by some brat. No, it has nothing to do with Azimuth. What? The Omnitrix has already been cracked. Diamond Head wore a look of seeing a ghost. Xiao Chen, I know you kid know how to play with the Omnitrix. But I never expected. You dare to crack anything. Aren't you afraid of blowing up the universe? That night, the Rust Bucket parked in a quiet town. Xiao Chen, Ben Tennyson, and the others got out of the car and followed the town's crowd as they moved steadily forward. As they walked, Xiao Chen looked at Ben with amusement. Ben, although I know my invention is amazing, there's no need to carry it around with you, is there? Haha, brother Xiao Chen. Ben Tennyson was struggling to carry a deep red suitcase, gritting his teeth. It's not heavy at all, I can keep walking with it. Max smiled and teased, recalling the past. Back when Ben bought his new game console, he carried it for 3 miles, so this is nothing, right? The group chatted and laughed as they followed the crowd into an outdoor circus. This circus was their destination for tonight. Inside the circus, there were all sorts of strange and curious little shops, the most eye-catching of which was a stage with a host. Next, please welcome the super monster who can twist apart anything, Baldy. Following the host's enthusiastic shout, a bald man with a face full of flab walked out. With an expressionless face, he reached out and twisted a steel bar in half. The crowd cheered and applauded, and the atmosphere reached a climax. Under the host's introduction, the acid freak, who could spit corrosive liquid, and the Medusa-like snake-haired lady appeared one after another. Everyone stayed there, marveling at the wonderful performances. Xiao Chen frowned slightly as he watched the trio's performance. In the original story, these three are criminals, I have to be wary of them. Ben Tennyson suddenly stepped forward and quietly walked under the stage, winking at Baldy. Mr. Monster, if you're going to commit a crime, let me know in advance. Baldy was dumbfounded. He looked at Ben Tennyson's expectant expression, his brain unable to process it. Is this a baiting tactic? This little brat is baiting. Ahem. Xiao Chen feigned calmness and immediately pulled Ben Tennyson away from the side. Everyone, sorry, he's just joking. If he didn't pull him away, and Ben Tennyson actually succeeded in baiting them, a fight would break out right in the middle of the crowd, which would be too much trouble. The two returned to the group and continued moving with the crowd, soon arriving in front of the clown house. People entered the clown house one after another. Xiao Chen suddenly grabbed Max and said, Grandpa, why don't we wait outside for a bit and go in later? He knew very well that those who entered would have their smiles stolen. In that case, you three stay here, Grandpa will go in first to save seats. Max seemed impatient. After offering some comfort, he left decisively. This left Xiao Chen feeling very helpless. He couldn't hold him back, and when he wanted to confess, his voice was drowned out by the noise of the surrounding crowd. He had no choice but to speed up his plan. Brother Xiao Chen, why are we staying outside? You aren't planning on baiting too, are you? Gwen Tennyson tilted her head, looking at Xiao Chen with confusion. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment, his eyes flickering. I actually have an idea, a more advanced way of playing. As he spoke, he quietly whispered something into the ears of Gwen Tennyson and Ben Tennyson. Brother Xiao Chen, are you sure? If we mess this up, it'll be illegal. Ben Tennyson was startled and asked tremblingly. I guarantee this idea will work. Xiao Chen said firmly, later, act according to my plan. At the critical moment, Gwen Tennyson acted like a good girl. But, if we do this, Grandpa will. Later, Ben will act alone, and I'll be with Gwen. Gwen, what were you going to say? Xiao Chen gave instructions while looking at Gwen Tennyson with confusion. Gwen Tennyson's ears turned red, and her eyes changed instantly. I wanted to say, we can start now, there's no time to waste. It wasn't that she wanted to be alone with Xiao Chen. She was just afraid they would mess around. Grandpa would forgive her. The group immediately followed the plan and quietly dispersed. Ben Tennyson snuck into an unmanned shop and casually turned on the money counter. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen and Gwen Tennyson walked openly into a mobile phone store, tiptoeing as they collected expensive digital products. During this time, both of them felt a unique sense of excitement. Time flew by, and 10 minutes passed. Under the cover of night, Baldy, the snake-haired lady, and the third member walked out of the stage and strutted toward the jewelry store. They looked lazy, their movements practiced, the look of seasoned pros. The people in this town have all been controlled by the boss, so we can have a good looting spree again. This town looks very wealthy. Hee hee, we're going to get rich. As they spoke, the three walked into the jewelry store, looking at the counter with smiles on their faces. The counter door opened. It was completely empty inside. What? The snake-haired lady looked shocked. How is it all gone? Which one of you acted first? The acid freak immediately looked at the other two, directly suspecting his companions. The snake-haired lady retorted, how is that possible? Whoever dares to hog it all, the boss will tear them apart. Let's go, let's check other shops. The three held onto a glimmer of hope and went to electronics stores, supermarkets, and various other places that should theoretically have valuable items. What made them break down was that every single place, without exception, had all its valuable items vanish into thin air. Baldy nearly broke down, cursing, fool thief. How dare you steal the things we were going to steal? Does he have no moral sense at all? Who did this? The snake-haired lady's snake hair was taut, and she flicked her tongue. Just as the three were going berserk, not far away, Ben Tennyson's figure suddenly walked by, like a child in a horror movie, appearing and disappearing without a trace. It's that brat. He must be the one behind this. The next moment, the three immediately chased after Ben Tennyson. Led by Ben Tennyson, they arrived at an open space, very suitable for combat. In the open space, Xiao Chen leaned against a small mountain of gold and jewelry, watching the returning Ben Tennyson and the three uninvited guests behind him. The plan was a complete success. They had looted the gold and treasures in advance, moved them to a place convenient for combat, and then had Ben Tennyson bait them. The trio of monsters had all come right to their door. This way, they avoided starting a fight in the circus, smashing things up everywhere, and alerting the enemy. Ben Tennyson suppressed his excitement and picked up the suitcase nearby. Brother Xiao Chen, they really are robbers. You guys hide, I'll deal with them. It's fine, this is the safest place. Xiao Chen curled his lips into a smile and reached out to pat the small mountain behind him. After all, behind me is the money they love the most. That said, he stood at the very front, while Gwen Tennyson hid at the very back to ensure her personal safety. Brother Xiao Chen, if it really doesn't work, you can hide with me. Gwen Tennyson poked her head out quietly and said to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen turned to look at her, showing a comforting expression. It's fine, just protect yourself, don't worry about me. If we don't care about you, no one will care about your safety. Gwen Tennyson muttered a couple of things, but she couldn't persuade Xiao Chen, so she could only sigh softly. Kid, make your friends stay away from our money, and we'll let you leave. Baldy and the others slowed down, and the acid freak smiled sinisterly as he spoke. Let us leave, ask my transformation device if it agrees. Ben Tennyson stood righteously and suddenly pressed the button on the inside of the suitcase handle. Click. The suitcase quickly changed its shape, covering Ben Tennyson. A cool red armor gradually formed on his body. His face was covered by a mask full of patterns. The entire look was, shockingly, the cool dragon knight armor. I transformed just like Roha, but I'm more handsome than her, and I can deactivate the transformation at any time. Ben Tennyson clenched his fists in ecstasy and waved them around. Xiao Chen watched this scene with satisfaction and asked curiously, I still don't know how the performance of the dragon knight armor I crafted is. Of course, he only made it look like the dragon knight armor. Its ability is an upgraded version of Roha's battle armor. However, as long as he masters more technology, he will sooner or later be able to craft armor that surpasses the dragon knight armor. Don't move around. The three weirdos suddenly spoke up, each with a solemn expression. Ben Tennyson looked up and laughed, looking at Baldy and the other two. I haven't even made a move yet, and you three are already afraid to move. If we move around and break this kid, we won't be able to sell him for a good price. This brat is worth a lot of money. However, the three of them looked greedy. It was clear they regarded Ben Tennyson as property. How could they bear to break their property? Snap. Ben Tennyson's expression turned angry. His palms suddenly clenched and transformed into a dragon head, from which a deep red laser beam emerged. Bang! The laser beam collided with the corrosive liquid hurriedly spat out by Acid Freak, and they exploded against each other. Ben Tennyson quickly started moving, passed through the exploding smoke, and used the smoke to reach Acid Freak. Acid Freak opened his mouth, wanting to spit acid. Bang! Ben Tennyson grabbed Acid Freak's mouth and landed 2 punches, making Acid Freak see stars. Then came a flying kick, kicking Baldy aside. Finally, he aimed the dragon head laser cannon at the snake-haired lady, confronting her. You 3 weirdos have underestimated me. I've been through much more than you have. Ben Tennyson looked at the 3 of them, his words carrying a hint of dominance. During this period, although he was an ordinary person, the growth he achieved was much greater than in the original story. At the very least, he knew how to fight and how to cherish his combat strength. Cough, cough. Attack together. Acid Freak spat out blood and spoke furiously. The 3 weirdos immediately engaged in a melee with Ben Tennyson. Ben Tennyson's close combat level was superior to Roja's, because he was actually executing moves from game characters, catching the 3 of them off guard. Overall, he even slightly suppressed the trio of weirdos. Done. Xiao Chen held his head with both hands and concluded, Ben, fighting a 6-6 is probably not a problem now. As soon as he finished speaking, Acid Freak, spit acid at those 2 kids and kill them. The snake-haired lady said coldly. What? Ben Tennyson subconsciously turned his head to look at Acid Freak. Acid Freak opened his mouth wide, but the corrosive liquid was headed straight for Ben Tennyson. Whoosh! Ben Tennyson dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding this shot. But the next second, he was tightly wrapped by the snake-haired lady's snake hair, bound until he couldn't move. Brat, I don't know where you got the courage to fight in such a good combat state, but when it comes to playing dirty, you can't beat us. Mission accomplished. Baldy and Acid Freak stared intently at Ben Tennyson, both wearing triumphant expressions. Yes, mission accomplished. Brother Xiao Chen, you can play now. Ben Tennyson looked helplessly into the distance. The snake-haired lady, Acid Freak, and the others also subconsciously looked over to Xiao Chen's side. Over there. There was no sign of Xiao Chen. There was only a monster covered in animal fur. Wild Mutt twisted his limbs and pounced toward the 3 of them at extreme speed, instantly entering combat mode. His starting state was even more ferocious than Ben Tennyson's. Another one. Attack together. Baldy's expression was panicked. He grabbed an iron rod from the ground and swung it fiercely at the pouncing Wild Mutt. Just tear this iron rod apart. Wild Mutt didn't stop moving. He swung his claws violently, tearing directly at the iron rod. Snap! His claws sliced through the iron rod like tofu and precisely tore into Baldy's weak spot. Ah! Baldy screamed, blood appeared on his body, and he could barely stand. Acid Freak's eyelids twitched wildly, and he frantically spat corrosive liquid at Wild Mutt. But the next second, Wild Mutt moved with agility, displaying afterimages at extreme speed. The afterimages avoided Acid Freak, covering his true body as he advanced step by step. Acid Freak watched Wild Mutt approach. But he couldn't hit Wild Mutt's real body. Punch. When Wild Mutt reached Acid Freak, he clenched his fist tightly and slammed a massive beast punch into Acid Freak's chest. Acid Freak spat out a massive amount of corrosive liquid and instantly flew out like a kite with a broken string. The 2 of them, knocked out. Although it's inconvenient for Wild Mutt to use punches, the effect is not bad. Wild Mutt shook his fist and said indifferently. He used several aliens' exclusive moves. Of course, they weren't compatible with Wild Mutt. The lack of compatibility was the reason Xiao Chen used Wild Mutt. Only in this way could one see his huge progress within a week. Inside the Omnitrix, Z's scare cursed angrily. Don't eat sour radishes, Xiao Chen, if you've turned me off, don't use my moves to deal with people. This is plagiarism. This kid, even using an alien like Wild Mutt, which has no exclusive moves. His combat power is already quite terrifying. The last one. Wild Mutt's eyeless face slowly turned toward the snake-haired lady. At this moment, the snake-haired lady's face paled, and her body trembled slightly. The snake hair tightly wrapped around Ben Tennyson loosened unconsciously. Cold sweat dripped down her pretty face onto the ground. They were like a gang of vicious criminals. Encountering a truly powerful soldier who had experienced countless life and death battles. The gap between the 2 sides was even greater than that between criminals and ordinary people. Ben Tennyson patted the snake hair off his body and looked at Wildmud with a grin. Brother Xiao Chen, leave this one to me. Roar. Wildmud roared and shook his head, expressing dissatisfaction. He still wanted to take one out in seconds. Just as the two were discussing this. Bang, bang, bang. A finger gently tapped Ben Tennyson on the shoulder, sending a strange sensation. Oh. Do you want to challenge me to a one-on-one? Ben Tennyson turned his head in pleasant surprise to look behind him. What met his eyes was a huge clown nose. A clown with pale skin, wearing a magician's hat, and a muscular build, stared at Ben Tennyson with scarlet eyes. He held a sharp chainsaw in his hand and, like a murderous clown, stabbed wildly at Ben Tennyson's abdomen. Clang, clang, clang. A series of scalp-tingling collision sounds rang out. Ben Tennyson's throat moved slightly, and his body froze. The leader of the prisoners, the perverted murderer, had arrived. And it was the clown he feared the most. Leave the strongest one to me. At this moment, Wildmud let out a low roar and ran furiously toward the clown. He chose to take on the strongest one in a one-on-one. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.